In this election, we each face a question. What kind of country do we want to live in? There are some people who think we should be a country of chaos, of fear, of hate. But us, we choose something different. We choose freedom.
Freedom, freedom, I can't move. Freedom, cut me loose. Yeah. Freedom, freedom, where are you? 'Cause I need freedom too.
The freedom not just to get by, but get ahead. The freedom to be safe from gun violence. The freedom to make decisions about your own body. We choose a future where no child lives in poverty, where we can all afford health care, where no one is above the law. We believe in the promise of America, and we're ready to fight for it. Because when we fight, we win. So join us. Go to KamalaHarris.com and let's get to work.
I'ma keep on running 'cause the winner don't quit on themselves.
America, to turn the page on Donald Trump, it's going to take all of us. Every single one of us has got to get out there and vote. That's how we'll build a country where everyone has the opportunity not just to get by, but to get ahead, where affordable health care is a right, where we lower housing costs, and where the government stays the hell out of your bedroom. As the next president of the United States always says, when we fight, we win. Now let's go out there and vote.
Whining about his problems.
Oh, she had a big crowd. Oh, the crowd.
This weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on. America's ready for a new chapter. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
This election is going to be one of the closest in history. Your vote will make the difference. That means you, Gary. Oh, blah, 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 I'm just one person. No, shut the up, Gary. Last time, only a few thousand votes kept Trump out of office. And this time, we will hold you personally responsible, Gary. Don't forget to vote, Gary.
We are witnessing a full-on attack on hard-fought freedoms.
Think about what you're trying to do to me.
The freedom to vote.
Let your mind go, let yourself be free.
The freedom not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body. We're not going back. Are you ready to make your voices heard? Nearly 250 years ago, America was born when we wrested freedom from a petty tyrant. Across the generations, Americans have preserved that freedom, expanded it, and in so doing, proved to the world that a government of, by, and for the people is strong and can endure. And those who came before us, they did not struggle, sacrifice, and lay down their lives only to see us cede our fundamental freedoms to the will of another petty tyrant. So America, in 7 days, we have the power to turn the page and start writing the next chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told.
For too long, a cloud has hovered over this country. One of division and fear. Fear of each other. Fear of our differences. He tried to turn us against each other, to normalize violence and hate. But we know who we are. We are Americans. We love this country, and while we may not all share politics or geography, we know the time has come for common sense and common ground. For a leader who holds true to our ideals that all are created equal, and the American dream belongs to each of us. That having a home, making a family, living one's golden years in health and security must not be a privilege for some, but a right for all. And while the fabric of this nation may be tattered, we can mend it together. One family, one community, one vote at a time. It's a new day rising, one of unity and hope, of a shared belief in what's possible when we remember who we are, the greatest nation on earth, America.
I can just remember her getting to the hospital. Not one time did I ever think that Amber was gonna die.
The hospital refused to treat her for 20 hours.
My sister went septic because of Donald Trump's abortion bans.
I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as president, I will proudly sign it into law.
We need to make sure that no other family goes through what we've gone through again.
This is Mark Anthony. Even though some have forgotten, I remember what it was like when Trump was president. I remember what he did and he said about Puerto Rico, about our people.
Puerto Rico.
I remember after Hurricane Maria devastated our island, Trump blocked billions in relief while thousands died. I remember when our families lacked clean water and electricity, Trump threw paper towels and called Puerto Rico dirty and poor. I was not surprised, because I also remember that he launched his campaign by calling Latinos criminals and rapists. He told us what he'll do. He'll separate children from their families and threaten to use the army to do it. This election goes way beyond political parties. Let's remember what the United States represents and stands for. United, regardless of where we're from. I am Mark Anthony and I remember. That's why I support Kamala Harris for president.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
They said we were dead.
Detroit waving the white flag, the city filing for bankruptcy.
That our best days were behind us. That living here is like
living in hell.
But you know what we said? We said, F that. We rebuilt ourselves. We looked out for each other, got our hands dirty, and put in the hard work. And this guy, he don't know anything about that. We are a city of winners, of up-and-comers, of builders, the Motor City. Bigger and better. Here, we believe in freedom. We don't bow down to nobody, and we never will. And so what Donald Trump doesn't understand, or care to learn, is that when he said,
our whole country will end up being like Detroit if she's your president,
that he should be so goddamn lucky.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
President Trump, you have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act.
If we come up with something, we're going to do it, and we're going to replace it.
You still do not have a plan.
I have concepts of a plan. There are concepts and options we have to do that.
You have no plan. When Donald Trump was president, he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. You remember what that was like? We, over the last 4 years, have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, and now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. We have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Hello and welcome to TsetsTransport's live coverage of the 2024 US election. We're just waiting for Matthew to join us. He's just having some technical difficulties. However, I will say the first polls have now closed. And over the next few minutes, we should get the first few votes coming in. At the moment, it's a 50-50. It was literally only 3 votes to Kamala Harris and 3 votes to Donald Trump. So yeah, we'll just wait for Matthew. In the meantime, I'll go through and discuss how the stream will work, all that type of stuff. So we'll start off firstly with the main screen that you'll be seeing today. So this is the screen here that you'll see throughout the entire day. And when we have Matthew, there's another close-up screen which will show him there as well. Yeah, so we'll just wait for Matthew over the next few minutes, but I'm just about to pull up some just live background footage of the White House while we wait for the first few votes to come in. I also have it all set up here. I have the news, the US news, ABC News in America in one ear, and the other ear listening to this. And making sure everything's going smoothly. We do plan on streaming for quite a long time today. So, yes. So the first poll's now closed. And yeah, we'll wait a few minutes for that to come through. But in the meantime, I'll just pull up some live clips of the White House in the background. And throughout the stream, when Matthew eventually joins, we will go through and talk about we'll probably go over the debate that happened a few months ago between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Talk about what happened there. Talk about what changed when Joe Biden dropped out of the election, stuff like that. So in the meantime, we'll be going over some live footage of the White House, and when we start to see the first votes coming in, I'll come back into the stream and tell you all what's going on. But it'll start off slow, but we should start to see it pick up fairly quickly. We are expecting a few days until we have an official result, but by tonight, we do hope to make a projection on the winner of the US election. So what we'll do is about every hour and a half or so, we'll switch over where I might be the only one talking or Matthew might be the only one talking. That's just because we're human. We have to take some breaks. So yeah, apart from that, we're going to pull over to some live clips of the White House in just a second, and I'll be back when we get our very first votes coming in, and I'll see you all then. Okay, so we have the very first votes coming in. Obviously, literally no noticeable lead. Just informing you all that Matthew is having some technical difficulties. However, we have found some sort of solution where we will basically just he'll be streaming the election as well on his YouTube channel. And what we'll do is throughout the stream, we'll bring him on every once in a while and he'll talk on here whilst also talking on his own stream as well. So yeah, so that's what we'll do. But first votes coming through: 14,000 to Kamala Harris, 23,000 to Donald Trump. For those wondering, that means absolutely nothing. But we should start to get some more coming through a little bit later. No states at all have been called, so we'll wait to hear anything to do with that. However, the first few states, we have a few states here. I'll name out what ones we have at the moment that we are getting our very first votes in. So we have Indiana, Donald Trump in a very strong lead there at the moment. 0.1% of the vote has been in, so that doesn't really mean anything. Kentucky, 2% of the vote in. Kamala Harris, 37.8%. Donald Trump, 60%. Donald Trump in a lead there with 2% of the vote counted. And then New Hampshire, we've got effectively zero of the vote counted, 50-50 there. That shows six total votes there. So at the moment, that's the only states we have at the moment. So yeah, it's obviously quite close. Normally around this time we do start off with some strong Republican states. So we as usual expect Donald Trump to take a little bit of a lead earlier on, but as more Democratic states pull in, and once Kamala Harris is projected to take California in this stream today, that we do predict that she'll get a good boost from that. What we'll do a little bit later in the stream is we'll go through and talk about what areas I think Kamala Harris or Donald Trump will win. We'll go over an election map to take a look at that. So yeah, so for those who want to hear Matthew talking, he's just starting his stream now, and we'll bring him on shortly as well. However, that's about it for the moment. And yeah, I'll be back with you all and we'll find out some more information.
also, 435 members of the House of Representatives, and there are also 6 non-voting delegates there as well from the territories. That will be contesting this election. It could very easily, the Democrats could very easily lose because the Democrats currently have a majority in the Senate, a very razor thin one. They have about 51 seats. The majority is 50 because there's 100 seats, as you can see there. They could, and looking at this map, it's, there's a lot of seats here. Like West Virginia is currently Democratic. It's probably going to go Republican tonight. So, that would make it 50-50. And the rest of these, they're at risk of losing. So they may lose the Senate. But in the House, the Republicans have a majority of just 4 seats. And if you've read the news over the past year or two, they've had some issues. They've had some issues lately with very big example is, they weren't even able to elect their own speaker, for several days, and then, which was Kevin McCarthy, and then they kicked him out. And they spent several days trying to find a new guy, and then now it's Mike Johnson. And then there's also a few governors that are also contesting this. So governors are basically like presidents, but for the states, rather than like here, governors are just the head of state here for the states. But in the US, they're also the head of government as well, governors there as well. And then there's also like other, state, county elections, like Maine is, and like referendums and stuff like that. Like Maine is wanting to change their flag and stuff like that. So there is a few weird things on there too. So we'll keep.
So we are having some technical difficulties at the moment. I'm just trying to figure out how I get Matthew up on the stream as well. We have gotten a few more extra votes. I'll get those updated now for you all. No seats at the moment. 31,000 to Kamala Harris. I'm actually just going to, instead of putting in the exact numbers for the moment, I'm just going to put in rounded up number. And 72,000 for Donald Trump. So yeah, no noticeable lead. I mean, obviously Donald Trump is in the lead, but just to give an idea, we're expecting at least about probably 150 million people voting in this election, which will take several days to come through. So not crazy much we have at the moment just yet. However, we'll be hopefully able to hear some more stuff later. But yeah, apologies at the moment while we just get everything set up, but nothing major at the moment, and votes are slowly but surely coming through, and hopefully I'd say within the next half an hour or so we might make our first state call. Okay, we've just gotten an update. Big jump here, 110,000 votes to Donald Trump. Oh, that's 11,000, we don't want that. 110,000 votes to Donald Trump, and a total of 67,000 votes to Kamala Harris. These are all official votes. These are not projections. These are all official. So yeah, I'm just gonna give me a second, everyone.
it up now. Just gotta set it all up. The blank map. Make sure that that there are no inappropriate ads because they like ads. It's America. They like ads. America. So anyways, so let me just bring that up now. So this is no, I don't want to learn learning management by systems. So this is the electoral map here. So it works a little bit differently compared to most elections here. It's a little bit weird. So we have so instead of the president being elected by the popular vote, it is elected by the states. The states can elect the president, pretty much however they like, but all the states, you do it by the popular vote. So so if you get so basically if you get a plurality of the votes, if you get the most amount of votes in a state, you win all their electoral votes. Winner takes all. The winner takes all the electoral votes. It's not like distributed proportionally or anything like that. They just take them all. And then that keeps on happening until you have a majority of electoral votes. So that is 270 out of 538 electoral votes. And then you become the president. So this can create some strange things where there's certain states where everybody supports one party or the other, and other states where it's evenly 50-50, which makes this election quite interesting. So I can very easily go, and so basically the stakes of this election at the moment. So let me just change this to Harris v. Trump. So basically all these states: Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, DC, New York, Maine outright, Maine's first electoral district, and then Minnesota, Illinois, California, Oregon, Washington, Hawaii, New Mexico, and Colorado. They are going to go Democratic, to Democrats, almost certainly. And then with Trump, Utah, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, Alaska, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, except for its second congressional district, sorry, Trump, Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, Kentucky, West Virginia, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, South Carolina, and Indiana. They are almost certainly going to go for Trump. Also, Louisiana is probably going to go for Trump. And then also, and then sort of more in the likely commons, like if there's a complete landslide, between particular candidates tonight, then states like Florida, Texas, Iowa, Ohio. They used to be strong swing states, not that much anymore. So you're only going to see them, play quite a bit in New Hampshire. You're only going to see them do quite a bit, if there's a landslide between one candidate or the other. So probably Ohio, Iowa, Texas, Florida is going to go for Trump. And also Nebraska's second congressional district, the blue dot, which could change this entire election from being like a tie to, I'll explain in a minute. Maine's second congressional district is probably going to go Republican, and Virginia is probably going to go to Harris. And then also same with New Hampshire. So that leaves us with 7 key swing states here, and also the blue dot in Nebraska. So these are the 7 swing states where it's basically 50-50 at the moment. Basically, there's a 50% chance that one candidate will go one way, 50% chance, 50% chance that state's going to go this way or the state's going to go the other way. So these are the states that we need to look out for here. So Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania normally vote together, as known as the blue wall, as it's known, the blue wall protecting sort of, Democrats here and, out this way. This has been a Democratic stronghold, sort of New England and all of that for the past 40 years. So we will have, so with this, these are also known as the Rust Belt states along here. So there's a lot of working class people. So, people like in Detroit and all that, lot that, this was the manufacturing capital of the country. Most of the stuff that was built over the, during the 20th century, was in Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, over there, and also a little bit in Illinois as well, Chicago. Um, but but with the decline of manufacturing in these states, Trump has been able to take advantage of that, take a lot of working class people away. So in 2016, he was able to win for the first time. Republican won these states in well over 30 years. Back in 2016, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. He also won North Carolina, Georgia, and Arizona, but not Nevada. And 306, 252. He was able to win outright.
Okay, so managed to figure out how to get Matthew on the stream. We'll go to him several times throughout the stream, but I thought you may have been hearing him talking about all the swing states, possibilities of winning. We're going to go do the same thing, but with my experience, what I believe might be happening. Now, eventually, at some point, I'm probably going to abbreviate the numbers of total votes just so it's a bit easier for me. However, we do have Kamala Harris at 80,000 votes, just update that, and Donald Trump at 145,000 votes. Now the only reason Donald Trump is in a slight lead here is because the primary Republican states, the main ones that are currently having votes counted. So once again, the states of Indiana, Kentucky, and New Hampshire have started voting. However, New Hampshire, interesting, only 6 votes have come through. That was the first state to get their very first few votes. It's 50-50 there. So we really only do have Kentucky and Indiana, which are both, from what we believe, Republican states. So, like I said before, in one ear I've got the news, ABC News in the United States ABC News. Now I've created a special profile on Google Chrome to have access to all of the main websites and everything that we should probably know about. Now we'll go over to here. This is what I'm looking at on my separate screen. They've just updated again, so I'll just continue to update that. At some point, though, we will stop with the total vote counts in there, as it is going to get to quite a lot, and it'll be quite overwhelming to constantly change it. So we'll move over to seats once we get our first few seats coming in. However, as you can see here, we have absolutely no seats at the moment. So at the moment, Kamala Harris, 34%, Donald Trump, 64%. Donald Trump in a lead with only 1% of the vote counted. I actually think that might be less. That feels like too much. But pretty much like 1% or less. But this is because it's primary Republican states, so we do expect Donald Trump to be in a noticeable lead first. So what we'll do now is we'll move over to this website I like to use a lot. It's called 270 to Win. So this is basically where you can make your own electoral college map, which will show where you predict things will happen. So what we'll do is we'll go through each state and talk about it all, and then I'll make my predictions for each state, judging by the polling, and a little bit later when we actually do have the swing states starting to get their own, votes coming in, then we will go to that. Now, don't know why Arizona's been put on as Republican. That is still a swing state. So at the moment, the yellowish states are the swing states that you can see just there, and then red, Republican, blue, Democrat. So at the moment, obviously, Donald Trump in the lead there that we saw before. Now what we'll do is we'll go over each state. So California, Washington, and Orlando, strong Democrat. We've got Colorado, New Mexico, strong Democrat. Minnesota, that is where governor who's running for vice president, Tim Walz, that is his home state. He's the governor of Minnesota, so we almost certainly expect a win for the Democrats there, as he is running for president there. Vice president there. Wisconsin, swing state. Michigan, swing state. Illinois, we do project to go to the Democrats. However, no votes have come through in any of these states just yet. I believe we only have Kentucky and Virginia. So these 2 states just here. However, we are expecting a blue state for Virginia, so we will wait to see what happens there. Of course, votes at the start is going to be very all over the place. We won't really have a rough idea of what is going on just yet. Now, what we'll do is we'll start with my predictions and the way the election could go. So, what I believe will be happening tonight is I do believe some strong states that so we'll start off with Democrats and strong states. Actually, we might go over to, sorry about that. I'm just going to go over to this website here is much easier to use. So what we'll do is we'll go through all the states, take a look at them. So what we'll do is we'll start off with the Democrats. So we have Washington, which will definitely go to Democrats, Orlando, Democrats, California, Democrats, New Mexico, and Colorado go to the Democrats. We've then got, I'm going to have to get the other one. I have a decent memory. Got Minnesota, probably going to go to the Democrats. And we've got Hawaii, definitely going to the Democrats. Hawaii's been a strong Democratic state for a while now. So we'll base it off this exact map, then we'll come in and make our projections. So we've got Illinois, Democrats, Virginia, Democrat, but at the moment I believe Virginia is in vote counting. Let me just take a look. I might be wrong. Oh yes, I got it wrong. Virginia has not begun vote counting yet. I've probably got that mixed up. So yeah, at the moment, Democrat states here. We have New York. New York is probably going to go to the Democrats. Strong Democrat state there. We'll have these states here. These little areas here. This is of I forgot the name of them now. But that's to give you an idea there. And we'll pretty much just tick off everywhere up here. This is all going to Democrats. This district here will be Republican, so we'll highlight that in a second. And then DC, Washington, DC, I believe it's Washington, DC has another bit of voting in there. So, we also got one district in Nebraska projected to go to the Democrats. Going back here, just making sure I haven't missed any states. We are 2 off, which makes me believe that we've forgotten something. I'm sure we'll go back at it in a second, but at the moment, so we'll go to Republican. So these states here, all strong. Oh, daisy. All strong Republican. Now, we will be keeping a close eye on Iowa. Recently, there was a poll released that Democrats were leading there. However, I do project that Iowa will go to the Republicans. Texas, strong Republican state. Florida. South Carolina. I always get it mixed up. Yes, South Carolina is a strong red state. Tennessee, Kentucky, which is what vote counting has started now. Got West Virginia, Ohio, Indiana, and this district just here, and Alaska. So this is roughly what the map looks like at the moment. So this is what we project to be fairly safe for the parties. Now what I'll do is I'll go over several ideas of what could happen and then my overall prediction as well. So I do believe that Wisconsin will go to the Democrats. There's been a fairly strong lead there. However, it is very close. I think they only win by very slight margin. Very slight margin there. And I do believe Michigan will also go to the Democrats. Pennsylvania, we're going to leave that to last. That one's a bit all over the place. North Carolina, I believe, will go to the Republicans. Georgia, I believe, will go to the Republicans. Now, it brings us to these 2 states here. So, it's interesting because it's more of actually looking more towards being Arizona, which goes blue, and Nevada, which goes red. So, we're going to go in that circumstance that was to happen. That puts the Democrats at 260, Republicans 255. So, basically, if we were at this state, whoever wins Pennsylvania will win the election. So, Kamala Harris wins Pennsylvania. She wins the election. Donald Trump gets Pennsylvania, he wins the election. But I do believe that Kamala Harris will win the state of Pennsylvania. And that, now this map is quite confusing. This is basically a rough idea of what I project it will look something like. I'm not going to make a final prediction on who I believe will win the election this evening. I don't know who will win the election this evening. However, this is just a rough idea of what we might be something close to. At the moment. So yeah, that's what we have at the moment there, and we'll take a further look at that later throughout the stream. So just taking a look, we've got 10% of the vote counted in Indiana, 58% to Donald Trump, 40% to Kamala Harris. We'll wait. I think what we'll do is we'll wait until about 30% counted in each state, where we might be able to make a projection, unless it's too close. So that's what we'll try and stick to doing. What we'll do is we'll move to 538 polls, which is kind of the main place for checking out the polls. So what we'll do is we'll go to the presidential poll first. Now, yesterday Kamala Harris went down to 0.9. She's taken another bit more of a lead now at 1.2% over Donald Trump. Now 538 projection polls is what I'm using. This is pretty much the most unbiased poll area I know. Now, Pennsylvania, close eye, we're keeping a close eye on that. Donald Trump took a slight lead, but Kamala Harris in the last day has actually taken a slight lead in polls. So it's very close, as you can see there. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on Pennsylvania once the polls close there. Now, what we'll do is we'll take a look at favourable opinions on Donald Trump. Not surprising, a lot of people do not have a favourable opinion on Donald Trump. 52.2%. Which is 8.6% in a lead of Americans believe that they have an unfavorable opinion of Donald Trump, meaning they do not like Donald Trump. Kamala Harris has a unfavorable of 2%, however, has been at favorable for a little bit, and is definitely closer than Donald Trump. And this, of course, this spike here is right around the time that she became the Democrat presidential nominee. So, yeah, that's a rough idea of what's going on there. And what we'll do is we'll go to approval. So this is approval for candidates. So what we'll do is we'll start with Joe Biden. So this shows Joe Biden here, 2021. This is when he won the election. He had a very strong approval rate. However, in about August, he lost it a lot. And it, especially this year, went up a lot in disapproval. And even now, a lot of people, still 38% of people do approve it at the moment. Which is do approve Joe Biden at the moment, which is quite interesting. What we'll do is we'll move over to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris has a disapprove mainly of 3.3%, however, is very close. She was approved heavily then she got disapproved for most of the time and has come back to being approved again. Donald Trump. Oop. Okay, I don't think they have a proper approval thing. I think they just have this. Okay, so they don't have an actual thing on this, but from what we can see, there is a strong disapproval against Donald Trump. That's 11% over, 11%, 38%, 36%. Only one poll here that approved him by 3%. So we do think that a lot of people disapprove of Donald Trump. However, he can still definitely win the popular vote in the election, as a lot of people, unfortunately, still believe that a woman is not a right fit to be president. Personally, no matter what, Republican or Democrat, I think a woman does have the right to be running as president and should have a good chance at winning. But we'll find that out this evening. North Carolina, a swing state. Donald Trump is in a noticeable lead there, a slight lead. Obviously way too close to call there. We'll go over to Georgia. Georgia, another swing state. That's showing Donald Trump in a slight lead, but Kamala Harris did take a noticeable little lead in the last day. Kamala Harris has seemed to be taking a decent lead in the last day or so, primarily because there was a lot of controversy surrounding Donald Trump's closing arguments. So we'll go to the Senate for Pennsylvania. So Democrats strong lead, well not strong, but about 3% lead in Pennsylvania. Take a look through here. There was a certain state I wanted to take a look at. I can't find it. Arizona. Where'd that go? Is this Arizona? No. Okay, this thing's a bit glitchy, so do bear with me. It's just going to play with me now, isn't it? Yep. Alright, perfect. That's, well, not perfect, but, you know. Alright, we'll go back to the home screen. Go on here. So, obviously, they have their own count of the election just here. Actually, here we go. So, New Hampshire has literally barely any votes, but Indiana and Kentucky are the current states with the votes. Those are projected to go strongly towards Donald Trump, as you can see there. There's only one district in this state, Indiana, that is Donald Trump favored. Kamala Harris has 126,000 votes in this state alone. Do ignore the counts on the side. I'm actually going to blank that out because I'll probably remove it a bit later, but I'll just take a look and see what the total votes in the entire nation is at the moment. Okay, so we have 250,000 votes to Donald Trump and 159,000 votes to Kamala Harris. Now remember, this is in a strong Republican state, but surprisingly, I'm actually quite impressed with Kamala Harris's performance, especially with these only being strong Republican states. Now we'll move over to Kentucky, one blue district, and a couple undecided. A lot of red around here. We have so much more districts to go, which counting should hopefully start shortly. There or have already started, but it's just too early to call. And these here mean pending results, just there. And then apparently the little light grey marking there means kind of the polls are still open and they haven't closed just yet. So that's to give you an idea of what's going on. We'll definitely take another look at this a bit later. What we'll do is we'll move on to NBC News' early voting. This is an American news agency, so this is early voting. Now, this isn't necessarily people who voted for Democrats, Kamala Harris, this is just registered voters. So there are a lot of people who are registered as Republicans who have voted for Democrats in this election. Same the other way around. A lot of Democrats who registered as Democrats but rather voted for Republicans. There are a lot of registered Democrats in Pennsylvania with 1.9 million ballots. This is only for early voting at the moment. So, yeah, that's to give you an idea what's going on there. We'll go to the battleground states. So, Republicans, more registered Republicans in there. However, we have been seeing a lot of Republicans swinging over to Democrats in Arizona. Nevada, slight lead in Republicans there, but once again, this is only registered to that party. They can very easily vote for other parties. Georgia, very close there. North Carolina, I've definitely said is probably the closest. 34%, 33%, 33%, so very close there. Pennsylvania, strong Democrat. A bit more Democrat there, but mainly other parties in Wisconsin and Michigan tied with Democrats and Republicans. So nothing much we can really get for that. However, we can get an idea of age of people who have voted early. So there's a strong lead in people aged 65 or over who have voted early, then 50 to 64, then 40 to 49. So basically in order of here, just here. But we'll go through as well. So these grey states here are the ones that have not done early voting. So we will only find out the results today. So that is, I think that's Montana. I need to come back up on more of my votes. Oh, we just got some news. Milwaukee is to recount more than 30,000 ballots, so they seem to have been making some errors there. We'll go to gender as well. Gender is a big thing in this election. A lot of women have voted early. We do see a favourable opinion of women to Kamala Harris and men more towards the Republicans. So it's really a bit of an unknown at the moment. However, I do believe the women population in the United States is a bit more, men a little bit less. In the whole world, I think it's like 0.5% more women than men, stuff like that. But we do expect women to take a strong sweep over the election to Kamala Harris, especially for abortion rights, for women's rights, stuff like that. So we will try and find out more a little bit later about what's going on there. But at the moment, just going to take a quick look, see if we can project any states at this time. I don't believe we can. No, we cannot. But we do believe that our first projection of today or the evening for America will be towards Donald Trump. As we only have 2 states open at the moment, but in 11 minutes time we'll have a lot more states closing, which is hopefully when we'll see some more. And then I believe in about 5-6 hours, maybe a bit less, maybe a bit more, we'll have every single state closed and we'll be having voting coming in very fast. Now what we'll do is we'll go back to NBC's thing, which is what I have on my other laptop behind me. This is the exact same page. So 173,000 votes, 37% of the total vote at the moment, and 61% to Donald Trump. This is only in the states of Indiana and Kentucky. These are both strong red states. So these are the only states in the US at the moment that are closed. So these two just here, but all of these have yet to close. And at the moment, Kamala Harris does have actually a pretty decent lead, especially for a strong red state. So it'll be interesting to see how the red states perform. As even though they're probably going to go to Donald Trump, Kamala Harris definitely is having a good lead there. So yeah, not much we can call just here. Indiana, 12% of the vote in. It is more favourable of Donald Trump at about 25-30%. We'll see if we can call that state there. And we've got 31% to Kamala Harris, 67% to Donald Trump. So that's 5% of the vote counted there. And then New Hampshire, only 6 votes have been counted. That was last night. That was for a certain district, I believe. We have just received some reports that apparently Donald Trump has now made his first claim of massive cheating. So I'm not too surprised there. We do expect throughout the night, knowing Donald Trump, and this is not, I don't say this as in favor of Kamala Harris, I say this as someone who is in favor of anyone, or whoever wins, or whoever is in a noticeable lead, that Donald Trump, unsurprisingly, has now made his first claim of cheating. A lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement coming. No law enforcement is coming, and there is no cheating in Philadelphia, so I can already say that. So yeah, just going to be a second, everyone. We've just gotten some word that Matthew might be able to join us on our stream now, so I'll be back with you all in just a second. Alrighty, everyone. Sorry about that for that quick break, everyone. We have Matthew on the stream. Finally managed to get him on here. Matthew will be joining us today. Today, we are not calling him a transport enthusiast. We're calling him a political expert. He is a transport enthusiast, for those wondering, but he's also a political expert. So we will have Matthew on here today, who will discuss with us what the polls are looking like at the moment. We should have some more polls closing in 4 minutes' time. So Matthew and I will both take a look at that once those polls there close. Of course, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, no obvious lead there. They only have 2 states which polls have started in counting. Those are both 2 strong Republican states, so not too much surprise that Donald Trump is at a 62% lead there. And we have not been able to call any states just yet. However, what we will try and do is when it's about 25-30% of the vote counted, if there's a strong lead to one side, we'll call that state there. We'll be keeping a close eye on the 2 states, which are Indiana and Kentucky, which both have Trump in the lead there. But I'll continue over to Matthew so he can... we're hoping the share screen thing will work so he can share his screen and you can all see it. So let me know in the live stream chat if you guys can all see it as well. But we're hoping that Matthew will be able to share his screen and talk about his projections. So I'll leave it over to you now, Matthew.
Thank you very much, TsetsTransport. Good morning, everybody here. Good evening to everybody in the US. I have finally been able to make it here. It was quite difficult doing this, but I've set all of this up in the back, so hopefully there shouldn't be too many issues throughout the day if you're in the US, throughout the night. So yeah, today I am not just a transport enthusiast. I can see that I've dressed up as a politician, dressed up as political nerd me for today. So it should be a very interesting night tonight. So probably as TsetsTransport has mentioned to you guys already, there is an election in the US today. The US election is one of the most consequential elections in the Western world. Even though this is an election on the other side of the world, it does have impacts on us with foreign policy. So it is important to make sure to check this election, check the result, because it can change a lot of our relations between Australia and also the US as well, and how we interact as 2 countries. So it's always important to not just check what's happening here in our little corner of the world, in our little dot in the universe, but also check out what's happening in other countries across the world. So there are a few elections happening today. Let me see if sharing my screen will work. Fingers crossed, it should work. There we go. I think it has worked. Fingers crossed.
I don't think it is. Let me try and figure this out. I might.
Let me just. Oh God. This is being.
Does that work? No, that does not work.
Okay. So let me just make sure that I got myself on.
Actually,
here.
I think I've figured out a method that can have it that I can switch over to your screen. Just give me a second.
So just wait here, stand by.
Okay, I'm hoping that this will load up.
Yeah.
Yes, there we go.
Here we go. Let me just make sure that has. It's up on there. Perfect. So you should be able to see on my screen. You've just added a browser source of some kind or another. So on here we go. It's up on there now. Sorry, there is a little bit of a delay with my feed on here. So we have a few elections happening. TsetsTransport has probably already mentioned to you, but I'll mention a little bit more detail. We have the presidential election. So the president of the US is the head of government and also the head of state of the federal government. There and then the states as well. A third of the senators are running in this election. They run for 6-year terms. A third of the Senate, has an election this time. In 2 years, another third will be re-elected, and then another 2 years after that, another third will run. We've just gone past 7 o'clock. I am aware that the polls have just closed in multiple states. We will check those in just a minute. And then the House elections, we have all
Sorry,
all the members
Matthew,
of
we're
House
just going to interrupt you for a second. We just have some breaking news. We've just gotten our first states called for the US election. We do have some states called. I'll just bring that up now. We can now project that Kamala Harris will win the state of Vermont. I'll just
the
pull
state
up.
of Vermont.
Yep,
Yeah,
I'll just
that
pull
is-
up that state now. I have a screen.
Yeah, so let me just go reset that to blank. So Harris has won the state of Vermont.
Just try. Here we go. Yes, so Kamala Harris has won the state of Vermont. We can now project Kamala Harris has won the state of Vermont. And we can now project that Donald Trump has won a state. We can now project that Donald Trump has won the state of Kentucky with its 8 electoral votes. However, there is a chance Kamala Harris can take the lead, but he is on a 71% lead there with 8% of the vote in. So we can now project that Donald Trump will win the state of Kentucky and Kamala Harris winning the state of Vermont. That is 3 electoral votes to Kamala Harris and 8 to Donald Trump. And remember that 270 electoral votes is needed to win. So what I'll do is I'll go back to Matthew now and he'll explain about this recent few state calls we've just had there.
Yeah. So the state. So this is quite typical. This is quite usual. Vermont is a very safe Democratic state. Same with Kentucky. It's also looking like, according to the Associated Press, Indiana has also gone to Donald Trump as well with its 11 electoral votes. So I will just put that on my screen right now. Indiana. So that is 3 electoral votes for Harris, 19 votes for Donald Trump so far. It shouldn't be too bad. At the moment we have this is very normal for those states to be called at this time, and also Florida as well is currently leaning at the moment towards Donald Trump. Not surprised by that at all. So we'll keep an eye out on that throughout the night. But now I want to share my screen. So that is what the map is looking like at the moment. Harris 3, Trump 19. Apologies for the audio at the moment. We should, hopefully with the screen off, that should rectify that a little bit.
Yeah, I did just notice that I was trying to tweak some things, but does seem to have some problems. You wouldn't think it would be my microphone. Can you still hear me? Because when you're talking, are you able to still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to figure out, because on the website that we're using, it claims myself being muted. So that's a little bit weird. If I try this... Yeah, no, it's gonna work. I'll leave it on to you, and I'll try and just tweak some stuff, see if I can fix it. But yeah, at the moment, there's just a few little bit of glitches, and we'll try and figure it out. But I'll hand it back over to Matthew to continue to talk, and we do apologise for the slight audio trouble there. We will fix that.
All right, then. Just some projections with the House at the moment, because the polls, have closed for the House in Indiana and Kentucky. Currently, there are 9 Republicans have been elected in the currently at the moment in the House. This is according to 270 at the moment. We currently have 9 seats currently with Republicans at the moment, 2 for the Democrats at the moment. Kentucky and Indiana are very solid red states, so I am not surprised by that at the moment. It's Indiana's 7th electoral district that has gone to them. So I at the moment, so I am not. So it is the one that's gone for Democrats in Indiana. I'm not surprised by those results. At the moment, it's still very early in the night. Just keep an eye out on what is happening. Florida's 20th district has also gone for the Democrats early in the night. This seat is in Miami-Dade, Miami-Dade County. So it's in Miami. So it's near Miami, and yeah, and so I'm not surprised that one has gone early in the night. Currently in the Senate, we can project that Indiana's the Indiana Senate race has gone for the Republicans. Let me just double check who that guy is. So Jim Banks has won. He's a new senator. Mike Rowan, I think his name is. He's currently retiring to run for governor. He has won very early in the night in the Senate. In the governor's race at the moment, that same guy that I mentioned, earl Michael Owen, has also won the gubernatorial race in Indiana as well. That is against the Democrats, Jennifer McCormick. It was forecasted to be a lean to likely Republican, but it's gone safe Republican in Indiana. I am not surprised by that at the moment. So we'll keep an eye out on some of the other, some of the other results throughout the night. So I know that I didn't have my screen on for that. Let me just get like one tab shared just to make it easier for everyone, so you don't have like me just constantly going down down like that. So again, gubernatorial race, Indiana has on the Republicans in the House at the moment. So we're getting some more results. South Carolina, Florida, House results coming out.
Just gonna interrupt
28 for the Republicans, Democrats. Let's have a look at Georgia, because Georgia is one of the major swing states.
I'm just going to interrupt you for a second, Matthew.
About what is happening with the state throughout the night. So Vermont at large has gone for the Democrats. And then a lot of these like solid Republican South states have gone with the House of Republicans, so I am not surprised by that. We'll keep an eye out throughout the night. With the presidency, we can project that South Carolina with its non-electoral votes has gone for Donald Trump. That's quite early in the night. Not surprised by that.
Are you able to hear me, Matthew?
For Harris. That is what it's looking like at the moment. In the Senate.
I think we're just having some technical difficulties. Just give me a second while I figure this out for you all.
Been there for like 30, 40 years. So he's retained seat. He is independent, but he caucuses. He's with the Democrats. So that's why there's an additional one there, even though that he is an independent. Governor race, nothing's changed there. In the House, let's keep it. Nothing's changed. We got 12 for the Democrats at the moment, 28 for Republicans. There. Yes, I am.
Oh, perfect. Okay, just had some mic issues there. Could you try just making sure maybe that your desktop audio, maybe if you try putting that on mute, because when you started sharing your screen again, it echoed quite a lot.
Oh, okay then. Yeah. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I think we should be all good now. I just had a bit of a glitch there, but I'll let you go back to talking, and if I hear anything else, I'll quickly just while I'm here. Kamala Harris currently has 1.4 million votes total across the nation, and Donald Trump at 1.8 million. And Donald Trump's won the state of. We can project that he has won the state of Indiana and Kentucky with 19 electoral votes total, and
South Carolina as well.
South Carolina, I'd probably say that's too early to call. And then Vermont, we project Kamala Harris as one there. However, we do now have Georgia, South Carolina, and Virginia, which have started their counting. However, it's too early to call there. So I'll go back to you now.
So it's too early to call in Virginia and Georgia. These are like some of the most solid, states. But we should be seeing some very early results from Georgia because they have already counted most of their early and mail-in voting already. So they've early and absentee voting. They've already started counting all those. So we should be getting a good idea on how Georgia is going within the next hour. So that is definitely a state to look out for because Georgia in the last election they had with Georgia it was it took about 2 weeks for them to get the results. But there's been some new legislation which should, Georgia's probably like one of the first swing states that we will be able to call on during that time. There's currently, I'm not getting anything by counties at the moment in Georgia. Let me just double check how. Let me just make sure that this is working by just checking Indiana. You see it there. Okay, but yeah, so it is showing there. Let me just as a just as so that it's useful for people, let me just not share my tab audio and then go over to, here we go. So is this fine with the audio?
Let me just
now?
see. Yes, I believe so.
Okay, then that's good. So yes, Indiana's. So we've already called it for Republicans, but I can also check on here, sort of county by county. So Hamilton, is just about gone for Harris there, but that's not, that's near Indianapolis. So out in the suburbs is where Biden and Harris have been going quite strong there. So there's that, but Trump is, quite solidly going for that. Same with the Senate, Jim Banks. Jim Banks is gonna win with that. In the governor election, Mike Wallen is going to win there. In the attorney general election there, because they also elect their attorney generals there. In Indiana, GOP is going to win that. And then these are all the House elections. Only Andre Carson has been projected to go Democrat. And then on here, they in the presidential election, there are still people that voted for RFK Jr. 2,820 people decided to vote for RFK Jr. even though that he dropped out 6 weeks ago. 8 weeks ago, which is weird. So presidential election, you can see here, South Carolina, according to 270 to win, they have enough to be able to give South Carolina to them. So here we go. So this is the House at the moment. 31 seats have gone for the Republicans already, 13 for the Democrats. You can see seats for Virginia starting to be called here. Same with, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, Kentucky, Indiana, and Vermont at large. So slowly through the night, we're going to see this slowly paint blue and red all across the entire country. Currently, the Republicans have a lead at the moment, but that's just because, that there's a lot of safe Republican states. It's going to be interesting. One seat I would look out for is New York's 3rd congressional district, which is this one here. That's going to be very, that would be one to look out for. This is even though that wasn't that long ago, this is an old name, George Santos. That was his seat, George Santos. very interesting man, that guy. When the fought against my country. He was a very interesting guy. Have a look up about him. He was expelled from the house, and if you've been expelled from the house, that's not a good thing. So we will keep an eye out on that. So let me just turn off the screen there, and we'll just wait and see how things go. I'm just going to slowly just keep an eye out on stuff, just double check any questions. If you have any questions about how the US president, how the US election works, or any just general questions or anything like that, feel free to ask on the chat just below here. You can go and check that out for yourself. So we will keep an eye out a little bit, So we will just keep an eye out on what is happening. I'll be keeping an eye out sort of on the results as they come in. I wouldn't be expecting anything major to happen until around for another like 45 minutes. Just because it's very early in the election results. So we will just very slowly keep an eye out.
I'm just gonna come in for a second. I'm just taking a look at Florida.
Florida.
And a decent amount of the votes have already come in. 51%. They've just updated now. 51% has come in. At the moment, Donald Trump is at a 53% lead. Kamala Harris at 45%. It is too close to call at the moment, and not all of the districts have yet gotten any votes counted. However, Donald Trump is in a slight lead in Florida, but it is a bit closer than we did expect.
Yeah. So as you can see here, I have it up on my screen. Can everyone see the screen?
Yep, we can see it now.
Okay, perfect. So this is what the results are looking like at the moment. Trump has 53.2% of the vote. Harris 46.1% of the vote. 43% of the votes are already in. There are some counties which I'm not surprised they've gone, like Palm Beach. For Miami-Dade isn't in yet. That's going to be quite solidly for Harris. Same with sort of Hillsborough, which is Tampa. Leon, which is Tallahassee. Duval, which is for Jacksonville, sort of those, inner city and, those city and suburbs, will probably go for Harris. But then everything else, we will probably be seeing that for Trump. Rick Scott has currently 53% of the vote at the moment in the Senate election. In the U.S. House at the moment, we got we have one House seat currently projected for the Democrats. This one, the 20th district, it's uncontested, so which is weird. So the 20th district, will we'll just have a Democrat win uncontested, just because it's just very solidly Democratic down there. Orange County, that's Orlando and all that. So we will keep an eye out on sort of what's happening here, but we'll probably get because Trump currently has about just about an 8-point lead against Harris here at the moment, with 51% of the vote in. So we will probably be able to give a result on that soon. They're getting these results in a lot more quicker than than the New South Wales local council elections. I can tell you that for sure. House at the moment, 13 Democrats, 37 Republicans at the moment. In the governorship, nothing's changed there. So we will keep an eye out on what is happening with that. So let me just stop sharing for a moment. Yeah, so let me just change. Yeah. You should be able to see me here at the moment. I'm just currently just moving some stuff around. Um, so so I wouldn't expect to. Oh, what's happening with this? Oh, there we go. It's back. Um, I'm just currently scrolling on through all the results here. We'll keep an eye out on what is happening throughout the evening, but we'll probably get sometime in in the next. Let me check what's happening in Virginia with the presidential election there. Uh, Virginia, here we go. I'm just going to keep an eye on this. Oh, this is actually quite interesting here. Um, let me just the results are not reliable because there's less than 1% of the vote currently reporting at the moment, but Trump currently has a 6 point lead to Harris, but there is less than 1% of the vote reporting. Only about less than 5,000 votes reported already. So I can't say what's happening with that. With the Senate elections, that you have Tim Kaine there. He was the running mate to Hillary Clinton back in 2016. Um, it less than 1% of the vote reporting. It's quite a nail biter at the moment. But that's just because there's only like 2 counties reporting. So this is not reliable yet. It is just not reliable yet to be able to say, who is going to win what. So let me just, so we got, so I'm just gonna just keep an eye out on what is happening with that. So just as a bit of while we're sort of going through at the moment, I will just quickly, mention. So probably TsetsTransport has already mentioned to you guys about the Electoral College, how that all works. All the state. It's a state by state race. If you get a plurality of the votes, so if you get the most amount of votes, you win. And you win all the electoral votes. So like South Carolina, that's gone Republican there. We're probably going. So these are sort of the states. I'm just going to put them down here. There's a consensus at the moment. We already know probably what states are going to go where. This is what we call safe states in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, DC. New York, DC has never gone Republican ever. Illinois, California, Oregon, Washington, Hawaii, and then for Trump, Utah, Wyoming, Montana, Idaho, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, except for the second congressional district. And then we also have Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, West Virginia. These are states that will, almost certainly go for Trump. Then sort of you can also go into like we sort of votes likely leans and tilts. So that's sort of what's happening with sort of the with the votes there. Like probably Trump is going to win Ohio, Iowa, Texas, Florida. Probably that's what's going to happen.
I might just interrupt you for a second, Matthew. I was wondering if you could go and touch on the current voting results in Georgia. I'm just taking a look. They've actually just gotten a strong lead to
sure
Trump.
thing. I'll go and check that now.
Yeah, but it seems to be quite close between Harris and Trump, and that is a battleground state at the moment. Trump seems to be
I'll go and
taking.
check that. So here we go. So we've got about 3% of the vote in. So again, we only have 3% of the vote in. So just take this with a grain of salt at the moment. Harris is currently leading with 51.2% of the vote. Trump is currently behind at 48.4% of the vote. But just keep in mind that a lot of the counties that are currently reporting at the moment are sort surrounding the Atlanta metropolitan area, which is where how where Biden did quite strongly back in 2020. So if there are some very strong votes for Harris, sort of in Rockdale, Fayette, and Douglas County at the moment. There are sort of the ones like, especially Douglas County is going in quite strongly for Harris at the moment. That's where sort of most of the results are coming in at the moment. Just keep in mind that there's other parts of the state, but a lot of these counties are a lot more smaller. They're not done by population. They are done by they're just done by land area. Here we go. So we've just gotten 6% of the vote in. So we've just gotten some new results in from Decision Desk HQ at the moment. Trump now has about 56.5% of the vote. Harris 43.1% of the vote. Now it's just because we're getting votes now coming, a lot more results coming from outside the Atlanta metropolitan area. Also keep an eye out on like Columbus, Augusta, Savannah as well. Those cities. So just keep an eye out on that. A lot more of the rural, votes are coming in at the moment. So so just keep an eye out on that. I can't, I can't say, that there's just, it's too close to call at the moment. I can't say, who's going to win, because we literally just saw in real time 1 minute it was, literally 1 minute it was going for Harris, the next minute it was going for Trump. So again, it can change like at any minute. So just keep an eye out on that. But yeah, so again, just for everyone, we'll go back to this. Virginia is probably going to go for Harris. New Mexico, I forgot to mention New Mexico and Colorado. They're probably going to go for Harris. And then Maine's 2nd congressional district, and then the rest of Maine's 1st district and Maine outright. That's probably going to go for Harris. And Nebraska's 2nd congressional district, also known as the Blue Dot in, I think it's Omaha, Nebraska. Keep an eye, keep an eye out for that. The difference, why? Because Maine and Nebraska do their voting differently. In all the other states, it's a plurality of the vote, and whoever wins just gets all the electoral votes outright. While here we have the state at large, which are the 2 electoral votes, which the electoral votes are decided by how many senators and how many members of the House of Representatives you have. So all states automatically have 3 electoral votes. So North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Alaska, Vermont, etc. They have 2 senators and 1 member of the House of Representatives. They get 3. New Hampshire has 2. They have 2 senators, 2 members of the House of Representatives. They get 4. While California has have 2 senators, and then they have 52 members of the House of Representatives there, so they get 54 electoral votes in total. So, but in Maine and Nebraska, they split up the electoral votes depending on the House district as well. So, even though Nebraska at large is a very safe Republican, in that little House, in that House district, Maine's 2nd congressional district, it is a toss-up that leans more Democratic. So that little blue dot could decide this entire election. That's how insane this entire thing is. And then and then we also forgot to mention Minnesota is probably going to go, unless if there's like a big landslide wipeout, is probably going to go with the Democrats. So this is probably what the map is going to...
I'm just going to interrupt you for a second, Matthew. We just have some breaking news. We have a state that we believe we can call for Donald Trump. We can now fairly safely call the state of West Virginia for Donald Trump with its 4 electoral votes.
Yeah, West Virginia is quite solidly, you can see I've already put it on the map here, it's quite solidly Republican, so I am not surprised by that at all. So that is in the presidential election, West Virginia has gone for Trump for electoral votes. But anyways, back to what I was mentioning on here. These are the 7 states that we really got to look out for: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. I forgot to mention Alaska State Republican. So these are the 7 states that we really got to look out for. And if there's a landslide on either side, that's when we look at, not so much Maine, first district. New Hampshire, Virginia, Minnesota have Harris's really badly, and Iowa, Ohio, Florida, and Texas if Trump is doing really badly. But that's probably not going to happen. So so on here, there are quite a few paths to victory. So these are all the different winning combinations here. I'm gonna load. Damn it. Anyways, I have it loaded up on a different screen here, so we can so Harris's easiest path to victory is getting Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Boom, 270. Even if Trump wins all these other states, Harris wins 270. This is why Pennsylvania is so important. If Pennsylvania goes red, Trump wins. Even if Harris was to win both Arizona and Nevada, not enough. Even if Harris was to win Georgia, win just Georgia as well, not enough. And so Pennsylvania is the key to either candidate winning, because if Trump loses Pennsylvania, 270, that's just the end of the game. Even if he has Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, that's just not enough for him to win. So Pennsylvania, is the key. And why Nebraska's second congressional district is important was because if Nebraska had, winner-takes-all system, it would be a 269 tie. That hasn't happened in the U.S. in nearly 200 years. And yeah, so and then the House of Representatives then has to do the tiebreaker and all that, and they do it very differently. Where we're basically, instead of like all the House of Representatives members going, go between the different ones, it's all the House of Representatives members have to all agree as one block, one vote per state, saying we support this candidate. So if there's like a majority of say House of Representatives members that are Democratic in New York, one vote goes for New York, and then that will then happen. And it's quite a big advantage to Trump because he has, although he has a lot of states, they're a lot more smaller in electoral votes on there. So if it was a tie, he would probably win. But because the blue dot exists, that would make it 270. So it's going to be very interesting throughout tonight and all that. It is so razor thin. Same thing in 2020. Biden won by just, by like a few thousand votes in very specific key states: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and Biden lost by like less than 1% of the vote in North Carolina. So it is. So we got to keep a very good eye out, on all this tonight, because the consequences are extreme, not just in the US, but also here in Australia. It can very easily change. Kevin Webb should keep an eye out on, on his job at the moment. So yeah, so we'll just keep an eye out on what's happening with that. I will. I'll let you know there's okay, Kevin. So I can let me just go back to the map again. I know I'm having it like sharing the screen back and forth over and over and over again. But West Virginia's so this is the first flip of the night with the Senate. West Virginia has gone to the Republicans. So if we go all the way down here, John Barrasso here has Jim Justice. So Jim Justice for West Virginia has won. Joe Manchin, who was a Democrat / independent, there, was the incumbent. He's not running. Um, so, so West Virginia was Democratic, a long time ago, but not anymore. Not anymore. So yeah, so that is the first flip of the night. So Jim Justice, Republican in West Virginia, has won the Senate seat there. So that is the first flip of the night. Very early in the night, Democrats should be concerned about control in the Senate with that news. But it's not a surprising result. It's not a surprising result at all. It was, you can see the consensus was, that it was going to be likely Republican. And so it was going to be safe Republican here, safe Republican. So I'm not surprised by that at all. Mitt Romney, who is not running in this election. He was the Republican nominee in the 2012 election in Utah. John Curtis is running in the Republicans to replace Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney is a Republican. It's probably going to be a safe seat. So I wouldn't be surprised about that. Ohio, Sherrod Brown is currently the incumbent there. It's a pure toss-up there at the moment. So that's Sherrod Brown, Ohio Democratic. Bernie Morneau could be in there, so we could get two Bernies there. Bernie from Ohio, Bernie from Vermont, in there. So it's a pure toss-up there at the moment. So we'll just keep an eye out on that throughout the night, because that could literally decide. Ohio could decide, whether Republicans or Democrats have control of the Senate. In the House at the moment. Here we go. So there are currently 50 seats that have gone for the Republicans. 19 have gone for the Democrats so far here. So we will keep an eye out on the House throughout the night. Once again, I'm not surprised with these results so far. With having 50 for the Republican, 19 for the Democrats, it doesn't mean that they're going to lose control. That the Republicans are going to keep control of the House. It is still very early in the night. We will see how that goes throughout the night. But you can see some of Ohio's seats, are being called for around there. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a call very soon on. Here we go. So you can see Donald Trump, 3% of the vote coming in. There's about a 10-point lead. Ohio used to be like a bellwether state. So bellwether state is what we call when we have, often this state used to, literally decide the presidential elections. They would go with, would go with, say, they would go with, say, Clinton in 92, Clinton in 96, Bush in 2000, Bush in 2004, and then, and then, Obama in 2008, Obama in 2012, Trump in 2016. But now it's becoming more of a Republican likely safe state. So we will keep an eye out. So we'll probably get a projection soon that Ohio has gone for the Republicans, but we'll keep an eye out on that throughout the night, throughout the day here. Let me double check on Georgia, see how that's going. Georgia at the moment, 9% of the vote in at the moment. A lot of the votes in like Atlanta, Fulton County, that's one to look out for there. Not too many of the votes coming in at the moment, but that's quite solidly Democratic at the moment. 9% of the vote in. Trump has a huge that's like about 15, 20, a nearly 20-point lead there. But just keep in mind that most of them are only coming from like the rural, parts of of Georgia at the moment. Like Fulton County is like one of the largest, counties in the state, and they only have like 700 votes in at the moment. So I would just keep an eye out on that, for a little bit there. So we will, let me just check how Florida's going. So Florida here.
I do believe, if I might just come in for a second, I'll let you continue to show on your screen the Florida map, though. I do believe that at the moment, for the entire state, Donald Trump is in a lead for Florida. I believe it is
10-point lead. Exactly 10 points.
Yeah, and now they haven't called it just yet, despite 70% of the vote coming in. The only reason I believe they haven't called it is that, as you can see on the screen, there are a lot of districts still haven't started vote counting yet. So probably until we get that, that's when we can most likely probably predict Florida to go to Donald Trump.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if Florida goes for Trump. Just keeping that in mind. This is interesting. Miami-Dade County. This used to be one of the most solid Democratic seats. This, literally was like the be all and end all. Was Miami-Dade County. Was him Florida like 20 years ago. But now 10-point advantage for Donald Trump, because Donald Trump has gotten a lot of support from the Hispanic population there at the moment. So that is very interesting. Miami-Dade County over 10 points for Donald Trump. But West Palm Beach, Broward County seem to be doing okay, but Miami-Dade, quite interesting. Keep in mind that this is also now Trump's home state. This is Trump's home state, and specifically Miami is Trump's home state now. Since he's moved from New York to Florida. In the U.S. Senate election, it's looking like Rick Scott is going to maintain. Tu and Ewan is 4% of the vote in, currently ahead over there, but that's not going to make that much of a difference. Rick Scott is probably going to get in there. Wouldn't be surprised about that. And then these are some of the House results down there. So I'll keep an eye out on Florida, because we're probably going to get projections on that sometime soon. Wouldn't be surprised.
I'm just going to interrupt here. We've just got some news that North Carolina's votes are now starting to come in.
Oh, yes.
2% of the votes are in. Kamala Harris, surprisingly, is actually at a decent lead at 67.5%. But do keep in mind, this is only with 2% of the vote in. But at the moment, with North Carolina, Kamala Harris is in an ever so slight lead with 2% of the vote in.
Yeah. And I would also keep an eye out on the North Carolina gubernatorial election. So that's this here. Josh Stein, Democrats, versus Mark Robinson, the Republican. Mark Robinson was originally the favorite to win, but I'm probably not allowed to say on this channel specifically what he did, but he did some stuff. If you really want to look up for it yourself, some of the stuff that he did in a previous life, look up online about that. But I won't mention what he did here. But he's become quite ridiculed and very unpopular because of that. So that is definitely, we could very easily see, it could very easily change like the entire presidential election. Because of Mark Robinson, if people vote on the same ticket, because not as many people do split ticketing anymore. But you never know. They might do split ticketing. But I wouldn't be surprised if Mark Robinson, after all the controversy he's been through, that he loses. So I wouldn't be surprised about that at all.
I'm just going to interrupt you for a second, Matthew. So just a few bit of news. In 15 minutes, I believe the polls in Pennsylvania will close, so we'll definitely keep a close eye on that. However, it hasn't been officially called on all the news channels, but we are going to call it now. We can now project that Donald Trump will win the state of Florida. That's with 30 electoral votes. Donald Trump is, with 71% of the vote counted, at a 54% lead. A massive win for the Republicans. That puts Donald Trump at 53 electoral votes and Kamala Harris at 3. For those who are on the Democratic side, don't be concerned, as we haven't really we primarily have strong Republican states coming through at the moment. However, we do expect to get some more states coming in which will vary between Democrats and Republicans in about 14 minutes time. So I'll update that now, but Donald Trump at 53 electoral votes now.
Yeah, this is very normal, sort of around midday Australian Eastern Standard Time, 8 p.m. North American Eastern. Around 12 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. That is 8 p.m. In Eastern Standard Time in the US. You'll be getting a lot of very solid Democratic states. That are very solid Democratic states that will come on in. So probably at the moment that it goes bang on 8 o'clock, we'll be able to project that Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, DC, go for, we'll be able to project that quite quickly on there. So, and Florida's been becoming more and more and more Republican there, so I'm not surprised by that. But, this is very normal at this time of, of the election for the Democrats to be the underdog. You will see, but as more the votes coming in, and as because keep in mind that that although it is nearly 8 p.m. over in New York, the polls are still open there at the moment. But in like LA, I can in San Francisco, it is they're still working there. It is it's not even 5 p.m. there. It's about 4:48 at the moment. And in Hawaii, it is 2:48 p.m. there at the moment. So, I wouldn't be so. So Hawaii and Alaska are like the last ones, for the polls to close over there. So, we just have a lot of a lot of these southern states go first. So I am not surprised by that at all. So we keep an eye out on that throughout the night. Now I'm just going to just make sure that I am still. I'm just double checking everything on there at the moment. Won't be too long. So
I might just come in for a second just to provide some updates and just let you take a quick break, Matthew. And you can feel free to talk in the background as well. However, let me just do this. There we go. All right, back over to me now. So I have North Carolina up at the moment. So quite surprisingly, there's actually a lot of blue areas. Now, do keep in mind, only 2% of the vote in. However, most of the time in elections, we do normally see when an area has a decent amount of votes in and it's to one side, that it normally stays at that. So quite surprisingly, there is actually a decent amount of blue throughout North Carolina. I actually was projecting North Carolina to go to Donald Trump, and it still very much can. But at this time, Kamala Harris is at a 66% lead with a total of 117,000 of the votes in. I've also just received word that pro-Palestinian protesters have just made their way outside the White House. That's all I know at this time. Of course, there's going to be some sort of protests somewhere, but not too concerned about that. That shouldn't really affect anything. But I'll hand it back over to Matthew now. But apart from that, we'll definitely be keeping a close eye on North Carolina, and in 10 minutes' time, some other states will close. And if you don't mind, Matthew, I'm sure myself and a lot of the viewers are going to be wondering what states... oh wait, we've just gotten an update.
Yes.
Okay, we've just gotten an update that Kamala Harris is still in a decent lead. There's only an extra few votes that have come in there. She's gained 0.2% there, but nothing much there. But yeah, we'll go back to you, but I'm quite interested to know what states, if you happen to know, will be closing in 10 minutes' time. So I'll go back to you for you to answer that question.
In 10 minutes, I did have a map on here of all the poll closing times. Here we go. So so let me just bring it up on my screen now. So you should be all able to see this now. So so Indiana and Kentucky, as we know, have already had theirs closed. North Carolina had theirs closed. Same with Ohio and West Virginia. We've already done that. And so at 8 p.m. We will have Maine, New Hampshire, Maryland, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Delaware, DC, Maryland, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Illinois, Missouri, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, and parts of South Dakota and parts of North Dakota. So that is quite a big chunk of the
Yeah,
country.
quite a lot. I definitely think that, especially up in the northeast of the United States, that's a very strong Democratic area. So I'm going to project that in the next probably about 30 minutes, once the votes for all those states that Matthew just mentioned there come through, that we probably see Kamala Harris start to take a bit of a jump in her electoral college votes. And then, of course, judging by the polls, the pre-election polls, Donald Trump is projected to win Texas, so that'll give another big push to Donald Trump up to nearly 100 electoral college votes. But yeah, at the moment, I do think, especially with Pennsylvania closing, we'll definitely keep a close eye on that. But yeah, a lot of more votes to come in shortly.
So we'll have two swing states that will close. We also have because probably what's going to happen in about 8 minutes is that we'll be able to project Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Delaware, DC, Maryland quite quickly. Parts of Maine quite quickly as well. Also be able to project quite quickly North Dakota, South Dakota, Kansas, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, and maybe Missouri, and Illinois will be able to project quite quickly as well. But Texas may take a little bit of time, and Michigan and Pennsylvania, I wouldn't expect a projection from them anytime soon at all. So just keep an eye out on that.
I think what I might do is I'm going to go back to some of the polls just to see what's going on, especially in North Carolina. I'm quite interested to see what's happening there.
Yeah.
So I think what we'll do is we'll move over to, here we go. So at the moment, 3 electoral college votes, Kamala Harris, 23 Donald Trump. And in the next 7 minutes, we will get some more. Now, you may not be able to see it entirely on here, but the states that have these like little scattered lines in them mean that the counting has started, but there is no clear winner. So what we'll do is we'll go through those states that are being displayed right now, and we'll just see who's in the lead there, and if we can maybe make a projection, but I highly doubt it. So starting off with Ohio, I am very surprised to see that Kamala Harris, with 15% of the vote in, is taking a 57% lead. Now, of course, it can swing to Donald Trump, but I am actually quite surprised about this. And they said that Trump has lost a lot of his ground with older voters in Ohio. And, I mean, I think the elderly population in Ohio is quite high. So, yeah, definitely a very big surprise of the evening. But, of course, I'm not going to call it now because it is too early to call, as mentioned on the screen there. And the fact that only 15% is in. But with 15% of the vote in, Kamala Harris is in the lead in Ohio. And if it was to stay this way, Kamala Harris would win Ohio, which would be a very big shock of the night. Virginia, probably too close to call, but we probably will call Kamala Harris for Virginia shortly. With 21% of the vote in, Kamala Harris at 55%. That's already expected to go to Kamala Harris. North Carolina, 3% of the vote in. Kamala Harris still in the lead there. Definitely too early to call. South Carolina, we might predict shortly Donald Trump winning there. That was already projected to go to the Republicans. That's a strong Republican state with 60% to Donald Trump. Georgia is a swing state, and we're probably going to make a prediction shortly that Donald Trump will win the state of Georgia, meaning that Donald Trump claims the first swing state of this election. But we won't make that projection just yet, but at the moment, 62% to Donald Trump with 19% of the vote in for Georgia. A loss for the Democrats, as a lot of the Democrats were hoping that they'd be able to grab Georgia, but they've just updated to 25%, Donald Trump at 61%, so I think shortly, maybe about 5-10 minutes, we'll make a projection for Donald Trump going to Georgia. And this is also to remember that in last election, it went to Joe Biden, so it's interesting. I'd be interested to know what the people of Georgia think about Kamala Harris and Donald Trump and how they're now starting to lean back towards Donald Trump again compared to 2020, where they were leaning more towards Joe Biden. But I'll go back to Matthew now so he can explain some stuff that I mentioned there, especially with Ohio. I'm very interested in Ohio and how Kamala Harris actually has a pretty decent lead there.
Yeah, it actually does surprise me quite a little bit about what's happening over in Ohio. But again, it is quite early, quite early to call that at the moment. We'll just keep an eye out on what's happening with that throughout the day. But we'll just but we'll go because Georgia, we're gonna get we're getting a lot of the results in now. It was expected that we were going to have a lot of the sorry, we were expecting to have quite a lot of the electoral result, a lot of the results of early voting, mail-in voting coming in quite quickly because of new laws put in by the state of Georgia. So so we will have a look at that now. Excuse me for just a moment while I just go over to Georgia. Georgia. So you should be able to see on my screen now. Oh yeah, that's quite. So we've got about 25% of the vote in at the moment. Currently, about 60% of the vote is going to Donald Trump at the moment. Harris is currently about 38.6% of the vote. But just keep in mind that it's only 25% of the vote. Fulton County hasn't had a lot of their votes in yet. But in some of the other, but in some of the more rural places, they've been able to get their votes in quite quickly. Like Cassidy County, they have 95% of the vote in, 70% is going to Trump over there. So it could change, but it is looking at the moment, I would be, because the Democrats only won here in Georgia by like 10,000 votes, and it took them, as you can see, by 0.2%. It was the smallest margin of victory in the entire country. And, so it was only like a few thousand people that decided that, Trump is going to go, that Trump is going to win this. So, it was only a few thousand people that went, oh, Biden's going to win this. So I would just, especially because I'd be skeptical just because Fulton County hasn't had a lot of their votes come in yet. But it is, but with Georgia, if I was a Democrat in Georgia, I would be concerned. I would be concerned if I was a Democrat in Georgia. Um, this is actually the home of President Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter, 100 years old now. He has said, and his family has said that he's staying alive to vote for Kamala Harris. So that's just a little fun fact with that as well. Let's double check the Senate. Senate, nothing has changed with that. With the House, we're looking at the moment 49 Republicans, 49 Republicans, Democrats 19. And in less than a minute, it will be midday Australian Eastern Daylight Time and 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is now midday here, Australian Eastern Daylight Time. It is, and over in the US, it is currently 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And the polls have now closed over in Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Delaware, DC, Maryland, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Illinois, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, parts of Florida, Missouri, parts of Kansas, parts of South Dakota, parts of North Dakota, Oklahoma, and parts of Texas. So we should be seeing results from them quite quickly. So I wouldn't be surprised, we see a few things happening there quite soon. Excuse me for just a moment. I'm just going to just double check some stuff. So currently, so we're getting quite a few votes coming on in now, according to NBC. For the
I'm just going to interrupt you for a second, Matthew.
Yep.
I'm just going to interrupt you. We have some breaking news. We can now project several states for Kamala Harris. We can now project Kamala Harris will win the state of Massachusetts and will win the state of Maryland. That brings Kamala Harris to 27 electoral votes. And we can project we can project that Donald Trump will win a lot of states, so get ready, everyone. We can project now that he will win the state. I'm just going to read through every state that he's so far won. We can officially project he has won the state of Florida, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Indiana, Missouri, and Oklahoma. So Donald Trump is at 90 electoral votes, Kamala Harris at 27. And we haven't yet really gotten much. I am just seeing that New Hampshire, its votes are starting to come in with 9% in, Kamala Harris at 56%. I'll just go back to the screen so you can all see it. So too early to call there, however, slight lead, and we do project that to probably go to Kamala Harris. But yeah, that is the update now with 27 electoral votes to Kamala Harris and 90 towards Donald Trump. So I'll go back to Matthew now so he can talk about that recent developing news there.
Okay then, all right then. I'm just currently keeping an eye out on my stuff on here, where it's. Hang on. Yeah, sorry, I'm not getting. Yeah, let me check on ABC. In the US, not here. ABC News in the US. Let's see how they're. What's happening with that. It will just be a moment because they're supposed to be live with the results. At the moment, we can project. They've just closed the polls. Let's take a look at the map so far. So currently at the moment, so 27 for Trump, 27 for Harris, 90 for Trump. Texas, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Pennsylvania, Ohio, New Jersey, and New Hampshire are currently too early to call. Trump has won Oklahoma, Missouri, Indiana, West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, and Florida. Harris has won Vermont, Massachusetts, and Maryland. So we should be seeing some stuff about that throughout the night. But again, it's just a lot of these early states being called at the moment. There are still a lot of Democratic safe states that haven't been called for yet. So I expect if you're on Team Harris, that there's that there will be more results coming on.
In regards to those on Team Harris, so I have just taken a look, and I am honestly lost for words to see this, but Ohio, what was to be known as a red state, with 25% of the vote in, Kamala Harris takes nearly a 10% lead. I honestly cannot believe that. So this is potentially going to be one of the first big shockers of the night, and I can almost certainly tell I am waiting for Trump to lash out and say that the votes in Ohio need to be recounted. Even I'm kind of like, do they actually need to be recounted here? Like, this doesn't look right. But if this gets to about 50% and Kamala Harris is still in a noticeable lead, we might very surprisingly actually call Ohio to Kamala Harris, which was in all the pre-polling, all of it, Ohio was Donald Trump, strong Donald Trump. Not crazily strong, but fairly strong Donald Trump there. So that's very interesting to see. And I'm also quickly, while I'm here, just going to take a look at Pennsylvania, see if any votes come in there. That is probably arguably one of the biggest swing states in this election. Okay, with 4% of the vote in, 78.2% to Kamala Harris. So a fairly strong lead there. I'm probably going to project about 55% to Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania, judging by the way it's just started now. But at the moment, Pennsylvania, with its 19 electoral votes, which has been known as the decider for the US election, is in Kamala Harris's favor. Back to North Carolina, 55% Kamala Harris. I'm honestly, yeah, I mean, I'm open to both sides. I'm not going to disclose what side I actually lean more towards. Some of you may already have seen it, but I'm honestly kind of like rooting for Kamala a little bit now. Like, honestly, like I'm genuinely surprised, and I do hope that Donald Trump can get some say in the election and can get some votes in, because I think it's fair for both parties to always have their own say in politics. But honestly, Kamala Harris has a very surprising lead in a lot of states this evening, with North Carolina, Kamala Harris at a lead with only 7% of the vote in, but still Kamala Harris leading there. Pennsylvania 4%, Kamala Harris leading. In South Carolina, we can pretty much project Donald Trump will win. Georgia, not such good news for the Democrats, but we can pretty much project that Georgia will go to Donald Trump. And of course Ohio, which is probably going to be the talk of the evening now, with Kamala Harris at she's just lost a bit. She's probably about 8% ahead of Donald Trump with 30% of the vote in. But we are going to probably wait a little bit longer for Ohio, especially because it was supposed to be a deep red state, and it can always flip. Any state can flip at any time. But yeah, definitely a surprise in Ohio, and then I'll go back to Matthew to talk about like Pennsylvania, and we'll probably call Georgia shortly as well as Virginia. We'll probably call Virginia shortly to Kamala Harris. But I'm seeing the look on Matthew's face. I can fairly confidently say that I think even Matthew himself is quite surprised with these results this evening.
Yeah. Yes, I am. Just making that clear. It's a bit strange. But I would just keep an eye that that with Ohio, there's only 21%, reporting, and there it's definitely a lot more closer than I was expecting. I was actually expecting for Ohio to be called for Trump, rather quite soon. That it was going to be like a 10, like about 10 points or so for Trump. Even I put on my map, likely for Trump. Once again, this just goes to show that, the US, polls and stuff like that are not reliable. That's why I never gave like a proper like prediction, to who was going to win, because I genuinely didn't know. Nobody did know. It's not like 1984 where it was very obvious that Ronald Reagan was going to win. It was very obvious that he was going to win.
I'm just going to come in for a quick second. We've just made some projections on 2 states. So we do have some breaking news that Kamala Harris will win the state of Virginia with its 13 electoral votes. 30% of the vote has come in. She's at a 52% lead. We can decently confidently say Kamala Harris will win the state of Virginia. It is going to be close, but I do believe Kamala Harris will just pull ahead there. And then with Donald Trump, we can predict that he will win the state of Georgia with its 16 electoral votes. 36% of the vote has come in at the moment. Donald Trump leading at 56%, with 1.1 million votes, and Kamala Harris at 850,000. So not good news for the Democrats, but I'm sure the Democrats are raving in their office right now looking at the poll for Ohio especially, because that shows 30% there. I'll just go to my screen here. That shows 30% of the vote in, still in favor of Kamala Harris, but it is starting to tighten up a little bit more. So yeah, I'm pretty certain that both sides are probably on the edge of their seat right now, and I'm kind of on the edge of my seat, like, whoa, okay, this is pretty close. But yeah,
everyone's been on the edge of their seats for the past year.
Exactly, yeah. And all that's happened, Trump nearly got Trump assassination attempts 3 times, technically 2.
Dropping out.
Yeah, Joe Biden dropping out. And honestly,
eating dogs and eating cats.
Yes, that is. Well, I actually am thinking that at one point when it gets, because it's probably going to get a bit more boring later. But I would love to play the debate, and especially they're eating the dogs and they're eating the cat. Like that will, I'll show my kids in 15 years' time saying this is what happened in 2024. This is what the guy that was running for president said.
15 years?
Sorry?
You're having kids in 15 years.
Let's say I do. I have no idea. I'm sure I'll have kids, but we're not a parenting YouTube channel. We're here for transport and politics. Today politics. But yeah, so despite the fact that Kamala Harris is showing less of a lead in the Electoral College votes, it's more about what states haven't been called yet, and that Kamala Harris is actually taking a pretty good lead in those states. So we can technically say that it's probably about 50-50, even though Trump has more confirmed Electoral College votes. But yeah, at the moment, I'll hand it back over to Matthew. But yeah, so closing in a little bit more in Ohio, but 32% of the vote in Ohio, with 52.7% to Kamala Harris. So I'll hand it back over to Matthew. Both of us are pretty shocked about Kamala Harris's surprising lead in a lot of the deep red states, but we'll talk about that further now with Matthew.
Trump has angered a lot of people in Ohio lately.
Yes, he has.
Yeah. Actually, while I'm thinking about it, while I'm thinking about Ohio, you know, ignoring Ohio's rules and stuff like that. But anyways, Ohio. So, Ohio, Ohio. I want to check what Springfield is doing. Springfield, Ohio. I'm having to remember what county they're in. What county is Springfield in? Because yeah, he's angered quite a few people in Springfield.
In Springfield, they're eating
yeah,
the
yeah.
dogs and they're eating
Yeah,
the
yeah,
cats.
Okay, they're in Clark County. Let me just double check Clark County. Where's Clark? Clark should be around here. But yeah, but it's even gotten Chief Wiggum upset over there. So that's saying something. You should look up, what the voice actor of Chief Wiggum did. Where is Clark County on here? I'm trying to check because I really want to see specifically what is happening um, with Clark County at the moment. So we'll just keep an eye out.
And I'm just going to interrupt you for a second, Matthew. We have some breaking news in Ohio. I'll just bring this
In
over
Springfield,
now.
they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
So I think that can kind of give you an idea of why Kamala Harris has actually surprisingly taken a lead in Ohio. So what were you saying before? Because I don't think your screen is sharing. But you were saying something before.
No, I'm not sharing my screen because I'm trying to. Because I am annoyingly trying to figure out where Clark County is.
Okay. Because yeah, I'd be interested to see what's going on in
Clark County. Yeah, Clark County. Oh, this is weird. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, then I might be wrong. Might not be Clark County as to why. Clark County has 57% of the vote going for Trump. But nearby Dayton, Ohio, which is in Montgomery County, that's going to so sort of like the main cities seem to be, supporting this strong swing towards Harris. Cincinnati, Dayton, Columbus, Cleveland, Akron. No votes from Toledo yet. We'll see how that goes. And Sherrod Brown, the Democratic, the incumbent senator there, who this is like a pure toss-up with the Senate here at the moment. This one Senate seat could decide the entire balance of power in the Senate. Keep an eye out.
I'm just going to quickly interrupt you for like about 30 seconds or so, but we can now project that Donald Trump will win the state of Alabama with its 9 electoral votes. That brings, on the official news channels, they're saying 99, but we're including the state of Georgia to go to Donald Trump. So we can now say that Donald Trump will have 115 electoral college votes, meaning that Donald Trump has been projected to win the state of Alabama.
Yeah, so, not surprised by that at all. With that, because, it's Alabama, what you're going to do. It's Alabama. It's Alabama, they've had some interesting, no step too high for a high stepper, as one politician says over there. But yeah, it is, so, Alabama, not surprising. You should see what the 1968 election was like. Alongside with, and how strongly Democratic it was back when it was, the very strong vote that the Democrats had when they used to have like the Southern Democrats and all that, and back like in the 1860s when it was pretty much the opposite of, because like in the 1960s there was a big flip with the, the Republicans became more conservative, Democrats then became more liberal, sort of around the 1960s with, Civil Rights Act and all of that. It was LBJ that did it all. But yeah, so we got, so I'm just gonna just keep an eye out at the moment. I'm just keeping an eye out on. Actually, one thing that I might mention, just sort of while we're waiting for some more votes to come in, keep an eye out to TsetsTransport. What's happening sort of behind the scenes. But I might actually mention today that it was 25 years ago now. 25 years ago today that back in 1999, the referendum on Australia becoming a republic failed. As a fun fact.
I never knew that.
But today was 25 years ago today.
So what is
that we voted no for a republic back in 1999.
Could you define what you mean by like it becoming a republic? Because I almost want to say, was it something about like having no queen or king or something?
Yeah. So the republic referendum, it was done after a constitutional. The referendum was proposed after a constitutional convention, which proposed that and basically it was to alter the constitution that would remove the Queen as the head of state and also remove the Governor General as the representative of the monarch in Australia and replace it with a president elected by 2/3 of the parliament.
Wow, that sounds. I feel like I should be glad that it's how it is at the moment, but I wouldn't be sure. But I mean, yeah, that is very interesting to think about how
it failed.
A republic right now.
Only the AEDT said yes, and and they're the territories. They don't really count on like the whole state thing. It's very complicated how that all works with referendums. And
yeah,
stuff
I think
like that.
over the last few years there have been some minor protests from people in Australia that have been pushing for a republic to come back, but all of those have pretty much failed.
Yeah, well, with just sort of, with the Republic referendum, one of the big issues, at the time with the referendum, there's still quite a few people in Australia that are quite supportive of the Republic. Look at my comments. But even if I try and give, a non-biased, look at the monarchy in Australia, I still get people upset with me saying, this and that. But the main issue with the referendum itself, with Australia becoming a republic, was that, a lot of people decided to vote no who would have voted yes because the president wasn't going to be directly elected by the people. It was only going to be elected by the parliament, and a lot of people were fans of that. So we have a lot of so we have a lot of we've got but yeah, but with a president of Australia, it wasn't going to be like in the US where they're both the head of government and head of state, so we're not merging. So it wasn't merging the prime minister and the governor general together. It was prime minister was going to stay prime minister, head of government, which is how most countries work, and then the president, is like the head of state. That's basically how it works in countries like Singapore and and a lot of countries in Europe that have ditched monarchies lately, sort of in the past 100 years or so. And so that's sort of how it all works out. Two separate people. One person does, the day-to-day head of government stuff, and then the other person is the head of state, sort of like, above everything, all that. So that, that's a whole other conversation in itself. Just keep in mind that in about 10 minutes, the polls will close in one state, that's Arkansas. Arkansas will close in about 10 minutes. It's a very safe Republican seat, so we'll probably be able to, most people will be able to call quite quickly. Arkansas with its electoral votes there. Do you have any updates on any other states, Tsets?
Let me take a look. I was just putting on some like B-roll, I'll call it, in the background, or live roll if you will. because they actually have some live views of Maricopa County in Arizona and Philadelphia in Pennsylvania showing the live poll counting there, but we'll take a look at that later. But going back here, I'll just reload, just make sure. Now, just seeing this, we've received news that they're starting to let in the first Republicans into like the watch party floor for the main convention area for the Republicans for tonight's election in the US. So that has just been opened there. So we'll keep an eye on that. Don't know if the one, because I believe it was in New York. I might be wrong. I probably am wrong. Actually, no, I think it was in Pennsylvania that that the Democrats are holding their watch party there, where if they win, Kamala Harris will speak there and everything. But what we'll do is we'll go back. Ohio, it's getting very close. And yeah, it's almost like Trump's creeping up ever so slightly. I'm kind of biting my fingernails like, what's going to go on here? What's happening? But yeah, it's about 1% away, which is very close. Pennsylvania, 8% of the vote is in. Kamala Harris has a decently strong lead, 72%, but of course it's too early to call. However, maybe at about 30-40%, if Kamala Harris still remains at about 60% or so, then we'll probably call Kamala Harris for that state. But I do project that Kamala Harris will get about 60% in Pennsylvania and 40% for Donald Trump. And this is not off early voting polls, but this is off like official polls for election day. So I have a slight prediction that Kamala Harris may win the state of Pennsylvania, which could give her the keys to the White House. But obviously that's way too early to call, so we can't really say much there. Mississippi, 0.1% of the vote is in, so we pretty much can't say anything there. Georgia, still a very strong lead to Trump. I'm quite surprised that the news channels haven't called Georgia yet to Trump. And North Carolina, Kamala Harris has a fairly strong lead there, but only 11% of the vote is in. And Virginia, Kamala Harris, I believe we already called Virginia before. That Kamala Harris will win just there. And then Illinois, Kamala Harris, slight lead there, but that's 0.4% of the vote in. I believe if I just take a look at this, Illinois is supposed to be a blue state. And actually, while I'm here on the 270 to win site, I'm sure Matthew will do the same, but I'll do it anyways. I'm interested to see what it would look like. So at the moment, if Kamala Harris wins all the current states she is projected to win, except for Maine, which actually it's kind of gone back a bit back over, but before Donald Trump was actually taking a bit of a lead in Maine, which I was quite surprised about, but it's very close there. But at the moment, if Kamala Harris was to win Ohio, that's 17 electoral votes, and North Carolina 16. Now, look, it's just updated. It's 0.2% away. This is like neck and neck, very close. So I think Donald Trump might take the lead in Ohio and win the state of Ohio. However, North Carolina still fairly more towards Kamala Harris, but that's only 11% of the vote in, and then 40% of the vote in. It is too close to call now in Ohio. So what were you saying? I may ask, what state or area did you say was closing in 5 minutes' time? You said that there was a certain area.
Arkansas.
Arkansas. Where is Arkansas? I know that.
Arkansas is the one with AR.
Yep, found it.
6 electoral
Yep.
votes. That will probably be very solid. It almost certainly will go to Trump.
Yeah, it looks to be solid Republican. So that will. These areas here will all close in 5 minutes time now, and we'll find out what happens there. I'm also interested to see what's going on in the total votes. They don't seem to really have it, but I was interested to see what will be happening in the other parties, like the Independents and Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who, although dropped out, I think it was too late for him to officially drop out. So it's very confusing on what's going on there, but
party.
Yeah, and just taking a look here, that's pretty much saying the same thing. Just seeing. Oh yeah, here we go. Steve Bannon, who is I believe he was involved in conspiracies behind the January 6th attacks and everything. They gave him, I watched a good documentary about Steve Bannon I'll actually quickly Google him just so you guys know what he looks like for those who don't know. But he literally just got out of jail a few days ago, and apparently is about to go back into jail again for much longer, which is kind of weird. But he obviously was being a good man in jail. Got him out right for the election, but apparently he's just started hosting a watch party stream on the election. But I suggest staying away from him because I feel like he is a very Republican-leaning person, and he was part of the many that believed the election was stolen in 2020. Which I'm not on either side saying that the election was not stolen in 2020 and that was the actual result. So that's another bit of news that we got there, which is quite interesting to see. Just got a new update here. Wow, okay. Apparently there's a 6-hour-long wait, or there were, at a polling site near a Pennsylvania university. So a lot of people are very keen. Yeah, a lot of people are very keen for voting in Pennsylvania. Earlier this morning, I pulled up ABC News, the United States ABC News, and they were saying that like the wait times would be like every 2 minutes or so in most areas, but like obviously this must be near like one of the main cities in Pennsylvania where this 6-hour-long wait time is. But yeah, definitely a lot more voter turnout.
There's been a bit of voter suppression as well, trying to, limit, the number of polling places open so the queues are longer, discouraging people from voting. Because it's not like here where it's compulsory voting and we have an independent, Australian Electoral Commission that oversees the entire thing, so the politicians can't touch it as much. In the US, the politicians can definitely touch on where people can vote, who can vote. Well, not who can vote because that's, but they can discourage certain people from certain areas from being able to vote. It's quite mucked up, but unfortunately, that's what it is. At least we don't have that issue here, and maybe they could learn a thing or two.
I'm just gonna come back in now. But unfortunate news for the Democrats. But Ohio, which was surprisingly leaning towards Kamala Harris, Donald Trump has now taken the lead back in Ohio with 0.6%. So you're not insanely surprised, but definitely a bit of a shock at the start. North Carolina, it is closing in quite a bit. However, Kamala Harris is in a 3% lead, 50% to Kamala Harris, 47% to Donald Trump, and about a percentage or two to other candidates for president. And of course, still surprisingly, Georgia hasn't been called yet, despite the fact that they're 10% apart, actually 11% apart in Georgia. I'm just going to make sure you guys can see that. There we go. So Trump has definitely won Georgia. Virginia, look, it's getting close, but I do still think Kamala Harris will win there. But then Pennsylvania, 8% of the vote in, closing a tiny bit, but still 70% Kamala Harris. Illinois, that is a strong blue state. Yes, strong blue state. So that's projected to go to Kamala Harris, but not officially just yet. However, it is at 66% to Kamala Harris, but only 2% of the vote is currently in at the moment. Going to areas such as Connecticut, 1% of the vote in Kamala Harris at 55%. We've got New Hampshire, 17% in Kamala Harris at 53%. We'll probably call that a little bit later. That's with its 4 electoral votes. And reminder to everyone that 270 electoral votes is needed to win. Kamala Harris at 40 and Donald Trump at 115. And with Maine, it is too close to call. But surprisingly, although only 1% of the vote has come through so far, Donald Trump is in a lead there. However, Maine is projected to go to Kamala Harris, but I believe one district is to go to Donald Trump there. But yeah, that's about it for the moment. And then, of course, Donald Trump, strong lead in Florida, 85% of the vote in, so Donald Trump has won Florida now. But I'll hand it back over to Matthew so he can talk a bit more about some of this latest news that's coming in at the moment now.
So it's currently 12:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time, 8:30 p.m. in the US at the moment. The polls in Arkansas have just closed. I wouldn't be surprised any moment now that we get projections
I'm just going to butt in for a second. We've just gotten a projection that we have breaking news that Donald Trump will win the state of Arkansas. The moment you said that, it came through as red. So Donald Trump gets the state of Arkansas with its 6 electoral votes. Not too surprised there. That is already a strong red state. So Donald Trump is now projected to win the state of Arkansas. But going back to you, Matthew.
Yeah, there we go. You can see I am a bit of a political nerd.
Yes, I mean,
Yeah,
after all, you're a political expert, as I say. You're literally predicting the votes coming
in
through
real time,
within seconds.
I'm like, yeah, Arkansas is going to go for Trump.
Yep.
You know, I'm like,
A second later, Arkansas goes to Trump.
yeah, that's yeah, no, not that. Anyways, so yes, as you would have heard, yeah, Arkansas is definitely going for Trump there. So that is good. What I will do, sort of in the meantime, I do need to take a bit of a break for
Yes, no
a few
problem.
minutes. And I will be back sometime, just before the 9 o'clock polls close. We'll be having, I'll just show on the screen just very quickly on here. Where did it go? I had it on here. So, yeah, Arkansas has gone for Trump. That's just an immediate thing. But yeah, so I'll be back at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. That's just before. I'll be just before 9 p.m. That is just before 1 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. We will have poll closings in New York, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, Nebraska, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, all of Texas, and Louisiana. So we should be. So we'll be having some. So we'll be having two swing states close during that time. So we'll definitely keep an eye out on Wisconsin and Arizona, seeing how to see how they are all going. We'll be back soon. Thank you.
All right, that's Matthew just there. We'll move over to my coverage now of the election while we let Matthew have a little break, and then I'll probably go on a break after. So what we'll do is we'll talk about what's going on in the polls at the moment. So now you'll see on our screens here that it is different to what the official media is saying, because we have projected a few more states. For example, Virginia, we project to go to Kamala Harris. However, we might actually call that off because it's getting quite close, but we'll leave it for the moment. As Matthew said, New York, one of the main states, that's a strong blue state, as seen just here, is projected to probably go to Kamala Harris, is supposed to have their polls closing in 25 minutes. It's 12:34 Australian Eastern Standard Time. For those who want to know the time live, up on the top right of the screen here, there's a little time box here to show you what the time is at the moment, and the main capital areas of America, and what it is looking like there. So going back to here, Pennsylvania, 10% of the vote in, Kamala Harris, 71%. We'll probably give it until about 40% to give it to Kamala Harris, but you never know. You never know. We might get Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, or Kamala Harris and everything. Let's take a look here. Georgia, they're still saying too close to call, but I'm saying it's going to Trump, because this is what Georgia looks like at the moment on the map just here. So we've got like the main capital area. So Atlanta is strong blue. Excuse me, is strong blue. But the more outer suburbs, like outer counties and everything, strong red. Oh, interesting. There's a place called Bacon and Coffee, literally next door to each other. How funny. You gotta love US counties. Anyway, so we'll go back to here. Ooh, looks like they've just made a projection on here that Kamala Harris was at 27 before, I believe. So one of these states wouldn't have been that. It would have been Delaware. Delaware, they predict have gone to Kamala Harris. So in that case, we can now predict that Kamala Harris will win the state of Delaware with its 3 electoral votes. That brings Kamala Harris up to 43 electoral votes in the election. Donald Trump, for us, is at 121. We are going to be careful, though. We don't want to make the incorrect predictions that we've already predicted states and everything, so we'll be careful with that. Ohio, originally a lead, and Kamala Harris has been moving over to Donald Trump now. So Donald Trump will probably win Ohio now. And Illinois, Kamala Harris in the lead there, only 4% of the vote in though. Mississippi, 4% of the vote in, Donald Trump strongly there. That is a deep red state. And considering what results we've been seeing at the moment, we're going to go through and take a look at what we are going to project the certain states to go through at the moment. So these are all the states here. I have no idea why that shows as red. That hasn't come through yet. But we can predict that Donald Trump will get the state of Georgia. North Carolina, at the moment, Kamala Harris leads by 0.1%. So Donald Trump's probably going to take Kamala Harris's lead in North Carolina. So we'll lead that as a toss-up at the moment because it's literally like 0.1% apart. Kamala Harris, I actually do think is going to win the state of Pennsylvania. That would bring her to 245 electoral votes if she was to win all the regular states that we predict she will. And going back here, yeah, still shows it in a slight lead there for Kamala Harris. Virginia, that is already Kamala Harris. Just taking a look. Yep, Florida's already there. So at the moment, we'll soon see with Wisconsin and Minnesota closing. Wisconsin and Michigan closing these two states here. Another one of the battleground, two of the battleground states. These seem to be leading more towards Democrats, but we will see what happens there when they close in 20 minutes time, a little over 20 minutes time. But apart from that, I'm fairly hopeful in saying that Kamala Harris will probably take Pennsylvania, but I do think it's going to be quite close. Connecticut, way too early to call. Rhode Island, 53% of the vote in. Kamala Harris in a noticeable lead there. So, yeah, I'm going to keep it close, but I'm going to say we probably call Rhode Island shortly to Kamala Harris. She's in a 5% lead there, and they already projected Rhode Island to go to Kamala Harris in the early voting results, so not too much of a surprise there. Yeah, at the moment, Donald Trump is closest to winning 270, but of course, Donald Trump's states that he, like a lot of the deep red states, are the ones that have been closing polls lately, but we are about to get a lot more blue states closing from now on. So, yeah, at the moment, battleground states, we've got Georgia. Actually, when did the polls there close? 9 p.m. So I believe that's in about an hour or two. So we'll definitely keep a close eye on those states. Those states will be very interesting. But yeah, Pennsylvania, 11% in. Kamala Harris, 70%. North Carolina, Donald Trump's now taking the lead there. And Georgia, Donald Trump pretty much won it there. So in that case, yeah, if that closes at 9 p.m., we're going to have Arizona close next, which will be an interesting state to keep an eye on. Minnesota, the home state of current governor running for vice president Tim Walz, with Kamala Harris' campaign, a Democrat. That is already projected to go a little. It's likely to go to the Democrats. However, you never know what could happen, but it's most likely to go to the Democrats, and it would be quite an embarrassing loss for the Democrats if Tim Walz was to lose his own state. Kamala Harris mainly grew up in California, so you can pretty much say that's her home state. So that closes. Still have about 2-3 hours left until we have California closing, yeah. So within about 2-3 hours, we'll have the final states closing. Alaska will be like pretty much the last state to close. Same with Hawaii, Texas that closes shortly. So yeah, Alaska and Hawaii, the last states to close at 12 a.m. Eastern time in America, and I believe if it's 9 p.m. at 1 o'clock. It'll probably be about 3-4 o'clock when the very last states are going to be closing. So by about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock this afternoon, we'll have the final states closing, and we'll have an entire map of the United States covered with red, blue, mix, battleground, whatever. So yeah. So apart from that, that's about it with the current polls at the moment. Of course, going back to Ohio, there hasn't been much updates there. North Carolina, it's going very strongly to Trump now. So not crazy much of a surprise there, but still North Carolina was in Kamala Harris's favor before, but no longer. So yeah, unfortunate news for the Harris campaign. Georgia has definitely gone to Donald Trump. and so is North Carolina. That were two of the battleground states, which means that Nevada, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are now the only left battleground states that either side can win, with Pennsylvania likely to go to the Democrats at this point in time, with 69.8% to the Democrats and 29.3% to the Republicans with Donald Trump. But of course, only 11% of the vote in, and it is projected that Pennsylvania will be one of the closest states in this election that we'll be definitely keeping a close eye on. Illinois, this is a strong blue state, as seen just here. That's a strong blue state with its 19 electoral votes. That's 59.4% to Kamala Harris at the moment. Only 5% of the vote in, though, so it's too early to call. New Hampshire, 21% in. I'd probably be predicting Kamala Harris there soon. Maine, too early to call. And then Rhode Island, of course, we're probably just about to call that to Kamala Harris. But apart from that, that's about it for the moment with the latest updates. So what I think we'll do is I'm going to take a quick little break alongside with Matthew. So what I'll do is I'll just go to some live footage of just the ballots being casted here at the moment while we take a quick break from the stream, and we'll be back. I'll be back in about less than 5 minutes. Matthew will be back in about 10-15 minutes time or so. So yeah, we'll see you all then. Alrighty, we are now back. Just myself though. Matthew's still on his break. However, what we'll do is we'll go back to taking a look. We're going to try and put up some total kind of like polls and everything on the 270 to win thing, just so we're keeping track of where everything is at the moment. Now, Illinois probably going to go to Kamala Harris. They're not crazy surprised about that. Now, just give me a second. Okay. Now, we also can project that Kamala Harris will get those states. And these two. So at the moment, if they claim, which they haven't just yet, if Kamala Harris is currently leading in Pennsylvania and Virginia, actually, never mind. Oh, never mind. Okay. Well, we're going to leave that one out. Donald Trump just took the lead in Virginia. So that's what that looks like there. And I think that's all the blue states at the moment that I'd probably call. Yeah. Donald Trump. Yep. 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 Yes. So I'm just taking a look, just trying to keep track of everything. So yeah, Donald Trump, pretty good lead there, but of course, you can kind of see that mainly this side of America's closed in 10 minutes. The other side, a lot of this kind of through here will close a lot, and we expect a lot of blue states to go there. Just making sure I've got all the states. Oh, New Jersey's actually starting to go to Harris now, so I might put that there. I'm going to put safe for these two, and she's likely to get that. And she's pretty safe in these two here. So that's what it shows at the moment. But yeah, we'll probably call New Jersey not too long of time with 30% of the vote in, and if Kamala Harris is leading by 12% over Trump there, then yeah, it's most likely then to go to Kamala Harris there. Just quick water. Gotta love water. Anyways, so yeah, if they're showing that New Jersey, they're in a lead, and I think that's probably about it for the states at the moment that we have any sort of counting in. What's going on in Connecticut? Too early. Rhode Island, yeah, that's going to go to Harris. Yeah. Well, in that case, we can now project that Kamala Harris will win the state of Rhode Island. I'll just pull up the actual thing for that, if I can find it. Where are you? There you are. So yeah, Kamala Harris will win the state of Rhode Island. We can now project that Kamala Harris will win the state of Rhode Island. And that adds on an extra, let me pull that up, 4 electoral votes. So Kamala Harris is in a 5% lead there, and 63% of the vote there has been counted. So we can now fairly confidently project that Kamala Harris will win the state of Rhode Island. Okay, go back to the stream, and we'll just do that. There we go. So yeah, let me just take a look at these other states. So we now know that Kamala Harris will probably get Rhode Island, so I'll just put that in a likely at the moment. Oh, I feel like I'm missing one. Yeah, that's gonna go to Trump. Trump. Fairly safe there. What's the vote in? Yeah, Trump is safe in Florida, so he's gotten that. Which in which when a lot more of these states are called and everything, that's what it would probably currently look like at the moment. 160 to Donald Trump and 83 to Kamala Harris. Of course, we project Kamala Harris will probably win, already won New Jersey, New York. She'll win New York. She'll win California. She'll win these states here. She'll win Minnesota. She'll win New Mexico. She'll win Colorado. She'll win Hawaii. And then Trump, he'll probably win Texas. Louisiana, I'd probably say he's going to win that. Virginia, actually, how is Virginia going? Yeah, too close to call there. But that's we're kind of getting close to what we're doing for. Alaska, definitely going to go to Trump. Kansas City, probably going to go to Trump there as well. And yeah, that's what it's showing at the moment. I'd say that New Hampshire is going to go to Harris. Just there. So that's probably what I project that to happen. But I'm going to go back. Just get rid of all the states that have not been either have not been called yet or have not had their polls closed. Just going to fix that. So Minnesota, take that off. Yeah, that seems kind of about right. Alright, just got word that Matthew is just about to rejoin now. So we'll have Matthew provide an update on what's going on and everything in just a second.
So, yeah. Hi there, everybody. Welcome back. If you can all hear me.
Yep, we can all hear you well.
Okay, then perfect. Nice and clear. Let me double check what's been happening over the past little bit. So, I'm just going to share my screen now. According to 270, let me just bring that up now. I don't want to, here we go. So, according to 270 to win, so Illinois has gone for Harris, same with Virginia. So Vermont, New Hampshire, so that's a good result for Harris and New Hampshire being called this early. Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Maryland, DC, Virginia, they've all gone for Harris. Trump, Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, Tennessee, South Carolina, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Missouri have all gone for Trump. And then in a few minutes, we should be having results coming in just about 3 minutes. We should be having results from New York, Wisconsin, Michigan. Sorry. New York, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, Nebraska, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, North Dakota, South Dakota, all of Texas, and the last little bit of Texas and Louisiana. So we should be getting all of that very shortly. Let me just double check while I'm here. Let me just share my screen again. Here we go. Just a moment. With the Senate at the moment, so the Democrats have won the Senate races in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Virginia, and also Sanders, has retained the state. Bernie Sanders has retained the state of Vermont. Indiana, Tennessee, Mississippi, and Florida have gone Republican, and West Virginia has flipped from Democratic to Republican in the Senate. In the House of Representatives, the Republicans are on a good course at the moment. 132 seats for the Republicans at the moment compared to the Democrats' 78 seats. But there's still a lot of, in New York and a few other, New Jersey, Maryland, Connecticut, etc. Once they get, more of their results, we should be able to, probably this race will tighten a little bit more. In the gubernatorial races, Vermont has retained Vermont has retained its Republican governor, Phil Scott. So that's not surprising. They sort of do more of the split ticketing over there. Indiana, West Virginia has gone Republican. North Carolina. Oh, this is actually an interesting one to look at. The North Carolina gubernatorial race. With that infamous Mark. Because Roy Cooper is the is the current governor. He is not running. Mark Robinson, Republican. Originally this was going to be a Republican favorite to win. Not anymore because his polls. If I check the polls in North Carolina, you can. So yeah, the governor election. So here we go. Yep. So a 14-point advantage to Josh Stein. Josh Stein over in has won. Mark Robinson has lost there. Trump, but Trump is currently having a slight lead at the moment here, 38% of the vote compared to Harris's 47.3 at the moment. I'll also go and check on what other ones should we check. Georgia hasn't been called yet. I know that it's pretty obvious about what's going to happen in Georgia, but we'll go and check Georgia very quickly just to see how they're going. Georgia, 52% for Trump, 47.3% for Harris. More of these. Here we go. Fulton counties, appearing now. So we're getting, more, sort of with all after the early voting and all that, that's all come out now. We'll probably see, most.
I'm just gonna interrupt you for a second, Matthew. We've just gotten some word with the closing of states. We can now project that Donald Trump will win the state of North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, and Texas, which brings him up to 154 electoral votes compared to Kamala Harris's 30. This is what they're saying on NBC News. However, a very strong lead for Donald Trump. However, of course, we have not gotten the results for what will be a lot of Democratic states, because I believe there are actually more Republican states, but mainly that they have less electoral votes. And there are less Democratic states, but they have more electoral votes. So it's not too much surprise that Donald Trump is in the lead in a lot of states at the moment, but I'll hand that back to Matthew now that we've just gotten those results there.
But yeah, so sort of most of the normally safe Democratic states, they're just too early to call at the moment. They haven't been able to count all the ballots yet, but they're probably going to go to Harris, at the end of the day. You're not going to be seeing New Jersey going for Donald Trump, anytime, or New York going for Donald Trump anytime soon. So Ohio has been projected to go to Donald Trump, 52.4% of the vote, with 40% of the vote reporting. So 40% of places reporting Trump has won 52.4% of the vote. So he has won in in Ohio. But let me just speaking about Ohio. Let me take you over to the Senate election, because this is getting quite interesting here. So with 40% of the votes reporting, this one result can change the entire results. Can change the entire balance of power in the Senate. So Sherrod Brown, who's the current Democratic current incumbent at the moment, has 48.7% of the vote. Bernie Moreno, I think it is. He has 48.6% of the vote. So that's 40% of that in. It's a 0.1% difference. This can literally change whether the Democrats have, a 50-50 tie. So, so afterwards, so if Ohio stays Democratic, that means that, if they win the presidency, they have control of the Senate. If they don't win Ohio, even if they win the presidency, they don't have control of the Senate. So that is definitely one that I would keep a very close eye on. So yeah, so it would be so yeah, so let's just keep a very close eye on that. In the House, we're getting some more results now. 144 Republicans, 100 Democrats at the moment. So we're starting to go out west now. We should be seeing like a lot of like from California or in Washington. We're probably going to get quite a few Democratic seats popping up there. So we should be seeing what should be. So at the moment, we have actually we've got some interesting results here. North Carolina's 6th, 13th, and 14th district were originally Democratic. They have they were forecast to go Republican. They've gone Republican. So that's in North Carolina. 3 seats have flipped over there at the moment, but we still have way more, to go before we get, before we can decide who has control of the House of Representatives over there at the moment. So let me double check. Let me see how Pennsylvania is going. Because
I'm just
Pennsylvania.
going to quickly interrupt you for a second, Matthew. We've just received some breaking news that Kamala Harris will win the state of New York. This is a massive win for the Democrats. Kamala Harris is now projected to win the state of New York with its 28 electoral college votes. But going back to you now, Matthew.
Yep. So not a surprising result here. New York isn't as powerful of a state as it used to be with 29 electoral votes. In the past 4 years, they've gone down to 28 electoral votes, but still a good result for them regardless. So they're doing good there. So in Nebraska, the state has gone and its 3rd district, but surprisingly not the 1st district or the 2nd district. 2nd district's always been a toss-up, but the 1st district, I might keep an eye on. So let me just try and find. Here we go. Here are the results. So you can see Douglas County, which is for most of, which has most of Omaha. There, that's gone quite solidly for Harris. So that's going to give her 1 electoral vote. Then there's like Lincoln, Lancaster County. That's gone quite solidly for Harris so far. Again, only 18% of a vote in, so it's still too early to call in the 1st district. Well, they haven't even started counting there yet, so that's why. And then the 3rd's definitely gonna go for Trump because it's everything out here. This is everything basically out here is quite solidly for Trump. But the 2nd district is definitely one that I would keep an eye out for. I've just realized that was on a different tab, so nobody was able to see that. So, oh well. But anyways, I was able to describe it to you a little bit. I need to close all these tabs. There are too many tabs open. So yeah. So at the moment we're looking at So Trump has won Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, 3 out of the 5 electoral votes for Nebraska, Kansas, 6 electoral votes, Oklahoma, Texas, 40, Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, Indiana, Ohio, West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, and South Carolina, 194 votes. Harris has won 95 votes, Illinois, Virginia, Maryland, D.C., Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New York, Vermont, and New Hampshire. So yeah, so that's what's happening at the moment. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Yeah, so I'm just keeping an eye out on. What should I check? What's another? Pennsylvania. I was supposed to check Pennsylvania. Because yeah, that's what I was going to do. I was going to check Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania currently 17% of the vote in at the moment. let me just bring this up on my screen. Sorry. Pennsylvania is currently 62.1% of the vote at the moment. 17% of the vote in, but I just keep a close eye on that. I'd be careful projecting anything specific there yet. In the Senate, Bob Casey Jr. is doing quite well. That's another Senate election results to look out for there. The Attorney General election results, that's currently going Democratic at the moment. A lot of the House election results are coming out at sort of like 50-50 at the moment. So it's looking like, so at the moment, this is sort of what it's like at the moment. We'll probably see soon Connecticut and New Jersey and Delaware getting results shortly. Same with Maine. Maine should be getting some results soon. And then other than that, it could be a bit of a wait until the next. We'll have to wait until the next projections, which will be at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the US. That is 2 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time here. So we've just got to wait until then.
Just going to come in now. Of course, it's obviously too early to call, but interesting to see that just going over to here, Kansas City, which was probably still going to go to Trump. However, with 37% of the vote in, Kamala Harris is at a 4% lead, which I must say is quite interesting. We've got Nebraska. Kamala Harris, surprising lead once again, 25% of the vote in there. She is at a whopping 16% lead. So definitely quite surprised about that. However, too early to call there. However, we'll definitely be keeping a close eye on those two states. Colorado is almost certainly going to go to the Democrats, and like only a few hundred votes have come in so far. Arizona, one state to keep an eye on. No votes have come through there yet. New Mexico, 8% in, Donald Trump in the lead. However, we do project it to go to Kamala Harris. And yeah, apart from that, Louisiana. Oh, they've just called Mississippi. I believe they've just called Mississippi.
So
as a state
in Mississippi, with its 6 electoral votes, has gone for Donald Trump. Trump now has 194 electoral votes.
Yeah, all right. I'll give it back to you, Matthew, because I am just I'm going through and I'm trying to figure out, because I'm starting to kind of predict about who's going to get what states, judging by these polls here. So I'll come back to you in a few minutes' time when I have some more information on that. But back over to Matthew.
Yeah. So at the moment, other than that, we're not seeing too. Let me double check what's happening with the House again. House, nothing's changed that much there. In the Senate, okay, we've got a few projections with the Senate. Nothing too surprising with some of the Senate results here. I'm just going to bring that up on my screen now. So Wyoming has gone. The senator in Wyoming has has gone Republican. There are 2 senators running this time in Nebraska. One of them has already gone Republican there, and then Virginia's gone blue. New York has has gone blue. Not surprised with that as well. Elizabeth Warren, Massachusetts, she's been re-elected. Not surprised there. Angus King, for some weird reason, nothing is happening with that. I would keep an eye out on that. They just haven't had any. Like in the presidential election, they've literally only had like 4 votes counted so far. So I wouldn't be too worried about that. Kirsten Gillibrand, in New York, she's been re-elected. Pete Ricketts in Nebraska, he's been re-elected. We also have who else? We got Deb Fisher. There's the incumbent going against Dan Osborne in Nebraska. She's gonna win there. Tennessee, Marsha Blackburn, re-elected there. Rhode Island, Sheldon Whitehouse, re-elected there. Tim Kaine In Virginia, we mentioned Tim Kaine a little bit earlier. He was the running mate um, to Hillary Clinton in 2016. He's been re-elected there. Bernie Sanders has been re-elected. Joe Manchin is, Jim Justice has won there against Glenn Elliott in West Virginia. Wyoming, John Barrasso looks a lot like the federal member
I'm
for
just going to
Brown.
interrupt you for a second, Matthew. We can now project that Kamala Harris will win the state of Colorado with its 10 electoral votes. Not too much of a surprise here. It was already leaning more towards a blue state. So we can now project that Kamala Harris and the Democrats will win the state of Colorado, bringing the Democrats and Kamala Harris over 100 electoral votes up to 106, with 177 to the Republicans and Donald Trump.
Yeah, so not surprised by that result. Colorado's been going more going more democratic over the past 20 years or so. So not surprised by that at all. Nothing's appearing on that map, so I'm just gonna use this. This is heavily outdated, so I've got to update it all now. New Hampshire, and then North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Colorado's on blue. Did Louisiana go red?
Louisiana. Let me just take a look. It's leaning towards red, but it's 50% towards red, so it's probably going to go red. But it's
it's just been projected. According to 270, Louisiana has gone red.
Yeah, I'm about to say I'm probably about to put Louisiana to red because it does look like a strong lead for Louisiana there.
And also, Kansas has been projected to go red now, according to 270 to win. And then 3 out of the 5, electoral votes that has gone to Donald Trump. What else is there? If I missed anything. New Jersey and Connecticut haven't been, Delaware being projected yet, so I've got to take them off the map for now. But I would not be surprised if she wins over there because if we go back to this, if we go to like New Jersey, like you can see how 41% of the vote is in, but you can see she has more than a 10-point advantage against Trump. On here, 47% of the vote in, she has more than a 10-point advantage here. New Jersey hasn't gone Republican in like over 30 years. So I wouldn't be surprised if New Jersey gets called any moment now. And same thing with Delaware on here. They haven't even reported any votes yet. That's why they're not calling anything yet. But I wouldn't be surprised if they get called very soon. And with Connecticut, Harris has a 7-point advantage at the moment, 3% of the vote in. So I wouldn't be surprised if Harris wins that.
And just letting you know, we have officially called Louisiana, as well as NBC News, like all the official news channels have now called Louisiana to Donald Trump.
Yeah. So so not surprised by that at all. So that is that at the moment. It will just be a moment. So we got so I'm just having a look, just double checking the chat. With me, I don't have transport in my name yet, so I can get away with it. So we're gonna have like another 45 minutes or so until the next results. I know one particular person who will definitely for sure watch this from the start to the end. So, breaking news: Aussie John is currently out shopping and he can't talk at the moment. That's some breaking.
I did get a text from him. I was like, "Oh, where's Aussie John? Where is he?" But he's
Yeah,
doing
but
something more important.
breaking news: Aussie John is shopping.
Wait. We have breaking news. Aussie John has gone out shopping. We do have breaking news on it. Aussie John has gone out shopping.
Another voter that is completely disinterested after the whole media circus of, which we're sort of contributing to as well with this live stream of the entire election results. So
Yep, there you go. Got some breaking news back there that Aussie John is not currently in the stream. This is a very insane story. We did not project this evening, and we do believe that Aussie John will not win the state of watching our live stream today. So that's points to absolutely no one because it doesn't mean anything. But yeah, that's our projection this evening. A very important projection. Some very big breaking news.
Yep, big news for any, for this is one of the most disastrous things that can ever happen to Aussie John's YouTube career. A complete disaster.
Yep.
A complete disaster. Why weren't they even thinking about it?
Aussie John's going to watch
Why
back
wasn't
on
this
this so
campaign
guilty.
even thinking about it? Why wasn't this campaign even thinking about it? Not even attending the live stream. This is even worse than Rishi Sunak and D-Day. Not attending all the D-Day events.
Exactly.
It's even worse than that. So we will be so we just gotta wait a little bit. At the moment I don't know quite what is happening at the moment. Let me double check. This is where I get desperate. I want results.
I must say it's very interesting because on our stream we're projecting Kamala Harris to have 106 electoral votes, and that's with her currently retaining New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Colorado, and several other states. So that brings her to 106, and Donald Trump at 185. But on the news, they're saying Kamala Harris at 34 and Trump at 168. So definitely a lot of points towards Donald Trump there, but I do think that they should be projecting some more states for Kamala Harris at this time.
I think they're being very careful at the moment,
Yeah.
and I think they're being extra cautious. It's the same thing over with in 2020, like barely any of the states, even like the most safe states, weren't even called. At the time that they usually would be, because normally, like before 2020, we would go immediately, be immediately Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, DC, Virginia.
And we have still seen a bit of that as well, even with this election, especially in Trump's favor. Like Texas, for example, there were no votes counted when they already projected him to win, and of course they were correct because it does show 63% of the vote in, and 54% to Donald Trump. So Donald Trump will win the state of Texas there. But yeah, I've definitely noticed some changes over the last few years.
Yeah, but normally it's well, it depends. Normally it's pretty obvious, no matter who the candidate is, specifically, even if I was to run for president, like say with the Democrats, even if I constitutionally wasn't able to run because I'm not born in the US, I'm not even a US citizen, DC is still going to vote for me. And and same if I was a Republican, and if I was running constitutionally, I'm not allowed to. But even with that aside, even with that in play, Wyoming would still vote for me just because because I identify as a Republican, and in like Vermont or in DC, they would still vote for me because I identify as a Democrat. Exactly,
Yeah.
So so there are some of these things that are just very they're just very it's just very obvious that that a particular political party is going to win.
Someone's just asked in the chat, what are the pros and cons with Kamala and Trump?
Trying to make me lose my job at you following. So I have to keep it very apolitical with this, but there's been sort of with the Democratic Party are a much more left leaning political party nowadays, and a little bit like the Labour Party here in Australia, and the Republicans are more onto the right, more conservative. So like the Conservative Party in the UK, the Nationalist Party in New Zealand, the Liberal Party here in Australia. They're sort of more like that. So sort of with political sort of political leanings, that's sort of what they are like. And in this particular, Donald Trump is very strong on with the economy and immigration. Harris has been a lot more stronger on abortion, infrastructure, and also about protecting protecting democracy as well, which for some weird reason this year it is an issue. I don't know why in such a very supposedly strong democratic country that it should be an issue about our political talking about their political and democratic integrity. I don't know why it should be an issue, but it is. But it's up to you, sort of, your issues, whether you think, it's up to you whether you think, it has the current, U.S. government has done well on economy or immigration. A lot of people don't think that that's the case. A lot of people think that, and there's sort of been, in other states, there's been a big issue lately in the U.S. with the overturning of Roe versus Wade. So in the 1970s, the Supreme Court ruled that that abortion was to be legal across the entire country. States couldn't tell people no, you can't have an abortion, which which a lot of people, which was a very divisive topic in the end. You had a lot of people that because in a lot of Abrahamic religions like Christianity, they're not that much of a fan of abortions. And then there were, people that, that said, oh, well, abortions are needed, in case of an emergency and stuff like that. People still need to be able to access an abortion if they need to. That's where you get your pro-life and your pro-choice. And then that's where you get, sort of all that chaos. And then about 2 years ago, the Supreme Court, because what happened during the Trump presidency was that there were 3 justices, that so there was one justice that was supposed to be appointed in the Obama administration that was going to be more left-leaning. The Senate just went and completely blocked it until Trump got in, and then Trump had a new person who was more conservative-leaning, and the Senate just approved that. And because during the entire 4 years of the Trump presidency, Trump had the Republicans had the presidency, the Republicans had the Senate. Anyone that the Republicans liked, they could just get them in, and they were very lucky to have 3 people that they were able to, do that. So now there's about 6 conservative-leaning justices and 3 left-leaning justices, 3 liberal-leaning justices over there, and they decided to overturn Roe versus Wade. So they said, states, go and do what you like, and a lot of the conservative-leaning states have now started putting in very strict bans on abortion, and that has gotten a lot of people quite hyped up because you used to be able to have an abortion, now you can't, even if your life, even if it's an emergency, even if you're in certain states, even if your life is at risk, you can't get an abortion. So that's a big issue over there at the moment. and also, political integrity, democratic integrity. Look what happened specifically. Go to the U.S. Capitol on January the 6th, 2021, and you'll be able to see why that's an issue. So yeah, but it's up to you whether you think that those issues are important to you or they're not. It's up to you whether those issues are important to you or not, and whether the government's been doing a good job or bad job. It's not my job to tell you if they've done a good job or not. But that's just that. So
just
pros and cons of Harris and Trump in a purely apolitical way.
Just letting you all know that the news have now officially called New York for Kamala Harris to win. We already predicted Kamala Harris to win in New York. So not too much of a surprise there. And that's all we have really at the moment and for any updates.
Yeah, not surprised by that at all. Not surprised. Yeah. So once again, I am not going to tell you who to vote for. I'm not going to tell you, vote for Harris, vote for Trump. I'm not going to do that. I'm just here, just letting you know the facts, what's happening, around the place, and then it's, your choice of vote. If you're in the US, if you're on the East Coast, it's too late, and in the West Coast, if you're wanting to vote, I think that you should be currently running down the street to your local polling place right about now, because they're about to close.
Exactly. Yeah.
So if you really want to vote, I think you should hurry up. Just a little bit. Just a friendly reminder. I think you should hurry up a little bit.
Yes. Just taking a look. I was wondering if you could check out what's going on in Nebraska and Kansas, because according to NBC News, especially Nebraska, Kamala Harris is a decent lead, but of course it's a bit too early to call. But there's 2% ahead in Kamala Harris with 43% of the vote counted in Kansas, and then 30% of the vote in Nebraska with Kamala Harris 7% ahead. So I was wondering if you could take a look into that, see what's happening there, and what might be pushing Kamala Harris to be in the lead at the moment in those states.
So Nebraska at the moment, it's about 25% of a vote being recorded at the moment, mainly coming from Douglas, Sarpy, Lancaster, and Cass counties. That's sort of near the main, that's sort of near like the main cities, Omaha and Lincoln, Nebraska. Probably the second congressional district, once they sort it all out, that will go, around Omaha. You can see it's quite solidly going Democratic there. I think that the second district is probably going to go for Harris, looking 44% of a vote in, 61% for Harris at the moment. Sort of in Douglas County, similar results, although a little bit more slimmer in Sarpy County and Lancaster County, some of the results there. So I think, in Douglas County, which is mostly where, Nebraska's second congressional district is in. So it's looking like Harris is probably going to win that. But then the rest of the state, I believe, will go for Trump. Not a surprising result, but that does help out Harris if she decides, if I go back to the college map here, if she, because let's say Nevada, Arizona, and all the other states that are probably going to go Republican, and all the states that are probably going to go Democrat. If we just do all that, will just be a moment. You can see here that, hold on. You can see here that, that if we just do that, so, even if North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada go, go Republican, 267, 216, 226. There we go, with Minnesota. Wisconsin, and let's say she wins the 3 Rust Belt states, which often vote together: Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Hold on, I have I've marked something up. Hold on, because there should be. Because that is not how the results are supposed to be. Ah, yeah, here we go. Main second congressional district. There. So you can see that it's 268 to 269. If the Republicans win the second congressional district, 269 tie. But if the Democrats win Nebraska's second congressional district, they get 270. Harris wins the election. It also goes to show why Pennsylvania is so important, because of Harris and because if Trump wins Pennsylvania, they lose. Even if they won North Carolina or they won Georgia, which I don't think they're going to now, or they won Arizona and Nevada, wouldn't be enough. It just wouldn't be enough for them to win. But if say they lost Wisconsin, if they just lost Wisconsin alone, that wouldn't be enough. But they could very easily, go to North Carolina, they'd win. They could go to Arizona, they would win by just a little bit there. And then, and then say they lost Michigan but won Wisconsin, if they won Arizona and Nevada but lost Michigan, bingo, they would still win. So Pennsylvania and Nebraska's second congressional district are the keys to the White House in this election. So just to keep that in mind. Now, I'm going to remind people that that I'm going to be here for a while. Maybe they shouldn't make too much noise. So just hold.
Alright, so just going back to me for a second while we wait for Matthew. This is currently exactly what is being projected on the bottom left. This is what the country map looks like. This is what our projections have been put as so far. So take a good look. But that is what it currently looks like. That's what we believe will happen. I'm actually gonna add that. Put that as a tilt at the moment because that's 50-50. But yeah, so actually I might take that off just to not confuse me. Because I believe Virginia is very close. 60% of the vote counted there. But this is currently what the map looks like for the election and what we are predicting at the moment. And as you can see, the news channels are predicting much different. But this is more of predicting other states that might be one as well. So Donald Trump, 201 electoral votes, and Kamala Harris, 109 electoral votes. All the yellow states are the states that either too early to call or too close to call, and majority of them, especially on this side just here, the polls there have not just yet closed, but California will most likely go to Kamala Harris. They'll get a big boost from California for Kamala Harris and the Democrats there. So apart from that... recently, we made a call. I call it a silent call, but we made a call that Kamala Harris will win this area of Delaware, state of Delaware. So we've added that into the map, 109 electoral votes on there. Georgia, probably gonna hold off at the moment because it's getting a bit close. But North Carolina, close again, so probably won't call that. Virginia, very close. Colorado, that's gonna go to Kamala Harris. Kansas, Donald Trump's taking the lead, and Nebraska, Kamala Harris is still in the lead there, quite surprisingly. Minnesota, not much votes come in there. Wisconsin, Kamala Harris in a 3% lead there, with 17% of the votes in there, so it's too close to call there, and probably a bit too early to call. Michigan, Kamala Harris, decent lead there, too early to call. Illinois, Kamala Harris, actually that's right, we already made a projection that Kamala Harris would win the state of Illinois, so that's already projected that Kamala Harris would win the state of Illinois, as you can see just there. And then Iowa, Kamala Harris is in the lead at the moment, but it is probably too early to call. If it was to remain as it is at the moment, if we got to about maybe 60-70% and it was still like this, then I would probably call Kamala Harris to win the state of Iowa, which is already a deep red state, so we can't be too sure about that at the moment. So that's currently what it's looking like at the moment. 109 electoral votes, 201 there. And also Arizona, surprisingly, still hasn't gotten any votes yet, which I find quite interesting. And we should, because it's 1:38 p.m. Australian time at the moment, Australian Eastern Daylight Time. So the next polls close at 10 p.m. in US time, so we'll be California. So I'll read out the states where the polls are going to close next. So we've got California. That's 11 p.m. So that's another hour later. So in that would be at 3 p.m. California closes. So that means Nevada, Utah, Montana, and that's it. So Montana, Utah, and Nevada close in about 20 minutes time. And then apart from that, all of this is still being counted at the moment. But on the news, there actually looks like they might have just called a state. They just called Illinois to Kamala Harris. We already did that, so we don't need to change anything on here. I'm just going to make sure they haven't projected something that we haven't projected yet. No. So yeah, this is currently what the news looks like, but this is what we believe the actual thing looks like. Something more like this at the moment. And of course, we've got a lot of states still yet to call. But we'll be back in a moment. Both Matthew and I, we're just going to take a quick break, but we'll both be back in a moment's time. Alrighty, we are now back. Well, just myself at least. Matthew's still away. He'll be back shortly though. Yeah, going back to the election stream now. The official news channels have just called Ohio to go to Donald Trump. We already projected that, so no need for us to change that there. At the moment, we still sit at 201 electoral votes to Republicans and 109 to the Democrats. However, as you can see, there's a lot of yellow, which means that states that are too close to call or have not yet closed. So there is still a pretty good chance that Kamala Harris and the Democrats can take over Donald Trump. But at the moment, the popular vote shows Kamala Harris at 30 million votes, Donald Trump at 33 million. So it is insanely close. So we can't really call too much there because of how close it is. But at the moment, Donald Trump is winning by 3 million on the popular vote, but Kamala Harris is still very close behind at the moment. But apart from that, it's pretty much about it at the moment. We'll take a look at Kansas. Donald Trump's taking the lead back in Kansas. Kamala Harris still on a decent lead in Nebraska, but that can easily change. That's why we have not called that state just yet. Colorado, decent lead for Kamala Harris, so we've already called that state there. New Mexico, very close. Donald Trump surprisingly a bit of a lead that they're actually projecting Kamala Harris to win the state of New Mexico. Arizona, no votes have come in just yet, and they haven't for a while, so not exactly sure what's going on there. New Hampshire, we've already called to go to the Democrats. Connecticut, we have not yet called because it is too early to call. But at the moment, the Democrats, Kamala Harris, leading in that state. We've already called New Jersey, as we believe that Kamala Harris and the Democrats will win that state. New York has already been called that Kamala Harris and the Democrats will win that state just there. But apart from that, that is pretty much about it that we have for the moment. Yeah, shows that we do believe that Ohio has officially gone to Donald Trump. And of course, we'll go to the battleground states as well, just to take a look at what's going on there. So Wisconsin, 25% of the voting, Kamala Harris in a slight lead there, so we'll probably wait a little bit longer, but at the moment, Kamala Harris is set to win Wisconsin, which is a swing state. And we've got Michigan, 14% of the vote in, Kamala Harris in a slight lead there, 7%. So she's on track to win Michigan now. Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris is only 5% ahead of Donald Trump, so it's too close to call there, but obviously Kamala Harris would be in favor to win at the moment. And North Carolina, that's gone to Donald Trump. Georgia, that's probably gone to Donald Trump. Arizona, no votes in, and Nevada, polls close in 12 minutes. To Aussie John, which you have arrived, hooray. Alaska and Hawaii's polls have not closed. They're the last polls to close. They close at 4 p.m, I believe, in our time. We just got Matthew back. Matthew, you'll be glad to know that John is back with us.
Breaking news. Aussie John has finished shopping and has finally decided to return and watch the US presidential election unfold in real time. We'll give you more information as soon as possible.
While you were gone, there hasn't really been any change in our predictions, but they did officially predict Ohio to win for the Republicans. Not too much of a surprise there. And I think that's about it. That's all they pretty much called at the moment.
Yeah. So at the moment, so Wisconsin, 23% of the vote in at the moment. 24% now. Quite strong turnout in. Quite strong vote. Strong results for Harris in Milwaukee and Madison in Wisconsin. Madison, Wisconsin is the capital of Wisconsin. Green Bay, which is an important place to look out for. Trump's getting about 2/3 of the vote there. Yeah, we'll keep an eye out on that. We'll also, let me double check. Michigan, how's Michigan going? You won't be able to see anything from my screen. I'm just showing this all on here. Harris, so there's 15% of the vote in at the moment. Harris is about 52.5% of the vote. Trump, 45.7% of the vote. Strong votes for Donald Trump in Detroit. 61.2% of the vote at the moment, but there's less than 1% of the vote in, so keep an eye on that. But then surrounding Detroit in like Oakland County, getting some stronger results there. Same in Grand Rapids in Michigan. So we will keep an eye out on that. Pennsylvania, we got 36% of the vote in at the moment. Harris is a 2-point advantage at the moment. 48.3% to Trump, 50.8% to Harris. We will. Where else should I check? Arizona. Arizona, we have no results coming in at the moment, but we'll see how that goes. Iowa, Harris, there's only 14% of the vote. Harris has a 10-point advantage at the moment, but keep in mind that may not be the case throughout the night, as we saw with Ohio. So you better be careful not to jump to too many conclusions. Trump has had quite a 51% to Harris, 46.5% to Trump, 5% of the vote in. Too early to call. Probably will be Democratic by the time we finish. 53% of the vote in, 53% for Harris, 45.4% for Trump. There's only one county that's not reporting yet. It's probably going to go to Harris at the end of the day. Delaware, no votes in yet. That's probably going to go for Harris. Would be very surprised if that's not the case. Maine, again, they haven't gotten many results in yet, but just keep in mind that that we will probably have more results on that later on. Probably Maine's second congressional district's going to go to Trump, but then the rest should be going to everyone else. Going to Harris. Minnesota, no results in there yet. We'll keep an eye on that. New Mexico, Harris is about 51% of the vote. Trump, 47.1% of the vote. Should be going to Harris, but keep an eye out on there because Trump has been performing quite well with the Hispanic population. Trump in Georgia, 52.5% of the vote, 79% of the vote in. Harris, 46.8% of the vote. I would be very concerned if you're a Democrat in Georgia, so I'd be very concerned of your Jimmy Carter. I'd be very concerned of your Jimmy Carter right now. Sort of around Atlanta, Augusta, Savannah, and Columbus. There have been good results there, but that hasn't been able to beat the rest of the state. So probably Georgia's going to go. It's looking like it's going to go back to Republican. In the Senate, we got some more results from the Senate. There 8 Senate positions are being filled by the Democrats, 7 by Republicans so far. Let me check the Ohio Senate results at the moment. Not doing good for the Democrats at the moment. In Ohio in the Senate, Republican candidate has 51.1% of the vote. Democrats, their current incumbent in Ohio, 45.8% of the vote. We also have what else? Pennsylvania, the Senate election in Pennsylvania. The current Democrat there is going ahead, so it's looking like the Senate could possibly flip tonight. That the Senate could, be controlled by the Republicans. In the House at the moment, there are still many uncalled races at the moment. 152 to the Republicans, Democrats 104. We'll keep an eye out on that.
I'm just going to interrupt you for a second, Matthew. We've just received word that we can now project that Donald Trump has won the state, not of Louisiana, has won the state of Kansas. With his 6 electoral votes, he's in a lead of 51%, and 53% of the vote has been counted so far. So we can now project that Donald Trump has won the state of Kansas.
Yep, not surprised by that at all. Not surprised. And then in the gubernatorial elections, not too much has changed in there. No flips so far in the gubernatorial races at the moment. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Bless me, throughout the night. Then when I've just worn my suit. So excuse me about that. So we'll keep an eye out on what's happening with that throughout the night. In about 4 minutes, we should be having polls should be closing in Montana, half of Idaho, a small little patch of Oregon, and then also all of Nevada and Utah. So that is in 4 minutes. They will close over there, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is 2 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. So that shouldn't be too far away. I'll hand it back to you in the meantime.
Okie dokie. So not much to report on here, but let me pull it up. This is what the news is saying at the moment. So we can't really project too much at the moment with that. And then of course our figures. Actually, I should probably add on Kansas City Kansas. I always say Kansas City. Add on Kansas as going to the Republicans. But this is currently what is going on at the moment, and apparently they've just made hasn't popped up here, but apparently there's been another projection for, I'm gonna guess it's probably for Colorado. They may have just called it on ABC News America because it shows it as 91 for Kamala Harris. But anyways, that's about it for the moment. I am going to go on a quick break for about 5 minutes. So I'll hand it over to Matthew for the time that I'm gone.
Hi, you're stuck with me now. Anyways, just in the meantime, I've had one person say it is hard to predict what will happen if Trump wins. I will also just keep in mind that it is also very hard to predict when Aussie John will be at live streams. So I'll just keep that in mind for that particular person who commented on that. I will probably get a very nasty phone call about that in a few minutes. Just pretend it's like a good word or something like that. But anyways, oh no, that almost collapsed. Anyways, so at the moment, in about 2 minutes we'll be having, as I mentioned earlier, polls closing in Montana, Idaho, Nevada, and Utah. So once again, in 2 minutes, we'll be having polls closing in Montana, Idaho, Nevada, and Utah. We'll probably be able to project almost immediately that Montana, Utah, and it's only half of Idaho, not all of Idaho, but we'll be able to quite quickly project that Idaho will be Idaho, Montana, Utah will go Republican. Nevada is quite a big swing state. It's been Democratic since 2008 under Barack Obama. It stayed with Clinton in 2016, stayed with Biden in 2020. But there's been, mainly with the whole immigration thing, there's been a lot more votes going. There's been a lot more people going against the Democrats in Nevada over the past 2-4 years. So since the last election, so that will be definitely somewhere to keep an eye out on. If Harris wins, it's a very good result for her and the party. Nationally, and if they don't have a good result there, then we know that things are not going so well. So 3, 2, 1, just pretend with radio here. It is 2 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. That is 10 p.m. Australian. So that's 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the US. Polls have now closed in Montana, Idaho, Nevada, and Utah. We should be getting results from Utah and Montana. And Idaho, half of Idaho, we may get more results from Idaho in about an hour, just because it's only like half of the state that is closed. But Montana and Utah will be able to get projections almost immediately. So I wouldn't be surprised at any moment that we'll get projections from everyone saying that Montana and Utah have gone for Donald Trump. If that is the case, Trump currently has 210 electoral votes. That will, with Montana, that makes it 214 because they've just gained an additional electoral vote, and then 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and then 220. So they'll make it 220 so far. So that's, so Trump is getting all of his, solid red states so far. So that is a good result for him. We'll keep an eye out further on some of the swing states as they come on in. So we should be report. Yeah. So Utah. Yeah. So we can now project that the states of Utah and Montana have gone for Donald Trump. There is 4 electoral votes for Donald Trump in Montana. There is 6 electoral votes for Donald Trump in Utah. So once again, Montana and Utah have gone for Donald Trump. So that means we can also now project. This is a big one. North Carolina, according to I don't know if it's going to show on the screen, but this is a big one. We can, according to 270 to win, Donald Trump has won the state of North Carolina. North Carolina, with its 16 electoral votes, 66% of the vote in. Trump has 52% of the vote. Harris has 46.9% of the vote. That is another potential swing state for Harris that she has now lost. So Donald Trump has won the state of North Carolina. Josh Stein, the Democrat, has won the gubernatorial race in North Carolina. So that doesn't seem to have made too much of a difference then. It's quite a, it is quite a strong swing against, because like Biden won by only by 1%. In North Carolina, but yeah, North Carolina has, was a state that was, when Biden was running this year, was not going to be a swing state. Now it is a swing state. Now it became a swing state, but now it is back in Republican hands now. So I'm not quite sure if you were able to see that screen because TsetsTransport was away for this, but just as an update, according to 270 to win, the state of North Carolina has gone for Donald Trump. So that's another swing state gone for Harris. So Alaska 3 electoral votes. There's closed at 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time in the U.S. So that is 11. So that is not for like another 3 hours. So I wouldn't be expecting anything from them anytime soon. But that is a bad. That's the first major swing state to go. To get out of. Get out of the hands of Harris. So that makes it a lot more difficult for for an alternative way for Harris to win. If Harris is to win the election now, it would be. I'm just gonna get it up on my screen now. So these are all of the states. I'm just filling them in now. North Carolina, Florida, and then Colorado, New Mexico, Virginia, New Hampshire. So this is basically what the map's looking like now. Although we do have a few states haven't been called yet, but I know that they're probably going to go for Pacific candidates here. Georgia's also leaning Republican as well, so we'll probably be calling for them soon. But that makes it because if Harris loses Pennsylvania and then but wins Wisconsin and Michigan, makes it a lot more difficult, especially if Georgia goes. 269 there would have to win Nevada and Arizona, and actually would make it 270 because Maine second congressional district would have gone, and it would be like this it would be a complete disaster. But the only way that they can save that now is by winning Pennsylvania. You know, even if they lost Nevada and Arizona, Harris can still win with Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, now that North Carolina and probably Georgia now as well, is no longer going for Harris. You know, Pennsylvania is a must win for Harris. If she doesn't win that, she is going to lose the election. That's quite clear. Because as you can see, 80% of the vote in, Trump 52.5% of the vote, Harris 46.9% of the vote. It could change. It's probably not going to. It's looking more and more like Trump is going to win that one. We will. So Pennsylvania, Harris must win to be able to win the election. If she does not win Pennsylvania, which will now check the results on that now with Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania at the moment is very tight at the moment. Trump is in the lead with 49.9% of the vote. Harris has 49.2% of the vote. Harris is having strong leads in the Philadelphia area at the moment, and Harrisburg and Pennsylvania and Pittsburgh. But then sort of in no results have come from Erie County yet, which is an important county here, and quite a few like states sort of outside of the main sort of outside of the cities and suburbs. Harris is struggling in. So it is a point. So Trump is winning by 0.8%. So we may not, and there's only 44% of the vote. So this could very easily change throughout the night. But if Trump wins, as I was saying, if Trump wins Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, Harris will, Harris just, with, as you were seeing on here, even if Harris won Nevada and Arizona, Pennsylvania, there was no way of winning. There was no way of winning. Harris is probably not going to win the second congressional district. It's not like, at large there would be a 269 tie that caused chaos. But Pennsylvania, she has to win. She has to win Pennsylvania. If she does not, because if she wins Pennsylvania, she wins. She doesn't even need Nevada. She doesn't even need Arizona. But if she loses Pennsylvania, Donald Trump wins. Especially if he wins North Carolina and Georgia, which is being projected North Carolina is going to win. Georgia, is probably going to be projected shortly. There is no other way for Harris to win now except if she wins Pennsylvania. As you can see here, now with this, only one winning combination for either of them. Pennsylvania for Trump, Pennsylvania for Harris. There is only one way that either of them can win. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, he wins. If Harris wins Pennsylvania, she wins. And it's even worse if she loses either Wisconsin or Michigan as well. Even if she won Pennsylvania, no, all gone. No chance. So just making that very, very, very clear that this is a nail biter of an election, and that anything can change this. I don't know if you saw that screen there, but I was trying to explain that it is Harris has to win Pennsylvania. If she does not win Pennsylvania, she loses. She is done. So we'll also keep an eye out throughout the night on Michigan. We'll check Michigan now. Michigan has 18% of the vote in. Harris is winning 51.3% of the vote. Wisconsin Trump is currently 95% of the what? Okay then. Okay then. This is weird. 95% of the. Hold on. Are you kidding me? Hold on. Wait a minute. Wisconsin 95% of the vote in already. Trump 55.5%. Harris 43.1%. If Trump, I'm going to make this clear. If Trump was to win Wisconsin, Harris has to win Pennsylvania, has to win Arizona, and then she wins. Doesn't matter if if she loses Nevada, she still wins. If she loses Arizona, but wins Nevada, can't do that. But yeah, and it's even worse if Trump wins Pennsylvania. Trump wins Pennsylvania, which is quite a tight result at the moment. Even if she wins Arizona, even if she wins Nevada, no chance. No chance she loses. So if I was in the betting markets, I would be looking at the moment a lot more favorably for Trump winning a second non-consecutive term with these new results that are appearing at the moment with these results. So it's the lead is narrowing for Trump at the moment in Pennsylvania, but it is not a good result if you're in the Harris team. So I can't believe TsetsTransport has just missed all of that. Thank you to everyone that's currently watching at the moment. Everyone that can see me at the moment. Thank you very much for watching. I'm not TsetsTransport. TsetsTransport is the guy just in the background. I run a different YouTube channel. Hey, Matthew Awesome, and you can find out more in the description. But at the moment, Harris has to win. Harris has to win Pennsylvania, or she loses. It's that clear. Okay, but we can now project that the state, and we're just going to up this at the moment, we can now project that the state of Iowa is now going for Donald Trump. Iowa, with its 6 electoral votes, used to be a very big swing state historically, has been retained for Donald Trump as a likely to safe Republican state. I'm just letting the host of this know that you should probably get them. So Wisconsin looking like Harris is doing, is not doing well there. Pennsylvania, it's a nail biter. We don't have very many results from. I don't think we have very many results from Nevada or Arizona yet. Actually, we should probably check that before I say anything silly. So Arizona, let's check the results there at the moment. Arizona, it's quite tight at the moment. 37% of the vote in at the moment. Harris has 50% of the vote. Donald Trump has 49.2%. So that is a 0.8% lead to Harris at the moment. It could change at any moment, as I've just said. It can change at any moment with this. But Trump is definitely, at the advantage. Harris is at the advantage at the moment in Arizona, but that could change at any moment. Yes, I can hear you.
There we go. All right. Just had some difficulties. I was actually sitting here for the past few minutes. I was just eating some lunch. But yeah, I've been listening.
Yeah.
The Wisconsin thing is incorrect because on the news channels it's showing Kamala Harris in 1.4% lead.
So 270 to win. Decision Desk HQ have changed it. They're now saying 33% of the voters in now, and Harris has a 0.5% lead. Trump has 49%, and then RFK Jr. has 0.5% of the vote. Poor guy. Oh dear. He didn't even want to be in this election in the first place. He didn't even want to be on it. Didn't even want to be in the election in the first place. But yeah, so Iowa's been, according to 270 to win. Iowa's gone for Trump. Same with North Carolina as well, with its 16 electoral votes.
I've just seen that Arizona's votes have started coming in quite a bit now.
Yeah, so they're coming in quite a bit. 41% of the vote in. It's changed again. Literally, it can change at any moment.
Yeah.
What I'm saying at the moment can be completely different in 5 minutes' time. I said 5 minutes ago, Harris had a 1% lead. Trump now has an exact 1% lead.
Exactly.
50.1% of the vote. Harris, 49.1% of the vote. Chase Oliver, the Libertarians, 0.4%. Jill Stein of the Greens, 0.4%. Yes, the Greens exist there, but they're like teeny tiny, completely irrelevant at all. In Pennsylvania, okay, I've just got in a question from EJ. Welcome, EJ. What is the likelihood that Kamala wins Pennsylvania? Apparently, John is moving to Harris Park. I don't know how reliable the train services are in Harris Park, but yeah, so that's going to be interesting. But anyways, what is the likelihood that Kamala wins Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania at the moment, it's changing quite a bit. 50% of the vote in now. Trump has a 2-point lead at the moment, 50.4% of the vote. Harris 48.7% of the vote. Erie County is showing a very strong margin towards Harris at the moment, which is good news for her. But then there's other counties that that she needs to be careful about. There are some. Yeah, it is a very divided state. It is, it could change at any moment, but Trump is currently at the lead. Harris has to win Pennsylvania. If she does not win Pennsylvania, she is, even though that she fought, even if she fought for Pennsylvania, if she loses Pennsylvania, she doesn't win.
I've been taking a look at the at the polls for Pennsylvania, and in good news for Kamala Harris supporters, although Trump is currently leading in Pennsylvania, approximately 51% of the vote has been counted. So there's still a decent chance that Kamala Harris can win Pennsylvania. And yeah, we'll have to find out about that. And then with Arizona, for example, 49% of the votes in, Kamala Harris leads by 0.9%, so rounded up to 1% pretty much. Georgia, pretty much called to be Donald Trump. North Carolina, pretty much called to be Donald Trump. Virginia, Harris is 0.1%. And Nebraska, Harris is 0.1% in the lead. Minnesota, only 2% counted, and Trump's in the lead there, so we can't really say anything about that. It's way too early to call. Wisconsin, Harris at a 0.2% lead with 44% of the vote counted. Michigan, Harris at a 3% lead with 20% of the vote counted, and that's pretty much all we kind of have at the moment.
Yeah, so it can be, it is, we have some very interesting results. So basically, at the moment, let me bring it all up. So yeah, so we are looking at North Carolina and Georgia are basically out of the races, swing states. They're going for Trump. That's just going to probably be the case at the end of the day. Again, well, 80% of the vote, there is a chance that Harris can get it, but I wouldn't say so myself. So, we'll be looking at Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Arizona, and especially Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is the be-all and end-all in this, in this race. Pennsylvania is the be-all and end-all.
And I'm pretty sure when they were predicting what was to happen for the election, Look, I think that Kamala Harris is performing a little less as good as they thought she would, and Trump's performing a little bit better than everyone thought he would, but everyone always came to the conclusion that Pennsylvania would decide the election.
Yeah.
But also, while we're at it, I have confirmed that I have some breaking news that Donald Trump has won the state of North Carolina with its 16 electoral votes. So Donald Trump is getting closer to winning this election at the moment. However, the final states are supposed to open over the next hour and 40 minutes, and majority of them lean more towards the Democrats. So we'll see what happens there. But at the moment, a lot of the swing states, all very close. Nevada, no votes have come in yet. Arizona, 1% lead in Harris. Quite interestingly, New Mexico is fairly close. However, it's probably leaning more towards Harris. Nebraska, Harris is still 0.1% ahead. Minnesota, 3% of the vote in, so we can't really say much about that, but Trump is leading there. Wisconsin, Harris at a 0.2% lead. Michigan, Harris is probably, I think, might win Michigan. She's at 50% there. And Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is 2% ahead of Kamala Harris at 53% of the vote counted in. So, yeah, I'm sure the Democrats are all pretty concerned at the moment and nervous about what might be happening. There is a chance that it could all change.
I just keep in mind that 52.5% of the, with Harris and 52.5% of the vote in Michigan, only 22% of polling places are reporting at the moment. So it could change at any moment. So I wouldn't say anything about either side winning.
We're just going to come in. We've also just gotten a projection that we can now project that Donald Trump has won the state of Iowa with its 6 electoral votes.
Yep.
So just updating all of this. And very concerning for the Democrats, this brings Donald Trump 239 electoral votes. He is only 31 away from winning this election. So, yeah, it's a lot of people are very nervous at the moment. I'm sure many are, for the people who support Kamala Harris. And unfortunately, it looks like it might end up being a replay of the 2016 election where Hillary Clinton was favored to win the election, but Donald Trump won. But unfortunately for just women in general, a lot of Americans at this rate, and we can't declare that Donald Trump has won yet, but if it was to keep at this pace, he would be winning. But at this rate, the United States is not ready for a woman to be president if it goes at this rate, which is unfortunate that we don't have diversity in politics, but hopefully sometime in the future we do. But I'm not going to call that Donald Trump's won yet, because, I mean, like California, or Oregon, Washington, Idaho, a lot of those places still have majority of, or pretty much all of their voting that still needs to be counted and hasn't closed yet, as well as Alaska and Hawaii. So, yeah, it's not looking good for the Harris campaign. I'm sure they're all very nervous right now, but as Matthew explained, there's pretty much only one path to victory, which is like they need to win Pennsylvania. If they don't win Pennsylvania, they've lost the election. And at this rate, with 54% of the vote in, Trump is winning by 2% in Pennsylvania. So, yeah, not looking good for the Democrats.
But just keep in mind that that there's quite a lot of with the Biden administration, there's sort of a little bit of an incumbency bias with that, which is new in American politics. It used to be like the exact opposite. There was an advantage that you were the incumbent in an election, but basically since 2012, that hasn't been the case. You're not getting an advantage by being the incumbent anymore. But then also, the Democrats haven't been big issue is that I think that they haven't quite realized that people weren't as concerned about about abortion or democracy and stuff like that, and more interested in like economy and immigration and stuff like that. And there were definitely some stuff with the economy that they could have done, but they made a few missteps. If Harris was to lose, that would be definitely something that I would look look back at. And I would also keep in mind that a lot of young men have also been going more Republican lately. Thanks like podcasters and all that, with a few percent podcasters and all that, a lot of young men, so sort of, people more around my age, are starting to go a lot more conservative. When it used to be that, young men used to be a lot more, especially a lot more highly educated young men, would be more liberal, more to the left. And then sort of, once they got to like their 40s and 50s, they would become more conservative. But now that's no longer, now with young men, that's just not happening anymore. That that young men are going more to the right, and I have seen these observations for myself with that. So I am, so yes, that is definitely something that I would keep an eye out for with that. So I don't think it's just because the US isn't ready to have a woman president. I think a lot of people in the US are prepared to have a woman as president, but there could be some just but with Trump there are you know when you have to change your tactics when you're dealing with a very populist candidate. There's a lot of lots of stuff about a candidate which would be critical flaws that would make them completely unwinnable if they didn't have like a populist style character. But with Trump, you can throw anything at him. You can throw anything at him. You can throw a bus at him and a tape at him. You can throw the U.S. Capitol at him. You can throw you can throw court cases. You can throw anything at him. But he doesn't fall for any of that because of his populist character. He knows how to get through all these things and just completely dodge them from ruining his political career and creating basically a cult of personality around him.
Yeah, I do believe that Donald Trump really, I don't feel like it's fair to not only other Republicans, but not fair to Democrats as well. How, like, Trump literally said the other day that he'd be happy to shoot the media and just shoot them to death. He said that the other day. No one cares. Well, I mean, I care. I personally care. I feel like that's a threat. You shouldn't be saying that if you're running for president. And not to mention, I mean, he didn't say it directly, but his campaign allowed it to happen. They made racist jokes about Puerto Rico, and that really, a lot of people thought that would have Trump lose the election, but it just...
The October surprise.
Yeah, it was the October surprise, but yeah, at the moment, and like, I've been thinking a lot, there's this guy called Alan Lichtman, and he's known for predicting the elections.
Alan Lichtman, yeah.
And I think he's predicted I think he's gotten 2 wrong in the last 40 years or something.
He's gotten 2. He's gotten 1 wrong in the past 40 years, and using his calculations, it was basically a 1 in 200 error rate. With that, I can actually go through all the keys to power.
Yeah.
With that, it's all available on Wikipedia. Let me just bring it up. So I don't want to, donate at the moment. Hold on. The keys to the White House. I will just bring that up now. I'm just going to share my screen. So you can see here. So he calculated every single election from 1860 up until 1980, and had these keys to power. So the incumbent party nominee, Stephen Douglas, he wasn't the president, but the Democrats were in beforehand. But there was a party mandate for Douglas. There was a big primary contest. The incumbent was not seeking re-election. There were quite a few third-party contestants. The short-term economy was strong. The short and the long-term economy was strong. There were not major policy changes. There were big social unrests. there weren't too many scandals with Stephen Douglas. There was no major failures, but no major successes at the time. But there's been, but the incumbent was not charismatic, and Lincoln at the time wasn't considered a charismatic kind of person. But that was more than 6 keys. Stephen Douglas won, Lincoln won, and that was the case with all of them except for Rutherford B. Hayes and Samuel Tilden. It was a very controversial election, that one, 1876. It actually almost caused it was a really nasty election. It almost caused a civil war, that one, actually. It looked like that Samuel Tilden was going to win, but Rutherford B. Hayes won. But Grover Cleveland against Benjamin Harrison again. He was supposed to win, but Harrison won instead. And Grover Cleveland is the only, and this might be the last time that I can say this. Grover Cleveland is the only U.S. president who has won 2 non-consecutive terms. He won in 1884, lost in 88, ran in 1892, won. But you can see, all these here, all these keys. So there were only 2 times in this where where a candidate lost, and there were some very key reasons as to why. And then 1984 to present, the only time that he got a prediction incorrect was Al Gore and George W. Bush. Bush won Florida by like 500 votes in a recount when Al Gore was originally supposed to win. So that was very controversial. But he went and changed. George Bush won 2004, and he even predicted when everyone else said Donald Trump was not going to win, wasn't going to win. In 2016, he won. He then, everyone said that Donald Trump wasn't going to win. Alan Lichtman said that he won. He won. Harris, we don't know yet, but he has said that, the incumbent is Kamala Harris, no party mandate, but did not have a major primary contest during the convention. There was Harris is not an incumbent seeking re-election. There was no third party, contested now after RFK went. There's been a relatively strong short-term and strong long-term economy. There's been major policy changes, no social unrest, no scandal, no foreign. There has been quite a few foreign military failures, but there's been a few successes. The incumbent isn't a chaos, even though that she can be quite, even though Trump and Harris can be charismatic to certain people, not charismatic broadly. But I think if Trump doesn't win, I think it's because, even though that statistically, the US isn't in a recession at the moment, most people feel like that the economy, both short term and long term, has been doing quite badly. So if those were all changed to false, that would be 6 keys, Trump would win. So I think that that if Trump wins today, that is probably what Alan Lichtman has gotten wrong in his prediction. Is that even though that yes, the US hasn't been in recession, but a lot of people in the US don't feel like that way. They don't feel like that there's been, there's been a lot of inflation. There's been, a big cost of living crisis. Same thing here as in Australia. Same thing as here in Sydney and New South Wales. It's so, but having those short and long term economies change to false, bang, Trump would win under this because, more than 6 keys are false. So that would be, something that, he would need to change again. Lichtman is to, not go like purely to the facts, but how people actually feel, with that, rather than just going, oh, where there hasn't been a recession, the economy's doing great. You know, when people may not always feel that that's the case. So yeah, so that's my 2 cents.
One thing I also am starting to consider is that early votes as well is also counted normally close to the end. So, you know, there is a chance that tonight we see Donald Trump allegedly claim victory in Pennsylvania, but all of a sudden, you know, the early votes could bring Harris over. And after all, I did some research, and Joe Biden won Pennsylvania by only 80,000 votes, and what helped him with that was the early voting. So if it looks like Trump is winning, which it does, there is, for the Democrats out there who are watching, there's still hope for you guys. But
because I still remember 2020. Everybody was thinking, oh, you know, like early in the night, oh, Trump is going to win. But then they waited a day or two and they went, oh, Joe Biden's winning. And then, and then Trump went, we were prepared to get a historic election. We were prepared to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. And then that was the end of democracy as we know, as we knew it.
I mean, like I've said before, I'm not like a Democrat supporter, and I'm not a Republican supporter. I'm like, if one candidate looks good enough, then I'll say, okay, they look good. Like, if I'm being completely honest, I'm going to just come out and be completely honest. From what I've seen, I think Kamala Harris would be a better candidate, but that's not my opinion. I mean, it is my opinion, but like, I don't have the right to make that decision because I'm not in America. But I mean, just the fact that after what Donald Trump has done, especially because, I mean, before he, like, especially the January 6th stuff, I'm like, it's okay if Trump wins, I guess. I mean, like, it's not going to be crazy bad. I mean, it was bad, but like, yeah, it's interesting to watch US politics, and I've been scrolling through some articles online and social media, and everyone's very worried, and a lot of people have said, like, dear America, please don't F this up, please don't F this up, please don't F it up, and you can kind of tell that they're all on the Democratic side, but yeah, it's look, Kamala Harris, like I said before, can still win the election, but at the moment, people are going to start worrying to think, including myself, that like, oh, well, it actually looks like it's much different to what we originally predicted it was going to be, like with all the polls and everything. But one thing we need to remember, though, is that in the end, Kamala Harris finished off with only 1.3% in favorability for the president over Donald Trump. So Donald Trump only got 1.3% behind Kamala Harris in support for president, like who they would vote for and stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah. I had quite a few people ask, me, oh, who is going to win, the presidential election? Who is going to win this? Who's going to win that? But genuinely, because I knew that the polls would not be, I would be being quite, I would be, censoring myself quite a bit by saying, that the polls weren't going to be fully accurate. So, and, with it being so close, like back in 1984, I would have been able to say, yeah, Ronald Reagan's going to win. I'll be able to just say quite boldly like that, yeah, Ronald Reagan's going to win.
I'm just going to interrupt you for a second.
I would be able to say that months in advance.
I'm just going to interrupt you for a second. I've just made the decision, or judging by the polls, give me a second, there we go, that Kamala Harris has won the state of New Mexico. 64% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump is at 44% there, and Kamala Harris at 53%. So it's fairly likely that Kamala Harris and the Democrats will win the state of New Mexico, which brings up, in our prediction, Kamala Harris to 121 electoral votes compared to Trump's 239 from our prediction. On the actual proper news agencies, which personally I don't believe they're really correct on a lot of the stuff, Donald Trump is at 210 on there, and Kamala Harris at 91. In 20 minutes' time, we have California closing, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. A lot of those, I think, like only one of those states is one of the only ones that is mainly leaning towards Republicans. because a lot of them are actually leaning towards Democrats. So if that
Look,
was
like I can just say just immediately, Idaho's going to go for Trump, and Washington, Oregon, and California are going to go for Harris.
yeah, definitely.
I'm just saying that quite quickly. And when you see that on there, rewind this and say, oh, well, you were correct. Harris won California, Oregon, and Washington, and Trump won Idaho.
Also, because someone was just talking about how close Arizona was, and it really is close. Like, no joke. Kamala Harris is 1,050 votes behind Donald Trump. They are insanely close. Donald Trump's
on my one at the moment. We've got about Harris is about a 0.2 percent advantage at the moment to Trump. 86, 87, about 3,000 vote difference at the moment.
Oh yeah, they just updated it. Trump is now 0.1% ahead in here. He's currently he's now 900 votes ahead of Kamala Harris. So it's very, very, very close in Arizona.
Again,
probably one of the closest states.
Yeah, again, it is it's 53% of the vote is in at the moment, according to the Decision Desk HQ at the moment. I would not. It's too close to call, too early to call. Don't. I can't, and nobody is going to be able to project it for anyone at this time. So Arizona, we're just going to have to wait and see on that. Let me check Minnesota. Minnesota, nothing's come in yet. At the moment, for me,
seems that
Wisconsin, Trump is currently ahead by 0.2%. 54% of the vote in at the moment. Wisconsin in at the moment. Wisconsin is another.
Just going to interrupt you for a second, Matthew. Could you just check your thing? The audio seems to be repeating itself again. I think it's okay on my end, but maybe just double check your end.
Let me try again. It's fine for me.
Oh, that's weird. It's repeating. I've got something on here that is repeating it twice. I just got to figure out what it is. Try talking now.
Well, I'll be like that. I hope I don't come back to nuclear pops. Okay. World War III. World War III, people.
Okay, I think it's okay now.
Cover of the town hall station. That is actually a designated nuclear bomb shelter. Same with Wynyard.
Yeah, I saw that.
And also the old Grace Brothers at Chatswood. Yeah. So Wynyard and Town Hall are designated nuclear bomb shelters.
Jeez.
Quick, people, go to Wynyard Station. I'll be saying that over the PA. Attention all customers, World War III is beginning. Please proceed to Wynyard Station immediately. If you want to survive. Although I don't think you want to survive this.
Honestly, at this rate, we are the closest to World War III that we've ever been. But yeah, they've been saying that all the time and everything.
Maybe except the time maybe except the time when Stanislav Petrov, prevented the world from blowing itself up. Check out his story. Stanislav Petrov, the guy who literally saved the world. He saved the world. He was a Soviet military officer. There was an error with the Soviet missile tracking systems that said that there were a bunch of missiles coming from the US straight to the Soviet Union. Normally it'd be two officers that would have to approve a nuclear missile strike, and those two approved it. But because Stanislav Petrov just so happened to be there on that day, and he was a bit suspicious that it wasn't an actual attack, he said no. And just by him saying no, we are not going to launch the missiles. And when the missiles were supposed to get there, nothing happened.
Yeah.
And because Stanislav Petrov wasn't trigger happy and went, okay, then we're going to go and blow the whole world up, Stanislav Petrov back in 1983 saved the world. That is why I'm alive and not a mutant freak, and that's why you're all still alive, and why Aussie John didn't didn't get blown up while driving a bus. That's why. That is why.
I've
So,
actually
you know,
never heard of that. That's a very interesting story.
Yeah. And it was also very similar stories happened multiple times in 1961 during the nuclear missile crisis. There were like 2 weeks where the world almost blew itself up. And the US were going to like invade Cuba and all that. It was insane. My grandfather had to went and fled from the UK off to like a little hideout in Ireland, to try and save himself and his family. Like my dad was like a baby, and they and they had to they were prepared to run away to Ireland in case World War III happened.
Jeez, and they've
still
been waiting there.
Knowing the results of a nuclear war, they would not have survived in Ireland.
Yeah.
Or anywhere, to be frank. Anywhere in Europe. Anywhere in Europe, anywhere in North America. You'd have to come down here to have at least a slight chance of surviving, because there aren't as many targets here, because Australia isn't a nuclear power. We don't have any, nuclear missiles. Well, for now. That might be changing soon, but AUKUS and all that, but we don't have any targets, even Sydney. Sydney, yeah, maybe, but not really. It's not like the first thing that, Putin or Xi Jinping or Kim Jong-un are thinking about. They're not like going, I heard that the Youth Deputy Premier, Matthew Hayes, and TsetsTransport are doing a live stream right now. Let me have a look at it. Oh, I hate this live stream. I'm going to go and blow up Sydney now.
I'm just going to interrupt you for a second. We've just received word that Senator Ted Cruz, who is the senator for Texas, has just finished making a speech declaring victory. And unlike what Trump we thought he would do, which I don't think he really will do anymore, it does look like the Republicans did win there. So I think what we'll do, we might actually play a little bit of the video just to see what he's been saying, because we haven't really heard much from like news sources and everything.
And on my projections here, Texas, Ted Cruz is on here. He's been re-elected.
Yeah.
And Utah, John Curtis has been elected there after Mitt Romney retired. That's remaining with the Republicans. We haven't heard anything. The main thing that we've got to look out for is Ohio with their Senate race. Keep an eye out on that. So we will keep an eye out on that, but just play the video in the meantime.
Yeah, we'll play it now, and if you want to make some comments on anything, just I can pause the thing and you can have a little comment save with myself.
Actually, just before we do, the Republicans currently have a 5-point lead at the moment in Ohio with the U.S. Senate election. Sherrod Brown, 45.8%, Bernie Warner, I think it is, 50.9%, so 82% of the vote reported. We could very easily see in a few minutes, the Republicans take over the United States Senate.
Yeah, I have just taken a look. They're only 2 away from being able to take it up.
Yeah.
All right, we'll move on to the video now. And it's 17 minutes long, so I don't know if we'll play the entire thing, but we might just butt in every once in a while if there's an update about something.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Kevin Chung, and I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at Ryder. Companies like mine are proof that an AI-powered future is already here. And if you want to experience that future...
Just going to mute it for the moment. We've got some advertisements. But here we go.
The glory. Tonight is an incredible night. A huge victory here in Texas.
Was that AI?
Right now, we're up by 8 points at over 600,000 votes. And they're still counting votes. It also looks very likely that we're going to have a Republican Senate next year. And I believe, and I hope and pray, that Donald Trump will be reelected as President of the United States. I want to say thank you, number one, to my extraordinary wife, Heidi, my best friend in the world. Such an amazing partner on this magic carpet ride of life. And I want to say thank you to our two beautiful and amazing girls, Caroline and Catherine. You know, politics at times exacts a price on the family. And I want to say I am so grateful for their love and support, and you guys are amazing. Thank you. I also want to give a special shout out to Alexis Nungary. Alexis, thank you for your incredible courage speaking out for your precious Jocelyn, and your courage has made such a profound difference in this nation. We're going to. I also want to thank all the Democrats across Texas who crossed over and supported my campaign. Including especially Harris County District Attorney Kim Ogg. Who has stood strong for prosecuting violent criminals. And I want to thank every Texan across our great state who has stood with us in this fight, who worked and who fought for Texas. I want to congratulate Colin Allred on a hard-fought campaign. And I want to say to all of those who didn't support me, you have my word that I will fight for you, for your jobs, for your safety, and for your constitutional rights. But tonight, the people of Texas have spoken. And their message rings clear as a bell across our great state. Texas will remain Texas. You know, the media were ready to write off Texas. And Chuck Schumer poured in more than $100 million to our state. Well, I want to say thank you, Chuck. And I hope we win a few more Senate seats tonight because you wasted so much money in Texas. They deployed every trick, every lie, and every Hollywood celebrity they could find. Chuck Schumer tried to buy this Senate seat like it was a piece of Manhattan real estate. But he learned what we've always known, that Texas isn't for sale. And Texans can't be bought. Amen. Over the last 2 years, I've traveled every corner of this state, from the Panhandle to the Valley, from deep East Texas to far in West Texas. We have traveled 9,094 miles, 53 rallies all over the state of Texas. I've worn out my boots, at times my voice, and certainly the patience of my incredible political team, who did an amazing job on this campaign and I think is the very best team in all of politics. And what I found traveling the state of Texas was worth every single mile. Because everywhere I went, I found something that gives me profound hope. Common sense isn't dead. It is alive and well in Texas. Everywhere I went, I met Texans who share a simple dream: to keep their families safe, to keep their freedom secure, and to keep their Texas values strong. Tonight, we are witnessing incredible results, especially with Hispanics across the state of Texas. And we are seeing tonight generational change in South Texas. The results tonight, this decisive victory, should shake the Democrat establishment to its core. I've spent months in the Rio Grande Valley, sitting in family kitchens, visiting small businesses, praying in local churches. And let me tell you what I learned. Our Hispanic communities aren't just leaving the Democrat Party. They're coming home to conservative values they never left. They understand something the liberal elites never will. There's nothing progressive about open borders. There is nothing compassionate about chaos. And there is nothing Latino about letting criminals roam free.
All right, just going to quickly interrupt. We have breaking news.
Please, excuse me, I'm minding him. I'm minding him.
Yes, I can see
Right,
that.
no, there was a little bit of a delay, but I hear it all the time.
Yeah, okay, so, look, this is close, but I'm going to predict that Kamala Harris has won the state of Michigan. So, this is...
Ooh, Michigan. Let me check that.
30% of the votes are in. Kamala Harris is leading by 5%. There is a chance that Trump could take it back, but there's a good chance that Kamala Harris has won the state of Michigan, bringing her up to 136
Harris is more likely
votes.
to win Michigan, but I would be careful about calling it at the moment. But it is looking like, more likely that Harris is going to win Michigan. But just in my own personal opinion, it's up to you. It's your channel. But
yeah, I'll leave it for the moment. But it's kind of like a 50-50. Like, we'll just keep a close eye on that, and we can easily take it off if needed.
But Harris is more likely to win Michigan. Trump 2-point lead at the moment in Pennsylvania. 65% of the vote is in. Georgia's been projected by everyone now to go to Donald Trump. Wisconsin, Trump is ahead by 2 points there. Minnesota, nothing is coming from there yet from what I can see. Arizona, Trump is 54% of the vote is in. Trump is winning by 0.2%, about a 3,000 vote difference there at the moment. Nevada, at the moment, nothing is coming in there yet. By the way, it is now 11 p. It is now 3
I'm just going to
p.m.
interrupt you, Matthew. We have
daylight
some.
time.
We're just going to interrupt you for a
Yeah.
second, Matthew. We have some breaking news. We can now predict that the state of California will go to Kamala Harris. This is a major win for the Democratic Party with its 54 electoral votes. It is the state with the most amount of electoral votes in the United States, and we can now predict that that will go to Kamala Harris. That is with the polls closing in another row of states, and we are now the only two states left to have their polls closed are Hawaii and Alaska. So we can now predict that Kamala Harris has won the state of California.
This was back in 2008, by the way. Was 11 p.m. Was the time that Barack Obama was projected to win the presidency. Was 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is 3 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. So, so the polls now closed. As you would have heard, California's gone for Harris, not a surprise. Oregon, Washington probably are going to go for Harris. Idaho's probably going to go for Trump. We've got two more waiting to close. Hawaii and Alaska, they won't close. Hawaii and Alaska, let me double check when they're going to close, but it should still be a little while to go until they close. Poll closing times. So they should be closing at. Okay, so in about an hour, Hawaii will close at midnight, and then Alaska 1 a.m. We still got a bit more time before we get those results, but probably Oregon, Washington, and Idaho will get projections from them shortly. But it is getting quite tight at the moment, but it is leaning more towards a Trump victory at the moment. But again, keep in mind that in all the swing states, only about half to 2/3 of the votes have been counted. Literally any kind of wave, any kind of wave at all in the counting, can change it instantly. So just keep that in mind when we're going through to all of this. So we got by the way, I think Trump is a rapper because he has no way of singing at all. He does not have a voice to sing. He's not like Obama, where he could, watch Obama sing. He's amazing. He's amazing at singing. He's not like Kevin Rudd, where he himself proclaimed that he sang like a cow. That is what Kevin Rudd actually said. And Donald Trump, he's not that much better. So he is a rapper because he can't sing. Just to comment a little bit earlier.
Also have some breaking news. We can now confirm that Donald Trump has won the state of Idaho with its 4 electoral votes. Donald Trump has won the state of Idaho.
Yeah, not surprised. Not surprised at all. And Washington, Oregon, very likely Democratic at the moment. New Mexico going likely Democratic. Same with Minnesota. Arizona is going leaning Republican. Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, complete tilt at the moment. Connecticut, New Jersey are probably going to go to Harris. Maine at large, and 1st Congressional District's probably going to go for Harris. 2nd Congressional District's probably going to go for Trump. There. Nebraska's 1st Electoral District's probably going to go for Trump. Nebraska's 2nd Congressional District's probably going to go for Harris. So it is quite a tight race, and it is completely going to Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Those are the 3 states that she needs. She wins all 3, cool, done. But if she loses Pennsylvania, no chance of winning whatsoever. Same with Trump. Trump has to win Pennsylvania. You know, you know, if Trump can go and grab, Trump, if Harris was to, let me just bring it up now. I won't share my screen, but I'll just explain it to you. If Harris was to win Pennsylvania, but he won Arizona and Nevada, and Harris wins Wisconsin, Michigan, that's the end of it. But if she was to lose Pennsylvania, no chance of winning. So it is a must win for both sides, Pennsylvania. So we'll be keeping a very, very, very close eye on it. An update with the Senate. The Senate has now we can now project that the Ohio Senate race has gone for Bernie Monero over there, defeating Sherrod Brown, the incumbent Democratic senator from Ohio, and with and with that, we can at this point, if Harris wins, it is if Harris doesn't win the presidential election, the Senate is going to be a majority Republican, which I'm not surprised about, but we'll keep an eye out on that. The House race is getting a lot more closer. Democrats 148 seats, Republicans 170. So Republicans haven't made many grounds there, but now that the West Coast is getting all their representatives counted at the moment, it could be quite a tight race for the House. And if Trump wins,
I'm just going to
having
interrupt you for a second, Matthew.
Yeah.
I'm just going to interrupt you for a second. We have breaking news. As expected, Kamala Harris has won the state of Oregon with its 8 electoral votes. And this already was expected to be a win for the Democrats, so we can now confirm that Kamala Harris has won the state of Oregon with its 8 electoral votes.
Yeah. There you go. Rewind the video now, please. Rewind the video to the point where I said,
Now we just need Harris to win Washington, and then Matthew is entirely correct.
Oregon, California. Okay, wait a few more minutes before rewinding the video. We need to be able to get the viewer retention rate up higher a little bit more. We need to get the retention rate up with that. So, but yeah, so we got, so we are, so we got, so here we go. We got quite a few people, again, it's saying Trump is winning, goodbye, Kamala, Trump is currently in the lead in this race at the moment. But again, it's a race. It's a race. I'm not going to be like, ScoMo and go, well, it's not a race. It's not a race, but it is a race. It can, these results can change at any moment. At any moment. Just making that clear. So, yeah.
Just going to interrupt you for a second, Matthew. We have another projection. We can now project that Kamala Harris has won the state of Virginia.
Virginia.
It was originally very close. Trump was in the lead, but Kamala Harris is now 2.1% ahead, and 80% of the vote has been counted. So we can now project that Kamala Harris has won the state of Virginia.
Not surprised. But yeah. Anyways, Washington's next. Look out, Washington! We're coming for you and your monorail. We want a monorail again. Look out, Washington! Look out, Seattle! We're coming for you next. Anyways, so it is a complete dead heat at the moment. So I can't. Trump is leaning on towards a victory, but don't know yet. Don't know yet for sure. So yeah. So yeah, I may need to go in just a moment, and I'll try to come back as soon as I can. but I predict that at the end of the school day that there was going to be complete and utter chaos in about 15 seconds. So, yeah, so keeping that in mind, I am literally counting down how much time I have left. There we go, that's my cue to go. I better get going. I'll be back later on. See ya.
See ya. Alright, so Matthew's left us for a little bit. So we are going to go take a look at what we have at the moment. Now, I am just now going to make the call as a result of this, but we can now make a projection that Donald Trump has won the state of Nebraska, but only it's 4 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has won the single district. So Donald Trump has won the state of Nebraska. That is 4 electoral votes towards him. So yeah. And apart from that, we'll quickly add that on now. Nebraska and then 1 district there. Okay, so that now puts Kamala Harris over 200 electoral votes and Donald Trump at 248. He now only has 22 more electoral votes that he needs to win this election. And as a result of that, he would need to win... he'd need to win, obviously... If he was to win Pennsylvania right now, he's won the election. So, well, pretty much. Because he's effectively going to win the election if he wins Pennsylvania. And he... we'll take a quick look. Washington, too close to call. However, Trump's in a surprising lead there, but... not too surprised by how Trump is in the lead straight ahead there, but yeah. And then North Carolina, it's for Trump, but Harris isn't too far behind actually. Michigan, we projected it to be for Kamala Harris. Minnesota, that seems to be leaning more towards Donald Trump, which I'm very surprised about actually. So that is the home state of governor and who was running for the vice president on the Democrats, Tim Walz. Sadly, a really big loss for the Democrats if they do lose the state of Minnesota. But of course, it is only 14% of the voting, but definitely a bit of a surprise. However, yeah, too early to call there. This is what they're saying here at the moment on 270 to wins page. That's what they're projecting. So we've got about the same numbers they do for Trump, and then we've got a bit more votes for Kamala than they do. So yeah, this is our current map at the moment. This is what it looks like. And for the swing states, Nevada vote counting has still not started, despite the polls being closed for like an hour or two now. We've got Arizona, Donald Trump leading by 0.1%. New Mexico, that's going to Kamala Harris. Georgia, Trump has won Georgia. North Carolina, Trump has won North Carolina. Virginia, Kamala Harris has won Virginia. Pennsylvania, too close to call, but currently in favor of Donald Trump. But yeah, you never know. It's got another 25% of the vote left to be counted, and normally a lot of early voting can push over. Like the Democrats, registered Democrats normally vote early rather than on election day. A lot of Republicans vote on election day. So there is a chance that Kamala Harris can take the lead in Pennsylvania and snatch the election from Donald Trump. So the Harris campaign team is sitting there very nervous right now because all they need to do is just win Pennsylvania and they've won the election. So pretty much we're at this stage now where whoever wins Pennsylvania, I can officially project has won the election. I'm actually quite surprised by how quick this has gone, because I thought we would be at this pace maybe like 8 p.m. tonight, but it's 3:14 p.m. this afternoon, and we are already close to seeing a winner of the election, which I find absolutely insane. But yeah, so a lot of Harris has been getting a lot more electoral votes in the last few minutes. She's projected to win Washington shortly. We're probably going to call that in just a second. Arizona, she is losing by 0.1%, so like by a few thousand votes. So like there's nothing, we cannot call that at all. And then up here, like Maine, I project that Kamala Harris has won there. New Hampshire, same thing, but that's already been counted in. So this is our current map. This is what is being displayed exactly on our election stream, the completely unbiased results of what we think is happening, because we try to make, because like I said, and a lot of people said, oh no, you're going to go for Kamala, No, you can kind of see when I meant unbiased, I meant unbiased. But this is what the news is saying, but this is what we're saying. This is what we believe is more likely to happen. So, yeah, we'll keep a close eye on Washington. And maybe in a few minutes' time, we might call Washington to the Democrats, which would push Kamala Harris and the Democrats to 212 electoral votes, making it neck and neck. But what I might do is I'm going to duplicate this page, and let's look at some potential outcomes. So we do believe that Kamala Harris has won the state of Washington, which would bring her up to 212. We haven't officially projected that just yet. And then let's say that Kamala Harris won Nevada, Trump won Arizona, Alaska, Hawaii, we'll say Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota, and then, yeah, it's like literally neck and neck. Like if Trump wins Pennsylvania, he wins the election. Same thing on the other side, Harris wins. All right, Matthew seems to be back now, so we're going to put Matthew on the stream again.
Hi. There we go. Bingo. I heard the word Washington and I got very interested.
Yes, I haven't officially projected it yet, but Kamala Harris has taken a noticeable lead in Washington, so we'll probably call that in a few minutes' time. But we were just looking at the outcomes of what could happen and who could win the election.
I wouldn't be surprised if Washington goes for Harris.
Yeah.
Just it is one of the most safest seats for the Democrats. Excuse me for just one moment.
Yep. Just wait for Matthew there. Yeah, so I'll just see what's going on here. Yeah, I'm going to make the call. I'm just going to interrupt you for a second, Matthew. I'm going to make the call. I can now project that Kamala Harris and the Democrats have won the state of Washington. Not too surprising of this victory, but definitely good news for the Democrats. That's an extra 12
Now you can
electoral
rewind the
votes.
video. Rewind the video now.
Bringing it.
The moment that I said Harris is going to win California, Oregon, Washington, Trump is going to win Idaho.
Yep.
And now you can also remember to rewind a little bit later on when I say that Harris is going to win Hawaii and Trump is going to win Alaska.
You're the full-on predictor here, Matthew. You know everything.
Yeah. I just can't predict Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, or Nevada or Arizona. That's out of my limits.
Yeah. Now I've just received word that the head of the Harris campaign, Jen O'Malley Dillon, has acknowledged in an email to the campaign staff this evening that this is a razor-thin race, and says, while we continue to see data trickle from the Sun Belt states, we have known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states, and we feel good about what we're seeing. They're expecting, and they're waiting for a significant amount of votes to come in to Philadelphia, and that does align with what has been already projected with the early votes. How they do project that there will be a lot of Democratic supporters coming in for the voting as they do count the early votes much later, and as we get into, like, for example, Florida is at 95% of the vote counted, so that's they're probably going to be doing the early votes there now. But so at the moment,
change the results.
Yeah, exactly.
Florida's going for Trump.
Yeah, Florida's definitely for Trump. But
yeah, home state, he can enjoy Mar-a-Lago with his Republican voting, with his Republican buddies.
I must ask. What files has he kept in his bathroom? I wonder how many he has in there at the moment. He said if he'd become, because I watched an interesting interview that it was one of his last interviews. He said that if he became president, he would declassify the 9/11 files. He would declassify UFO files. He would declassify his Mar-a-Lago files. I'm like, I'd be interested in. They're not going to let that happen, especially with like the 9/11 and UFO stuff. They won't let that be exposed.
No, there are well, unless if he gets enough yes men, but that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
There are lots of probabilities in the world, but one of those, but that is quite unrealistic. You're going to have to wait until most of us are dead before we find out what we find get all the 9/11 files and all that because they like to wait
Yeah,
for that
exactly.
time. Like a lot of stuff from like the Cold War still hasn't been
Yeah.
declassified yet. Even though that there was no point declassifying them, it's just because that most people that were alive during the Cold War are still alive now. They still haven't declassified most of them yet, so that's why.
Yeah, and I do think same with 9/11 that they won't declassify that for a very long time because that still, even though it was like what 23 years ago, it's still fairly recent and yeah, there's no chance of them declassifying that anytime soon.
And if they're really wanting to find weird files, they should probably look at my computer. There's a Sydney Metro file here.
Oh,
That's
I've
cool.
got those everywhere. I have at least about 15 of those.
Alistair Henskin's file.
Oh my goodness.
I have that. I have a file on him. I have some X-rays here. I don't know why that's here. I have, and this is weird. I actually haven't revealed this on YouTube before, but I have a typewriter.
Oh wow! I've never had a typewriter before. You're officially cooler than me, Matthew.
I have a typewriter. Some of the keys don't work, so I actually do need to get fixed. But I can just go over here. Except, hold on, I'll be back.
Oh good. I knew that wall was gonna fall over at one point. Okay, but I was interested, just taking a look while we were chatting with Matthew. The District of Columbia, which is a state, is just like a separate island, but I'd say this is probably the strongest Harris state in America right now. It's a 90.5% to Harris, and which is 248,000 votes to Harris and only 17,000 to Trump. So, the District of Columbia 100% is going to Harris. There is no chance that Trump can take that back over again. And also with the popular vote as well, Donald Trump has 54.7 million total votes in the popular vote. Kamala Harris 48.9, so pretty much 49 million. So they're about 5 million behind. So yeah, too close to call still. Oh, are you seriously typewriting?
Yes.
ASMR with Matthew.
Yeah. I wish to let you know that that this election is too close to call. Ding.
This is gonna be like some. I bet you someone's gonna clip this and say like some random out of context moment. Honestly.
No. When we have, yes, it's going to be like that. Let you know when we have more information.
We should, Matthew. You should sell this in about 50 years' time. I'm sure you get this for a lot of money. Just saying saying it like the moment you typed it on one of the most consequential elections in history, and you just have this.
Well, I've made multiple. While the printing hasn't worked, I typed some of the wrong letters. It's completely worthless.
Yeah.
Yours sincerely.
They should really add autocorrect to typewriters.
They have like some of the newer typewriters have them from like the 1990s.
Oh yeah.
This one's a manual one. I could get like an electric typewriter, but I'm gonna be able to fit that here.
Too boring.
Yeah. Oh well, they're cool. They make like this.
Ooh, I like the sound of that.
And you can like remove misspelt words and.
Oh, that's cool.
And it can like.
I think Matthew, we may need to check up on John. He wants to use his slates and chalkboards.
Yes. So yeah.
So,
Yeah,
John, it's okay, John. It's okay. We're in 2024. It's all right. It's gonna be okay. Don't grab out that chalkboard. As long as you don't scratch your fingernails down the chalkboard, then we'll be okay.
P.S. This is 2024, not 1896. Contrary to popular opinion right now. There we go. Bingo. Just making that clear. It's 2024, not 1896. And that's it there, but it's.
Would you look at that? That's a piece of history, Matthew.
No, it's not.
Oh, it is for the stream. Just Matthew, say it is for the stream. It's it's like the clicks.
Greetings, fellow citizens. I wish to let you know that this election is too close to call. We will let you know when we have more information. The ... Yours sincerely, Ahead Matthew Awesome. P.S. This is 2024, not 1896, contrary to popular opinion right now.
That is great.
I need to write here. No chalkboards. That's what I need to do. Anyways.
Well, flashback to the 20th century. We have no further updates.
And we're about to go back to the 20th century.
Oh God.
We're about to go back to the 19th century politically.
Yep.
Anyways.
After all, the certain winner of this election looks up to a certain person in Germany, so that's great.
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say that he's more like his dad. Interesting guy. If you ever get to meet him, he's interesting for Trump. Interesting guy. But yeah, interesting guy. And his mum came from like Scotland and stuff like that. Interesting woman. Anyways, so yeah, there we go. And then so there's a typewriter there. I don't know why that's there. I have weird stuff here. I will one day, once I get like a proper office, I'll have them all like behind me. I'll have them all stacked across here, and you can like every video that I make, every live stream that I make, you can see all the collections.
Yeah.
Back there. I have some very interesting stuff. I have like some old pounds, shillings, and pence. Old Australian pounds, shillings, and pence.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I have that. So yeah, and it's still technically legal tender in Australia. Although a pound is $2.
Jeez.
And a shilling is 10 cents. And 5 pence is and 5 cents is only 6 pence.
Wow. Just informing not only you, Matthew, but everyone in the stream that they've the news have now confirmed Kamala Harris has won Washington, and have now confirmed that Kamala Harris has won Connecticut. But we have already projected that Kamala Harris won Washington and Connecticut, so no need for us to change
Connecticut, and she's gonna win New Jersey.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't called it already.
I think they're just too scared to.
Yeah.
But I'm not scared to go. Yeah. Like if it was a complete landslide defeat for Harris or for any Democrat, it would be, New Jersey going for Trump would be a big sign that, that the campaign is a complete disaster. But Virginia would go first, and Virginia hasn't gone. So, yeah.
Yeah, and we have projected that Kamala Harris will just win the state of Virginia, though, but it's definitely something for the Democrats to be concerned about in 2028 because of how close Virginia has become now between Democrats and Republicans, because I believe the Kamala Harris and the Democrats are only like 3% ahead of Donald Trump and the Republicans, and that's with 81% of the vote counted, hence why we've already made a prediction about half an hour ago that Virginia was going to go to Kamala Harris and the Democrats.
Well, Virginia was always going to go. Virginia's been a swing state for quite a long time, but it sort of stopped being considered a swing state by the media, a little bit like Ohio and Florida aren't considered swing states anymore, but instead Virginia is going more to the left. So, so with it being 2 to 3%, that's how it was, historically always was. It was quite close in 2008, very close in 2004. Bush won Virginia. Both times, Bush won Virginia. So it's own, and it was a Republican safe state for quite a long time. So they've won Virginia at least. So
Yeah.
Oh snap, Virginia! They've won Virginia.
I'm also going to put a little comment. I've been keeping an eye on the popular vote, and it seems to be looking like the popular vote is slowly but surely starting to sway towards Kamala Harris now. She's actually, it's just updated again. She's climbing up by 0.1% every few minutes or so. She was at about 46% about 5 minutes ago. She's now at 47.1%. Donald Trump at 51.4%. So that is most likely pushed by California, because I believe California has several million of the popular votes. There's currently 2.5 million people who have voted for Kamala Harris in California and 1.6 million who have voted for Donald Trump in California. And that's only with 25% of the vote in. So there'll definitely be a lot more of the popular vote coming through, especially in Kamala Harris's favor from California.
So the media has refused to call New Mexico, Washington, or New Jersey yet, or Minnesota.
You should also say Georgia
Minnesota
as well.
haven't had any. No. 270 Win is calling Georgia 94% of the vote in, with 51% of the vote. Donald Trump is in.
Yeah, Georgia's gone to Donald Trump, I think.
Yeah, Georgia's gone to Donald Trump without a doubt. Same with North Carolina. New Jersey's going to go for Harris. New Mexico's going to go for Harris. Same with Washington. Hawaii's going to go for Harris. Minnesota, we don't know yet, but it's probably going to go for Harris unless it is an exceptionally bad day. Wisconsin at the moment, Trump with 71% of the vote in. Trump currently has. I'm
just going to interrupt you, Matthew. We just have some breaking news. We can now project that Kamala Harris, with Tim Walz, will win the state of Minnesota. 50% of the vote is now in, and Kamala Harris is 13% ahead in the polls. So we can now project that Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, and the Democrats will secure the state of Minnesota with its 10 electoral votes.
Yep. So yeah, not surprised at all with that. There's a dead bug. Anyways, my office is a mess. It's a mess of a place. Sorry, excuse me. I'm just checking some stuff at the moment. Won't be long. I'm just checking these stuff. But yeah, so it is. Yeah, so we have so we got so just as an update in the House, we have 174 seats for the Republicans at the moment, 149 for the Democrats. The Democrats are catching up rather quite quickly with the House. So we could, if the Democrats win the House by a good enough margin, they could definitely, stop some of the more extreme plans in Trump's plan. They can stop some of the more extreme plans with that. So if Trump was to win the presidency, but the Republicans don't win the House, it's fine. But if the Republicans win the House, that's beginning concern. Just as a projection here, the New York seat 22, which is currently held by Republican Brandon Williams, has been won by John Mannion of the Democrats. So that is if you look at the House, seat 22. So seat 22, which is sort of in upstate New York that has flipped from Republican to Democrat.
I'm also just going to come in and say that we have just received word that the same county that Donald Trump in Pennsylvania was shot in the ear and nearly killed a few months ago will go to Donald Trump. So that is for a county in Pennsylvania, not for Pennsylvania. But quite interestingly, the county where Donald Trump was shot is going to be going towards Donald Trump for the win.
Yeah, well, that's because they all saw him being shot.
Exactly.
You know, they have sympathy. They're like, oh no, you got shot. I'm so sorry about that. I think I need to vote for you. Anyways, but yeah, so that is the case there. 38 seats currently in the Senate for Democrats, 50 for Republicans at the moment. You know, we've got to keep an eye out for that. Republicans are probably going to win the majority. Let me just double check. Yeah, they're probably going to win, except if something happens with what's happening with Dan Osborne here in. So So this is interesting. Nebraska's U.S. Senate election. So the unexpired term special election in the Senate, Pete Ricketts has won the Republicans by quite a comfortable margin, but Dan Osborne, who's an independent senator, is ahead in Nebraska, specifically winning quite a lot in Douglas County, Sparky County, Lancaster County, and Johnson County. So that could, if he caucuses with the Democrats, which is likely to happen, that could make it easier for the Democrats to achieve a majority of seats, depending on what Dan Osborne does caucusing in Nebraska. But in Montana, John Tester over there at the moment, let me check what's happening with John Tester. In Montana, John Tester only has 41% of the vote. Tim Sheehy, the Republican there, 57.3% of the vote. No split ticketing here. John Tester's probably 8% of the vote is in, but he's currently losing quite a bit. So that could, off balance, what's happening in Nebraska with Deb Fisher and Dan Osborne there at the moment. We have Arizona. They could get Ruben Gallagher. Let's check what's happening with the Senate there at the moment. Ruben Gallagher. Carrie Lake has been a very controversial candidate for quite a long time. We could very easily see. Let me just share my screen. That might just help out people, at home at the moment. But yeah, so Carrie Lake, is Carrie Lake is a very controversial candidate, a very controversial person in Arizona politics. She's tried to run for the Senate multiple times. She's an election denier and all that, and that is showing in the polls. Ruben Gallagher, 52.5% of the vote. Carrie Lake, 45.8% of the vote. So that could cause some issues there. In the presidential election, Trump has 49.7% of the vote. Harris has 49.5% of the vote. Trump has a 0.2% lead. 55% reporting at the moment this state is too close to call. In the House, first seat there, this could be a flip to the Democrats. Very close here. Few thousand vote difference there. The incumbent Republican there, 49.1% of the vote. Democrats, 50.9%. Excuse me, 63% of the vote in. That could be a flip over there. Kristen Eagle in District 6, 56% of the vote in. Could be winning against the incumbent Republican there at the moment. Abraham Hamada could could be Gregory Whitten over there. None of them are the incumbent there at the moment. These are the state senate. This is sort of results of what's happening with the state senate and the state house at the moment. We're getting 4 Democrats at the moment, 0 for Republicans, 5 in the state senate, 4 in the Republican in the state senate there. So, but we're probably going to get some more Republicans in the state house there at the moment. So that's what's happening in Arizona at the moment. What else? Let me check how the president. Let me double check Pennsylvania, see how that is going. Pennsylvania, so 80% of the vote in. Trump has 51.3% of the vote. Harris has 47.7% of the vote. It is becoming, there's about a 200,000 vote difference between the two. There's only one county that's not reporting at the moment, Cameron County. Harris, 72% in Philadelphia at the moment. Delaware County, 70% in. So they're getting most of the votes in the Philadelphia metropolitan area. Also, most of the votes in Pittsburgh as well. Most of the votes in Erie County are in. Cambria County, which is just barely going in, 21% of the vote, barely in for Harris there at the moment. It could be Trump is looking more and more likely to. Okay, we've got some updates at the moment. Let me just share my screen at the moment because we're getting some very interesting results from Pennsylvania at the moment. I'm going to bring this up now. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, then perfect. So this is what Pennsylvania is looking like at the moment. 80% of the vote in. 51. 4-point lead for Trump at the moment in Pennsylvania. 80% of the vote in. A lot of the vote in Philadelphia is already in. It is becoming more and more difficult for Harris to win in Pennsylvania. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, he wins the election. There is just simply no other path for Harris to win if Trump wins Pennsylvania. That is just, if Trump wins Pennsylvania, it's over. We then have, the second U.S. president in American history to serve an consecutive term. Another thing in the history book for Trump to have. In the Senate, David McCormick, who currently has 51% of the vote. The incumbent Bob Casey Jr. has 49% of the vote, 77% of the vote in. So that could be a flip in the Senate. Attorney General, Dave Sunday would win the Attorney General's race. In the House, we've got a few, District 7 and District 8, very tight results there. So we could have 2 Republicans get that. That would be just enough to be able to flip the House in Trump's favor. James Hayes. But James Hayes is definitely not going to get into the House of Representatives. Sorry, mate. And then this is the state Senate at the moment. 8 Republicans, 5 Democrats. In the state House, 62 Democrats, 50 Republicans at the moment. So that's quite interesting at the moment over there. So that's what's happening in. If I just reload the tab again, let me double check everything's correct. Yep, Pennsylvania. Yeah, Pennsylvania it is. Yeah, so it is, becoming more and more difficult for Harris to win. Unless if some miracle happens in the next few hours with the final 20% of the vote in, it is becoming more likely that Trump is going to win Pennsylvania and therefore the election. Just letting that sink in for you fellas.
Yeah, I'm honestly shocked about that because I was actually starting to think that Kamala Harris was going to win the election today, but I don't know. But yeah, I've just been looking, and it really is. The Democrats need a complete and absolute miracle to get the remaining 18% of the vote, because they're like 3 or 4% behind Trump at the moment. So they need a miracle to win Pennsylvania.
It's already Joe over. Just make me.
Yes.
Whoever said it's Joe over. It's already Joe over. You know, he's already dropped out of the race. He's not going to do anything to hurt you.
Yeah.
He's going to be nicely in retirement. He's going to be nicely in retirement while the whole country goes into chaos. But yeah, so it could be yeah, literally, if Trump gets Pennsylvania, it is game over. No matter how many other states that haven't already been claimed by Trump, even if Harris got Nevada, got Arizona, no, not possible. But if Harris was just to get Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, that's it. You don't need anything else.
Yep.
You don't need anything else. And I'm going to keep repeating this rhetoric until there is a result. The only way for Harris to win now is to win Pennsylvania. Literally those few thousand people in a country of over 330 million people decide how the entire Western world is going to function from now on.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So yeah, I'm just going to turn on the lights. It's getting a little bit dark here. That might be saying the mood of the entire Western world at the moment. But I think we need a little bit more light. There we go. That's better. Much better now.
I'm interested to see what Alan Lichtman is thinking about the election. Apparently,
well, the election hasn't been called yet.
Yes, that's right.
Actually, the election's not called yet.
I'm just gonna quickly go over to his stream. I won't put on any audio, so you can still talk. But I think
actually, the election hasn't been called yet, so I could still be correct.
I think this kind of says enough of what I think Alan Lichtman is feeling like right now.
I want to see this.
He looks so sad. Then they project that Trump is in Pennsylvania.
Oh, they have already. Oh, look at him! Oh,
poor guy. He just broke his streak again.
Oh, Christ, look at him! Oh my God! Oh my God! Look at him! I want to see how he looked like at the start, and just slowly see him going from like, "Welcome to the U.S. presidential election." Set 8 hours later.
He's just been looking down at his phone the entire
US
stream.
Presidential election of 2024.
Oh, there you go. He looks joyous.
It's exactly what happened in 2016. It's exactly what happened in 2016. Everyone started off with, "Welcome to the US presidential election of 2016. Today we are going to elect our first president of the United States."
Look at his face on the bottom left of the screen. He's panicking right now.
It's I can just imagine everyone and just clicked onto here and then and saw what I just said. Everyone in 2016 was like, "Welcome to the US presidential election of 2016. Today we are going to elect our first woman president, Hillary Clinton."
Yep.
8 hours later, "Welcome to the U.S. presidential election of 2016. We have elected our first person that has not served any military or government, any military."
I'd rather say we have elected the first orange-skinned person in U.S. history as president of the United States.
Anyways, but that's exactly, so I was like, I want to because I am just keeping in mind that exactly what happened at 2016, and also what happened with 2020 as well. So I am trying to not be overly optimistic or excited about any of the candidates, any of the two candidates, until there has actually been a result. And as I was, I had to say this to everyone. The only poll that actually matters is election day. That's why I'm caring so much about this poll, because this is the poll that actually matters, election day. Any of the polls, back in the past, they don't matter now. They never matter. But this matters. Just making it clear. And as I was saying, if Trump wins tonight, Alan Lichtman, he's I can see where he has made his error in the keys to the White House. I was mentioning this earlier, and I will mention it again. In his keys to the White House, I will share my screen again. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, then perfect. So you can see here that that there are 4 false keys for Harris, who's the incumbent in this point. Being in the incumbent party, and in his system, it's 6 keys. 6 keys that you need. 6 false keys. The incumbent gets removed, and and a new person gets elected, which you can see here. There was party mandate, false for Trump. No primary contest, false. Oh, sorry. No primary contest, true. He didn't have anyone contest him during that. Incumbent seeking re-election, true. He was an incumbent seeking re-election. There were no major third-party contestants there, true. The short-term economy with COVID was false. Strong long-term economy, this was COVID, there was a recession, all that, false. Major policy changes, true. He went and, made a lot of policy changes, at that time. But no social unrest, false. You have Black Lives Matter. No scandal, false. He was impeached. He was impeached during his first term, and then he was impeached then later on after the election. There were no foreign or military failures, true, but there weren't any military successes either. But the incumbent Donald Trump wasn't. He's only very charismatic to a very small base. Uncharismatic challenger, Joe Biden. Come on, folks. I am very charismatic. I'm very charismatic. The keys to the American, to American freedom is this. I've forgotten. Let me check. Maybe my typewriter might say, if that's the case or not. But anyways, but that was 7 false keys. That was enough for him to get out of office. But there are only 4 false keys for Harris. He didn't have a party mandate. She's not an incumbent seeking re-election. There was a military failure with Afghanistan, and the incumbent Harris is not the world's most charismatic, but neither was Trump. 4 with that, but remember, 6 is enough to get someone out. 6 false keys, which was the same here. Can you see there were 6 of them? With Clinton, that meant Trump won. But I think the issue is, can you see short-term economy and long-term economy over here? Can you see that there? So what's happened with that is that even though that, yes, there isn't a recession or anything like that, so the economy is technically strong, but do people feel like the economy is strong? We have, just like here in Australia, they have a big issue with inflation. They also have a cost of living crisis at the moment, exact same as here. So a lot of people would consider those keys to be false, and that is 6 false keys, Trump wins. So I think, it's not like, going exactly for the facts. not going like, well, we're sort of, more like, you're not having to, you have to think also about how the people are feeling about short-term and long-term economy, not just like, oh, well, there's not a recession, so the economy must be doing great. You know, there can still not be a recession, but it doesn't mean that the economy is doing great. So so you can put that as false, and that would be enough for Trump to win. And I think that is, if Trump was to win tonight, that is the failure that Alan Lichtman has made.
I think that's a very good explanation, Matthew. That actually cleared up a lot for me because I've tried to understand how the keys work from Alan Lichtman, but I just couldn't understand it. But I mean, this is exactly why I've set you as a political expert on the stream, because you literally are. Matthew, John, if you're still in the chat, you thought of Metro Man and Bankstown Metro T-Boy. Give us a name for Matthew, because he's the political expert now. He's the expert of the Metro.
Anthony Green Jr.
Yeah, I saw that in one of your recent streams. Actually, I was going to one of your past streams on the elections, and I saw them. I'm like, oh, notice you like that name a lot.
Anthony Green Jr. Oh, well, when he's a respected political analyst, and he does a good job of what he's doing. But the difference between me and him is that I do all of my work sitting. He does all of his work standing.
Yeah. Well, Matthew, I must say, I'm going to predict about maybe within the next 20 years, maybe a bit longer, I don't know. We'll be doing a stream just like this, except you'll be sitting in a convention running for Premier of New South Wales, and I'll be sitting here wetting myself, hoping you win the election. I know it's going to happen. You're at least going to try and get into the Parliament. I know you are.
Yeah, I'll join last minute, and I'll be like, oh well, thank you very much, TsetsTransport, for being with me today.
Yeah, give me a shout. Give me a shout out. I need all the views for the election night.
It's a great honour and privilege to be elected as the member for Wollongong, being in the leader of the opposition. It's a great honour and privilege to be elected. It's a great honour and privilege to be elected as the Premier of New South Wales. It is now up to us, our team, to be able to work to make New South Wales even greater. Something like that.
Well, maybe you should start typing on your typewriter. Start typing out a script.
Head of politics, Matthew Awesome.
I mean, you are. I mean, you have been head of politics. You predicted Washington. You predicted Oregon. You predicted California. And you said, rewind back if you don't believe me. And you got it right.
Yeah, well, it was pretty obvious.
This guy's the new Alan Lichtman, I must say. This guy, Matthew just predicts all the elections now. He's just going to be called Matthew the Predictor.
And I can actually, use the keys more accurately. Alan Lichtman's going to be like on here, he's going to like join here, and he's going to be like, oh, that kid is right.
According to John, he is very upset to hear 20 years. He said he'll be haunting the program.
Oh dear. 20 years, I'll be haunting the program. Aussie John says thank you for saving the transport industry. Woo. Thank you for saving the transport community.
Yay.
Anyways. I can finally rest in peace. Woo.
Exactly.
Anyways, so let me just double check how the election results are going so far. So according to 270 to win, we can now project that Maine's 2nd congressional district has gone for Donald Trump, and Maine's 1st electoral district has gone for Harris. The state outright hasn't been projected for either candidate as of yet, but I suspect that they will, that it will go to Harris outright.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Yeah. So Trump is 77% of the vote reporting at the moment. Trump has 51.2% of the vote. Harris has 47.4% of the vote.
Thought I'd just quickly come in. I was actually thinking, at one point, of course, as I start talking, it's starting up again. But the voting in Pennsylvania froze for a little bit. It's just started counting up again. It's at 84%. But Kamala Harris has gained a tiny little bit, but like still, you need an absolute miracle to win this thing. She's just a little over 200,000 votes behind. There's about 1 million votes left in Pennsylvania, so she's going to need a lot of Kamala Harris voters in this last few hundreds of thousands of votes now in Pennsylvania in order for her to win the election. Because we're pretty much at a state where we don't even need to wait until they get to 270. Once one of them gets Pennsylvania, we can just say they won the election. That's it. We don't need to wait till 270.
Okay, then. Just to interrupt you. It is 4 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. That is midnight. In Eastern Standard Time in the US. Welcome to Wednesday, America. It should be a very interesting day today. The polls in Hawaii have now closed. It is I don't know if any of the press are projecting anything about Hawaii yet, but I will probably say it's almost more than certainly Hawaii is going to go to Harris for electoral votes. I'm almost certain of that.
Yeah.
I always say almost certain because you never know what might happen.
And Matthew, I have some news for you. We
Hawaii
can now
has
project that Kamala Harris will win the state of Hawaii. Would you look at? I'm telling you, Matthew, you predict all of our elections now. I'm gonna text you each election saying like, hey Matthew, who's gonna win this election? I'm not even gonna stream anymore. I'm just gonna say Matthew, who's gonna win the election? Oh, I think it's me. This person. Done. Okay. That evening, the person that Matthew predicted correctly has won the election. But anyways.
Yeah, so Hawaii has gone for Kamala Harris. If that gives anybody joy, if anyone gives anybody joy and hope, oh my God, oh my God, I couldn't believe the Democrats would win Hawaii, even though they've won Hawaii in literally almost every single literally every single presidential election in the state's history, well, except for 1984. 1984, 1972.
I've just gotten some news. I don't think this. I don't know if this is incorrect or not, but I believe the polls in Alaska have been delayed by an hour, but I might be wrong. But
No. So parts of Alaska close at midnight Eastern Standard Time, and parts of Alaska close at 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay,
so
that
you
makes
will
sense.
get so all the projections for Alaska will come out at 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So you've got to wait another hour.
I was about to say, like, that sounds weird. I don't think they'd normally do that.
Yep. And that is almost, it's almost certainly going to go to the Republican. It is trending more towards the Democrats over the past few years, but it is probably going. It's probably going to go to Donald Trump tonight.
Yeah.
So that is. Let me double check with. Because Pennsylvania is, the key to all this at the moment. Pennsylvania hasn't changed that much at the moment, both in the Senate and presidential elections. In the Senate, Kevin, this is a big one. We can now project that that the United States Senate will now be controlled by the Republicans. We can now project, according to 270, they have passed 51. They have 51. They've won 51 seats. They flipped West Virginia. They flipped Ohio. They're about to flip Montana. They have won. They have a majority, and they've also now won Nebraska as well. So they've gone. So they have. So Deb Fischer has won against Dan Osborne, which you will see here. So that has just changed in the past little while. It was looking like for a little bit that that Dan Osborne was going to win, but just in the nick of time, Deb Fischer has gone through that. So we can now project that the United States Senate will now be controlled by the Republicans. it will now be controlled by the Republican Party. So just saying that here. The Senate is Senate passes, a lot of the bills. They also, they're sort of like the House of Review. They also, President nominates a Supreme Court justice, and it's the Senate with a majority that gets to approve or not. So if House wins and has a Supreme Court nomination, the Senate can just say no for like another 4 years until a Republican gets elected. A vice president's tie-breaking vote isn't going to work with this. The Republicans have a majority in the Senate. So just making that clear. That is according to 270. The Senate, the majority is now the Senate. Chuck Schumer is no longer the majority leader. He's now just a minority leader now. So Chuck Schumer has lost his job. So just making that clear now. So yep. There we go. So let me double check how the House is going. So in the House at the moment, 180 seats for the Republicans, 157 for the Democrats. The Democrats are slowly going up, through all this, but the Republicans are still at 180. So they could very easily, they are at the advantage at the moment. We can project that Alabama. So Alabama's second congressional district, which is currently an open seat, due to redistricting Barry Moore, who was in Alabama's second congressional district. Barry Moore, who was in there, ran in Alabama's first congressional district in the GOP primary. So, and because of this redistricting, Alabama's second congressional district is going to flip from Republican to Democrat. So that that was expected. So that is Alabama's second congressional. No, not Alabama. Is it Alabama? Oh. Alaska? No, not Alaska. It can't be Alaska. Must be Alabama.
I'm just gonna interrupt you for a second, Matthew.
No, it's not Alabama.
We've just received news that the I believe the early voting results are now starting to be counted in Pennsylvania, hence why the results were held there for a bit. And it is good news for the Kamala Harris campaign, finally some good news for them. At the moment, Kamala Harris has now gained a 0.7% lead in Pennsylvania, now sitting only 2%, just a little over 2% behind Donald Trump, with 85% of the vote counted. So if Kamala Harris was to keep at this rate, by gaining about 0.5% per every percent of the vote being counted, she can still have the chance to win Pennsylvania and maybe win the election. However, she would need to win. I actually suggest you, Matthew, going over that, where even if Kamala Harris still wins Pennsylvania, if Donald Trump wins the remaining swing states, which is Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, and Michigan, then Trump can still win the election. But yeah, so I was wondering if you could go over that and have a chat about how that could turn out.
Yeah, sure thing. Let me just share my screen for a minute. So this is let me just reset this without the swing states. So at the moment. So this is basically how the map is like at the moment. So this is it's all like at the moment here. So these are all the swing states that are being contested today. North Carolina, Georgia have gone Republican, and this is why Pennsylvania is so important. As I mentioned earlier, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Harris wins. Even if she loses Nevada, Arizona, still wins. But if she was to lose Pennsylvania, but win Nevada and Arizona, 268, 270, Trump wins. So literally, this is the state that decides. This is the state that's the be-all and end-all. It's the be-all and end-all. But if Harris was to lose Tennessee, 270 to 268, literally, right at that majority, 270 wins.
Matthew, I'm just going to interrupt you.
That is why.
I'm just going to interrupt you. I think
if Wisconsin goes that, Michigan goes that, Michigan Who's that?
I'm just going to interrupt
That
you
is-
for a second,
that
Matthew.
is-
I think your audio is repeating itself a little bit. It seems to be echoing quite a lot. Just maybe make sure your audio is all correct. I'm not too sure what's going on there.
Let me try again. I think I know what's happened. Is
Okay.
that fine? Is that fine now? Is that better? Is that better?
Just talk again for a second.
Yeah. Is that better now?
A little bit, but it's noticeably echoing still.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah, it seems to glitch in sometimes where it will go for a few minutes and then it will stop again. So maybe just give it a second to go away.
Is that better?
Oh yes, that's better. That works now.
Okay, there we go. I just went and twisted a little.
I also want to make a quick announcement. I'd like to thank everyone. We've just passed 1,000 views total on this stream. I have it up on my thing, so 1,000 people have watched the stream so far, and I probably am predicting we're going to have another hour and a half to 2 hours left of the stream. For those wondering who are still watching.
Well done. Thank you very much. Well done. Thank you, everyone. But yeah, so I'm just saying Northern Rivers Transport Vlogs. Just keep in mind I'm doing this in a non-biased way. I'm just giving the results just as a plain, just plainly like this. I'm not going to be, I am not advocating for any candidate. Just making that very clear because that is unethical of me to do that. So, anyways, with Harris, she needs to win Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, like that. Even if she won Pennsylvania, you can see 270 to 268. She can lose Nevada, she can lose Arizona, but she cannot lose any of the Rust Belt states. If she loses Wisconsin, boom, gone. But if she was to win Arizona, there we go, that's fine. Literally like that, it would be fine. If she was to lose Michigan, Republicans win. But if she wins Nevada, then she wins. So that is basically what it's like. But but Pennsylvania in all these combinations must win. She must win it because if she doesn't, gone. Even if she won Nevada and Arizona, no, Trump wouldn't win. She has to win Pennsylvania. If Pennsylvania goes for Trump, he wins. Trump wins, Harris loses. That is just a pure fact. That is just a pure fact. If Pennsylvania goes blue, Trump loses, Harris wins. Pennsylvania flips. No matter what she does, she will lose. But she can lose all the Rust Belt states. She can lose one Rust Belt, lose Wisconsin, gain Arizona. She can lose Michigan, but have Wisconsin and Arizona and Nevada. But she cannot lose Pennsylvania in any of these because, again, Nevada, even with Nevada and Arizona, she still loses. So just making that clear, she has to win Pennsylvania. She has to win Pennsylvania. If she loses any of the other states, there are ways to get around it. Although quite limited paths, there are ways to get around it. But with Pennsylvania, there was no other way around it. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, he wins the election. If Harris wins Pennsylvania, it makes it a lot more difficult for Trump to win. There's like one or two paths where Harris can, where Trump can win without Pennsylvania. If say he got Arizona, say if he got say if he got Wisconsin and say if he got Wisconsin and Nevada, so Wisconsin and Arizona, or Michigan, or Nevada, like that. But he would still lose if it was if he won Wisconsin and Nevada, but Harris won Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Arizona. That is how ridiculously razor thin this entire thing is. You know, it's insane. It is insane. So yeah. So again, I'm just making it clear I am not advocating for one candidate or another. It's up to you whether you guys, like Trump or like Harris. I don't care, just as long as you guys remain respectful. I don't care. I don't care who you support or anything like that. That is your right. I'm going to keep who I support private, and I'm not going to let it interfere with what I am doing here today.
I am back.
Okay, there we go. Welcome back.
And I just heard what you said, and I do agree with you. We've just gotten some photos in. Yeah, this is quite sad for the Harris campaign supporters. I'm just going to go over to what we see at the moment. This is what we're currently seeing in one of the main areas where a lot of Harris supporters are lined up waiting for the election results. And these are some photos that have just come through now. You can see like a lot of people are quite sad. People are crying. These two men here are upset or look upset. This guy here is bawling his eyes out. So yeah, it's pretty confronting to see that like what we thought was going to be a definite Kamala Harris win has turned out now that we're getting photos right now, and this is from Harris supporters. So it's concerningly starting to feel like a replay of 2016. So yeah,
just keep in mind, in my opinion, I never thought of it as a Harris win. There was always a Trump victory in play. Just making that clear.
And there was always a chance that Trump could win. Like in one world, Trump wins, in the other world, Kamala wins. So it's just a matter of what world we get.
It's a 50-50 chance.
Yeah.
So it is although it's not like a game of gambling where you don't know the results. So it is people who are voting. It is their choice. It is the choice of people in Pennsylvania. There's like few tens thousands of people that decide what happens to the other 330 million people in the country.
Yeah, exactly.
It's weird, but that's the system that they have. That is the system that the leader of the Western world has. So we just have to deal with it. So anyway, but keep in mind that that it is not over for Harris yet. It is not over for Trump. It is such a razor thin election. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. Trump is looking more likely to win than Harris, but it doesn't mean a definite win yet. I will let you guys know if it is a definite win. I will see it from here. We have about 84% of votes reporting at the moment, 50.9% to Trump, 48.1% to Harris, about 170,000 vote difference at the moment. So we are so 84% of the votes reporting. It is now narrowing a little bit, but nothing significant yet. I am not calling, although we can call for the Attorney General election. Dave Sunday has won the Attorney General's race. In Pennsylvania's U.S. Senate election, we already know that there's going to be a majority, but it's important to see with Pennsylvania's Senate election to see how strong that majority is going to be. Bob Casey Jr. and David McCormick, they are currently about a point apart from each other. David McCormick's currently in the lead at the moment there in the House at the moment.
One thing I might also be butt in on is that I've just been taking a look at Georgia, and I'm considering on removing Trump's points on there because it has actually become surprisingly close. Kamala Harris is only about 1.5 to 2% away, and although it would require a literal absolute miracle and like 90% of the remaining 371,000 votes in Georgia for Kamala Harris to win, just to be safe, I am going to remove the points for Georgia at this time. However, Trump probably will win Georgia, but obviously just to be safe, if it's getting that close, then I think it's fair that I take off those points, just so we're not displaying the incorrect information. So yeah, it's been getting a little bit closer.
95% of the vote is currently reporting at the moment. Trump has 50.8% of the vote. Harris has 48.5% of the vote. It is looking, it is quite solid in Georgia at the moment. Most of their early pre-polling voting has already been, is already done and dusted. That's why they're being reported so early in the night. It's looking more and more likely that a Trump victory in Georgia is likely with that. So just keep in mind.
Probably
that
what I'll
Pennsylvania has been Florida for ages. Just making that clear.
Yeah. What I'll probably do is, because they're about 200,000 votes apart, so when it gets less than 200,000 and there's no chance for Kamala Harris to take Georgia back, then I'll put Trump back on for his seats there. But at the moment, I'll just keep him off. But it's showing 93% of the voting at the moment. So yeah, it'd be literally an absolute miracle if Kamala Harris was able to take Georgia.
But yeah, so it is, yeah. So let me double check what's happening in some of the other states. Remember, there are other swing states in Pennsylvania. So I am just double checking them now. By the way, update with the House. The House has 182 seats at the moment with the Republicans, and 160 for the Democrats at the moment. So the Republicans are still going quite well ahead there at the moment. So we could we may get a flip. We may not. We may. Democrats may retain control of it. They may not. It just depends. We'll just see. With that, with Arizona at the moment, Arizona has 55% of votes in at the moment. Trump has a 0.8% lead at the moment. So so Harris and Trump only have a 13,000. Trump only has a 13,000 vote lead there at the moment, which is ridiculously small. We also have with Nebraska's 2nd congressional district, Harris is well in the lead there at the moment. 81% of votes in at the moment. 45% for Trump, 53% for Harris. Could be the be all and all there. Wisconsin at the moment, Trump has 51.2% of the vote. Harris has 47.3% of the vote at the moment. 81% for polling at the moment. Now we have Michigan. Michigan, I think you should double check Michigan because we just had an update from there. Trump has 51.1% of the vote. Harris has 47.1% of the vote.
I already did remove a little earlier. Removed the points off Harris. So at the moment, pretty much at the moment, the states that haven't been called in our stream yet. Wisconsin, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and I think I already said Nevada, and Alaska. So those are the current states that we don't have called just yet. And the next one is probably going to be recalled back to Trump for Georgia in a minute or two. I'm probably thinking it's going to go back to Trump.
Yeah, and Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, it's still a very big toss-up, but it is leaning more in favor of Trump at the moment. So I would just keep that in mind. And then let me check how because we haven't checked Nevada. On 270 win, there are no results from Nevada at the moment, so I don't know quite what they're doing there. And Harris at the moment, Minnesota, 52.7% of the vote. Trump, 45.1% of the vote. That's probably going to go for Harris there, but with Nevada, I'm getting no information. Do you have any information?
Nevada, we do have the first few votes. That's been out for about 20 minutes now, so it's been frozen for a little while. But at the moment, 2% of the votes have come in. With 17,000 votes for 73% with Donald Trump. There's only one single county which has gotten any sort of votes in at the moment. And so Donald Trump has a 73% lead. However, this is for 2% of the vote in Nevada, so there's a lot more counting left to go in Nevada.
Okay then. All right then. So we just gotta wait. Now we still got a little while until we get the next because Senate's gone for Republicans. Republicans are in the lead in the House. Republicans are in the lead in the presidential race at the moment. So we will just keep an eye out on what's happening. We could very easily have a complete reversal from what it was in 2020 when the Democrats had a trifecta. They had presidency, Senate, and House. Then they lost the House, so then it became a split House. Now we could get a Republican trifecta with the Senate, House, and presidency. We'll just see how that goes. Well, it was the same thing in 2016, and in 2018 they lost the House. So we will keep an eye out on that. So you were mentioning, there were like Palestinian protesters at the White House.
Oh yeah, I haven't heard much on that. It's probably like a tiny little protest that seems to have pretty much cleared up by now.
Happens every Sunday.
Yeah.
And anyways, well, they have quite a, they have a valid point with that at the moment. I'm just checking my stuff at the moment, checking any kind of communications at the moment. So just hold on a little bit. So we have so there's nothing that we can do at the moment but just wait. At the moment there's so just hold on a little bit. We should be going over there. So in the meantime, we'll check the poll at the moment. So 161 people have voted. Who would, in the past 20 hours, who would you like to see win the election? 52% of people here said Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. 42% said Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. And 6% said other candidates. Good luck with other candidates. Realistically, good luck with anyone that says other candidates. But yeah, so can't do that much now. We're just gonna wait. Like 1 a.m. I'm pretty confident Alaska's gonna win. It's pretty soon, and Alaska's gonna win. But then the other states, it is such a razor thin majority. We may not even find out by tonight. If it gets that close, you could wait days or even weeks. In 2000, it took about 3 weeks to decide the final result. And Bush won by like 500 votes. And then we also have, and then in 2020, it took them about 3-4 days to decide the final result. And in the first election, back in 1780, was it around 1790, I think? 1790. No, it was 1789. The first US presidential election. Like literally, it took them that long to find the result. It literally went into the very next year. It went to the very next year before they could find out who the president even was. Even though that they knew who was going to win. It was George Washington. George Washington was always going to win. He was literally unopposed. He won every single electoral vote that was available at the time. But the main issue was just, trying to get all the ballots to everyone, in the country back then, because you had like horse and cart and ship. That's it. Walking, put it behind your back. So it was quite difficult back then. But back then, they didn't have very many voters. It was all just white, all old white men with land. If you didn't know, if you were under 21, if you were a different race, other than the Caucasian race, if you were a woman, If you didn't own land, you couldn't vote, which was very bad. It was a bad thing. I'm very happy that I think everyone, every citizen should be able to vote. But yeah, but back then they didn't quite agree with me, and they would never agree with me because I don't own land. I don't own land, so they wouldn't listen to me when I said that. But anyways, after that miserable tangent, I think TsetsTransport has disappeared.
I am still here.
Oh, okay, there we go. I thought that after that very boring tangent, everyone would just.
It was interesting.
But yeah, but that's how it used to be back in the 18th century.
Yeah.
That's how it used to be. Only old white men with land were able to vote.
Wonder if they allowed any orange men to vote.
That, they would have allowed a few of them. They used to wear makeup. It was like a normal thing to wear makeup. And, but then, oh no, we have to be men. We can't wear makeup. Anyways, so yeah. Anyways, so we got So yeah, nothing. There is the race is leaning towards Donald Trump, but the counting is so close. Just an update in Pennsylvania. Harris has 48.2% of the vote. Trump has 50.9% of the vote. 86% of the vote counted. They're actually quite good with this. Democrats have gained a few Senate seats. They now have 42 seats in total, but that's not going to stop them from having a majority. With the House, 185 Republicans, Democrats 166 at the moment. But yeah, so I can't say for certain. Back then, the lead. Yeah, the lead is narrowing a little bit, but the question is whether that's going to be enough. It could very easily get down to like only just a few thousand people deciding whether we have the second U.S. president in American history to serve 2 non-consecutive terms, or if we have the first woman president. Excuse me for just a
All right, I'm just gonna come in, cover for Matthew for a second, because I just found some interesting news. So if I go just here, there we go. So quite interestingly, in Pennsylvania, a lot of black voters, 90% lean towards Kamala Harris, with only 9% towards Donald Trump, and in total, white voters lean more towards Donald Trump. Non-white voters lean more towards Kamala Harris. So that is definitely interesting to see. On election day, there is more votes for Donald Trump on the actual physical election day, but there was more votes for Kamala Harris in early mail voting. So it's really anyone's game now. So we've got 839,000 votes remaining, and Kamala Harris has been kind of stuck at 48.1, Trump at 50.8. So yeah, it's getting pretty close, pretty close. But I'm sure there'll be some recounts in some states, but apart from that, everything has gone kind of as expected, except for the fact that obviously, like Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, which everyone was thinking was going to go to the Democrats, is currently on track to go to Donald Trump and the Republicans. So if I just take a quick look at that, Minnesota, that's definitely gone to Harris. But Wisconsin, that's to Trump. So yeah, that it's getting close to being ready to call for whatever candidate. Oh, I think they've just called. There you go. They've just called Georgia. So that in that case, we have breaking news. We can now confirm Georgia as Donald Trump's state that he wins, and they just confirmed that on the news as well, that Donald Trump will win the state of Georgia.
Paul Jimmy Carter.
Yeah. So that puts Donald Trump and the Republicans at 248 electoral votes, back to what they were at before.
Yep. So not not surprised by that at all. There's it's we're basically looking at Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Arizona. And especially Pennsylvania's be all and end all. There is literally no other way excuse me, there was literally no other way for Harris to win. She doesn't win Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, she can lose Wisconsin or Michigan, not both, either Wisconsin or Michigan, and get a Rust Belt state like Arizona. Like say Michigan and Nevada or Wisconsin and Arizona, losing, losing Michigan for, for Nevada and Arizona, or Wisconsin for just Arizona and Michigan. That would be enough, but none of those work, without Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania goes for Trump, boom, done. I'm just making that very, very, very clear. There is no other way of doing it. There's no like, oh, we can put in a magical 51st state to solve the solution, or anything like that. So we should be fine. No magical 51st state, or no extra secret ballots that come into the building last minute. No way of Harris to say, oh well, yeah, well, I'm sorry, but the election is rigged, it's stolen. No. Trump might be able to get away with it, but Harris won't. So just making that clear. Trump is still ahead in Wisconsin. Trump is ahead in Michigan. 61% of votes in, 50.8% compared to Harris's 47.2%. So that could change later on. Pennsylvania, Trump has 50.9%, Harris 48.2%, 86% of precincts reporting at the moment, updated 1 minute ago. So just gotta wait. You can't do anything else, especially from the other side of the world here. You just gotta wait.
I think in the meantime, what we might do is, just so Matthew and I can have a little bit of a break, and even if you want to continue to do commentary, Matthew, I've actually been wanting to play it, but I'm going to put on the US presidential debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump for a little bit, just until we kind of get a bit closer to finding out primarily a result in Pennsylvania, because pretty much once we find out who wins Pennsylvania, we'll be close to ending the stream, and we'll find out most likely who's won the US election. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, Trump's definitely won the election. Kamala wins Pennsylvania, she has a much better chance at winning the election. So, we'll move on.
We'll be back in 20 minutes.
Yeah, we'll be back in about 20 minutes or so, maybe a bit less if something happens, but we'll still stand by just in case.
We'll be back in 20 minutes for the 1 o'clock poll closings.
The high-stakes showdown here in Philadelphia between Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump. Their first face-to-face meeting in this presidential election, their first face-to-face meeting ever.
A historic race for president upended just weeks ago. President Biden withdrawing after his last debate. Donald Trump now up against a new opponent.
The candidates separated by the smallest of margins, essentially tied in the polls nationally and in the key battlegrounds, including right here in Pennsylvania, all still very much in play. The ABC News presidential debate starts right now.
This is an ABC News special. The most consequential moment of this campaign. Kamala Harris.
Together, we will chart a new way forward.
Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Face to face. Historic. The ABC News presidential debate. Here now, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
See you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking.
Okay, so we just have some breaking news. We've just received word that the Kamala Harris campaign is just about to make a statement. We're not sure what they're about to say, but I've just received word that Kamala Harris's YouTube channel has begun streaming for an election night update. We're just going to quickly see what's going on there.
Okay, Evan. Stand by.
Okay, this is... I'm just going to go over to what the screen's displaying at the moment. Okay, we've just got someone walking out on the stage now. We'll just... if you could mute your mic for a second, please. Back to you.
Yeah.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Okay, I'm not sure if that's all, but I'm going to guess that's it. So that was a very quick statement from the Harris campaign. So, The Harris campaign has officially confirmed that they will not be speaking this evening and will wait until tomorrow, as they want to make sure every last vote is counted before they make they either concede the election or claim victory. So
no concession speech tonight.
Yes, no concession speech at all, because we know Donald Trump would never concede the election, and the Harris campaign will not be conceding this evening because it is still too close to call for the winner of the election. So that is an update there from the Harris campaign, that they will have to wait until tomorrow for Kamala Harris to address the nation. Whether it's to concede the election or claim victory, we don't know yet. So a lot of people are nervous to see what happens, and well, yeah, it's really just probably over the next half an hour, an hour or so when we find out who wins the election. So stay put, don't go anywhere, because believe me, this is probably the last half an hour or so of finding out
of democracy in its entirety.
Yes, exactly. One way, we're probably not going to have another election again, or the other way, we might be okay.
Yeah, we might be. Who knows?
Yes,
we might be. You know, maybe Harris might turn out to, to be Karen Cardos. Don't blame me. I voted Cardos. Anyways, but yeah. So yeah. So there was. No, again, this race is too close to call. So yeah. So it's it is too close to call at the moment. So I still cannot say any way you want to go to win or not. But Trump is on an easier path to victory than Harris, because Trump needs to just win one more state. Just win Pennsylvania, and that's just done. But Harris still has a path, but that path is a lot more complicated and becoming more difficult by the minute. So we will keep an eye out on the results as they come. Pennsylvania updated just now, 87% reporting at the moment, 48.2% for Harris, 50.8% for Trump. Again, not too much of a change here. We are getting to a point where eventually, if things aren't narrowing yet. In Michigan, they are 49.9% to Trump, 48.2% to Harris. So about a just under 2-point lead there at the moment. Wisconsin, 51.3 for Trump, 47.3 for Harris, 86% reporting at the moment. Arizona, at the moment, 50% for Trump, 49.2%, 0.8% lead for Trump. Nevada, Nevada's giving me nothing. Apparently you can pick none of these candidates. It'd be very interesting to see if none of these candidates win in Nevada. If people just vote for none of these candidates, that would be quite funny if that was to win. But yeah, so we just gotta wait and see. In about 11 minutes, we will get the polls will close in Alaska. We will probably get a projection that that Alaska will go for Trump. Just being quite bold there, very specific. He will probably win. Just making that clear. With that, maybe in a few decades' time that might not be the case, but in this election, he's probably going to win. So yeah. So $3 a litre for petrol. So hang on, they now have $3 a litre for petrol. Where is this place? I need to go down there. I need to report on them. I need to go and do like a report. This is the head Matthew Wilson reporting live from a $3 a litre petrol station. You thought $2 was bad enough? Well, $3 later. So, yeah, that will be interesting. I don't think bombs will be dropping if Trump wins immediately. I don't think the bombs will be dropping. I'd wait until after, because Biden is still the president. He's still the president until January 20th, until 2020th, 2025. Then he's out. Then Harris comes in, Trump goes. It's up to them, but we aren't getting anything tonight. So the North Shore, $3 a liter. The North Shore, $3 a liter. Christ, that's why nobody wants to give you driving lessons. It's too expensive to fuel up the public car. Supposed to do driving lessons today, but I was more interested in serving the Australian and American people. Doing this doing this election here. Let me double check while I'm here. 42 seats are now with the Democrats, including the Independents, 51 for the Republicans. At the moment, Adam Schiff has been projected to win the Senate race in California. That means that Adam Schiff, who you might remember as one of the main people in the first impeachment of Donald Trump in the U.S. House of Representatives, he is projected to win by a very comfortable margin the Senate race in California. So just telling you all that. Currently, we have 188 House seats for the Republicans, 167 for the Democrats. This has sort of been the trend throughout the entire night. No flips in seats yet. These are all the uncalled races, like Alaska at large is going to be interesting with that. We have like 2 Democrats running there, splitting the vote. It's weird. Actually, you can see here that actually the Republicans are in the lead at the moment. There are some independents and other Democrats running against the current House member at the moment, Mary Toller there. So that would make it, that would mean that the Republicans would then, if this continues, this 2-point advantage, only 8% are reporting at the moment. If this continues, then the Republicans win that seat. We then have, Arizona's first could go, Arizona's 6th could go, California's 13th. So there's quite a few, seats going all around the place between the 2 different parties, and we could very easily see a, either side, it's too close to call to say whether either the Democrats or the Republicans will gain the majority in the House. So we'll just have to see about that. So that is the case at the moment. I do not want to leave. I want to stay. So do you have so BP is at $3.11. British Petroleum, oh dear, blame Margaret Thatcher, privatising BP, British Petroleum, petrol, BP being $3.11. Excuse me for just.
Alright, so we're just gonna let Matthew. Oh wait, he's back. Never mind. I'll let Matthew continue.
So No, you can keep going. I don't have anything else to.
Oh no, I didn't really have anything to say either. I mean, there hasn't really been much development in anything. Actually, I'll just quickly check.
Like 5 minutes.
Pennsylvania, 92% of the vote counted there. Yeah, it's really genuinely going to need an absolute miracle for the Harris campaign to win Pennsylvania.
So what are the results there at the moment? 92% of
51% Trump, 48% Harris.
Okay then, and 92% calling.
Yes.
Okay then. If this result stays, once it gets to about 90, so if this result stays, when we get to about 96, 97%, that would be, if this result stays, doesn't narrow during that time, or if the lead, between Trump and Harris enlarges, that is the point where I would call the election.
Yeah, I just to give everyone a warning that for those Democrat supporters, I am starting to get ready to call the election to the Republicans and Donald Trump.
Yeah. So it is looking, more and more difficult. But as I was mentioning earlier, more and more difficult for Harris to be able to win. And once again, we are looking at Pennsylvania extremely closely because of the results there at the moment. If I just share my screen for a minute, I will just quickly explain again the whole, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania thing. So if I just share this, here we go. It's up on here now. So can everyone see this?
Yes, we can see the screen.
So even if Harris wins Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, and Michigan, see 268. Not 251, but 268. She needs one more state. Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes. She wins that, boom. She is the president. Even if she lost Arizona and lost Nevada. 270, 268. But if Trump was to win Pennsylvania, boom. There we go. He wins. Even if Harris gets Nevada and Arizona, 268 for Harris, 270 for Trump, game over. It's game over. Trump wins, it's game over. There is literally no other way for Harris to win without Pennsylvania. There's literally no other way. Even though I took all these states out, here we go. Look here, 270, like that. There is literally no other way. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, that's it. Don't even need to care about any of the other states. It's game over. And with, and if Harris was to win Pennsylvania, there we go, you can see, a lot better now. It's toss up now. She wins Michigan, she wins Wisconsin, 270. Like that. Even if she lost Wisconsin, she could get Arizona, and then be 270. If she lost Michigan, as long as she had Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada, it'd be all fine. But if she lost Nevada, well, that would be a way to lose. But yeah, that is literally, the only way that she can win now is Pennsylvania and Pennsylvania only. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, he wins. She loses. That is just the end of the story. So that is why we are looking at Pennsylvania so ridiculously closely, with this whole thing. Now just before we say anything, let me just double check with how Pennsylvania is going just quickly before we get to, just very quickly. It is, okay, then so 90% reporting for me at the moment, 51.2% for Trump, 47.9% for Harris at the moment. Doesn't seem to be changing that much. We'll keep an eye out on that. It is now It is now 5 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. That is 1 a.m. 1 a.m. in the morning in the US, Eastern Standard Time. The polls have now closed in Alaska, and you are probably going to find out any moment now that Alaska has gone for Donald Trump.
All right, so at the moment, just refreshing.
Or they might say it's too early to call, but it will be pretty obvious that Trump is going to win.
Just waiting just a second, just to see what happens in Alaska.
Alaska, because Trump is probably going to win Alaska.
Yeah.
No, it's just going to happen. It's just going to happen. Oh, that was 98. Unleaded 98. Well, unleaded 98 is always pretty expensive. Hold on. We just got a projection at the moment. Excuse me. Yeah.
So yeah, we're just currently awaiting Alaska before we're going to make any other projections at this time. So do stay put.
Yeah.
I do suggest staying here, as we may be making a projection shortly that not a lot of people will be happy to hear. We're
just hold on a moment.
Yeah, we'll just be waiting. We'll wait for Alaska to get some votes in and just see what happens there.
Well, Trump doesn't need, with Alaska and Pennsylvania, Trump wins.
Exactly, yeah.
Alaska and Pennsylvania, game over. Doesn't even need, oh no, you just need 2 more electoral votes, to win. Literally, here we go. You can see here. Alaska's over here.
I'm just going to interrupt you, Matthew, for a second. We've just gotten another state of where we know who will be going to. We can now predict that Donald Trump will win the state of Nevada, which is a crucial swing state. Donald Trump is now projected to win the state of Nevada, which now puts him at 254 electoral votes. So wait to see what happens in Alaska. We should get votes in any second now, and we'll see what happens from there.
I'm just going to share my screen very quickly on here. That's fine.
Yep, there we go. I can see it
here now. So with Nevada now there, literally, Trump wins Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, boom, done. Even if Harris won Michigan and Arizona, even if Harris won Pennsylvania, Trump loses Michigan, game over. So now Harris must win Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. And if he doesn't win either Michigan or Wisconsin, if she doesn't win either Michigan or Wisconsin, Harris has to win Arizona. Has to win Arizona if she doesn't get either Wisconsin. Michigan she has to win because there you can see over 270 now. She can lose Wisconsin. She just about wins, but she has to win. Michigan and Pennsylvania. That's the only way. The only way that she can win. So that narrows the lead quite significantly with that. They have, with this you can see, oh no, you can't see it. Yeah, you should be able to see on here. These are the 3 combinations, that Trump can win with. Just Pennsylvania alone, because this is how our map is basically like now. Pennsylvania alone, Michigan alone, or both Arizona and Wisconsin. Democrats can only win by winning either Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Arizona, or Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So she must win these two. So those are ones that I would be keeping an extremely close eye on. And speaking about Pennsylvania, we're now going to check Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, again, 91% of the vote in at the moment. This is what it's looking like at the moment. I'd be getting more and more and more likely to actually call the entire election altogether, but I am refraining from doing that at this time. Arizona, this is what Arizona looks like at the moment, 56% of votes in. Very tight margin there. About a 0.7, is it? No, 0.6? 0.7, 0.6. It's very close in Arizona. Yeah, but Trump is very slightly in the lead there, but way too early and too close to call. Now we're going to go over to Wisconsin. Wisconsin, 51.4%.
Matthew, I'm just going to interrupt you. Just everyone, I'm just about to make a major announcement. We've just confirmed some major breaking news, which I'll go through now. So we have breaking news. We can now project that Donald Trump will win the state of Wisconsin, and we have breaking news. We can now project Donald Trump and J.D. Vance will win the U.S. election of 2024. So I'll repeat that. We can now predict that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance have now won the U.S. 2024 election. They currently are only, I believe, 4 electoral college votes away from reaching 270, but they are not probably about 75% likely to get that final 4 votes in any state they need. We haven't even gotten Alaska yet. So, yeah, we can now predict that Donald Trump and... You want to go, Matthew?
Yeah, so we can now project that that the U.S. has now, for the second time in its history, has a president that has gone through 2 non-consecutive terms. The first time was back in the 1890s with Grover Cleveland. Donald Trump has now made history as the second U.S. president to ever have 2 non-consecutive terms. With those states that TsetsTransport has now just projected over there in his little system there, Donald Trump is going to be, he was the 45th president, but he will also be the 47th president of the United States of America.
So,
I'll just let that all
some major news this evening that we can now project that Donald Trump has won the presidency and will be the 47th president of the United States of America. People from the Harris campaign are going to be absolutely devastated to hear this. I myself am personally a little bit upset to hear this result. I would have thought it would have been more leaning towards Kamala Harris, but we can now predict, of course, that Donald Trump is likely to win the election. We currently project him being at 266 electoral college votes by winning the state of Wisconsin, and there have not been any counts put in yet. However, we can pretty much already predict that he will win the state of Alaska too. So as a result of that, with Trump winning the state of Wisconsin and winning the state of Alaska, he makes it to 267 electoral college votes, meaning that he only needs 3 more electoral college votes to officially win the election. But we can now project this evening that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance have won the election. Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States, and J.D. Vance will be the next vice president of the United States. This is to show you that the United States is officially not ready for a woman yet. They're not ready for a woman to run the United States, and I do hope that sometime soon, maybe in 2028, that a woman will finally have a chance to be the president of the United States, as I feel we've been going for, I'd say about 250 years or something along the lines of that, and we've still never had a woman as president for the United States. So, yes, we can now officially project that Donald Trump will win the election. If you'd like to say anything else, Matthew.
Yeah, so there was literally only one path for Harris to win. That is Arizona, Michigan, Pennsylvania. That would be enough. But looking at the votes that are coming in at the moment, I'm just going to bring back up Pennsylvania. The lead hasn't narrowed in the slightest. And if we have a look over at Michigan, it will just be a moment. Well, we'll have a look at Arizona. Trump is actually gaining a lead there, but there's still quite a bit of time. There's still quite a few votes left to be counted with that. Wisconsin, as we know, has already been projected for Donald Trump. Let me just try and find Michigan. Here we go. Here's Michigan. Michigan, Trump is at the lead at the moment, 70% of the vote. He could get in, but this is sort of, it's been updated again. It is looking, as we continue becoming on, there is literally only one path for House to win, and looking at the polls at the moment, it's just not going to happen. It is just simply not going to happen. So at 11:05, Australian Eastern Daylight Time, that is 1:11 in the morning, Eastern Standard Time in the US, we can project that Donald John Trump, is going to be the 47th President of the United States, the second president in American history to win 2 non-consecutive terms. He will be known as the 45th and the 47th President of the United States.
So yeah, some massive news there that Donald Trump has won the election. A lot of people are going to be very unfortunate. Very upset on the Harris campaign side, and will be devastated to hear this result today. And this means another 4 years of a Trump presidency. And what's going to be brought along with it? Well, abortion will be completely banned in the United States now. There is plans to, which they probably won't end up doing, but plans to build a wall. But basically one of the main things is that abortion will now be banned in the United States of America as a result of Donald Trump winning the election. 3 months to campaign as a woman is not enough to win an election in the United States, which is what we have learnt today. So from today, we now officially, well, not officially, but we can most likely predict that that we will have Republicans take over the United States for the first time since 2016, which is when Donald Trump was originally president. This is now going to be his second term as president of the United States, and he has already voiced before, especially now that he's won the election, he has voiced before the election, I'm just pulling up the Donald Trump J.D. Vance winning screen, that if he is to serve this term, this will be his last term of the U.S. election. The U.S. presidency. He will not be running for president in 2028. He has already said that, especially now.
Legally, he can't under the Constitution. Under the Constitution of the US, there's an amendment in the Constitution that does not allow a president to serve more than 2 terms. Even if they're non-consecutive, he can't serve more than 2 terms. So after 2028, he can't. He legally cannot. Unless he finds a way to break the law, which he's done a few times.
Yes, he has. If I'm being honest,
but he shouldn't. In theory, he shouldn't. He shouldn't be running in 2028.
Yeah, but it's more of a matter now of what will happen in 2028. Now that we've gone from wondering about today, and now we've just pretty much gotten it confirmed now that we will have a 4 years of a Trump-Vance, sorry, I forgot the word now, administration, Trump-Vance administration for the next 4 years between 2024 and 2028, when the next US election will most likely be held in November of 2028. Personally, I am not much of a... I'm in the middle. I'm not on any side, really. But I do hope that Kamala Harris does try to run again for president in 2028. I think, especially with Trump not being able to run and probably won't be running in 2028, that she might have a chance to become the first woman president, because she was the first woman vice president and has not just yet made it to be the first woman president. So it looks like America might just need another 4 years to decide if they really want a woman as president of the United States.
I want to see Alan Lichtman's face.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
I want to see his face because I've already explained earlier, why his prediction, if there was a Trump victory, was wrong. And now we know why it went wrong. He did not get the key.
He's already ended his U.S. election coverage, which means that he knows he got it wrong. So we'll just quickly.
Well, his election's gone. His career is gone.
Yeah.
I might be the new Alan Lichtman. The keys to power, the keys to the White House. Yeah.
So yeah, it's showing that they obviously ended it. We'll just see what they say.
I don't know if I have anything to say, but I don't know. I just don't get it. I just can't wrap my mind around it. He might win the popular vote.
It's possible. That would be incredible.
No, it's 215,000.
Oh, you're right.
It's gone up.
Oh my God, he's expanded it.
So yeah, Alan Lichtman. This is was it Luchman or Luckman or Lichtman. Okay. Alan Lichtman has, I believe, his last incorrect prediction was it 2008?
2000.
Oh, 2000. So this is now his first incorrect prediction since 2000 of the 2024 election. So yeah, as mentioned before, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance have won the U.S. election and will be elected as the next president and vice president of the United States of America. So as a result of that, I am now going to probably start to wrap up this stream now. I really enjoyed streaming with you today, Matthew, and I hope you all enjoyed watching it with us. But
just before we go, I'm just going to just double check sort of how everyone else is projecting.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I'm actually just going to quickly check
at the moment. Wisconsin, Michigan, nobody's called for them yet, but we 270 to win. 270 to win at the moment. We got 51.2% at the moment, 91% reporting. Georgia, we already know who's won there, long time ago. We have 42 Democrats in the Senate at the moment, 51 Republicans at the moment. We then have 192 Republicans in the House, 170 Democrats at the moment. It's leaning, it could be very tight. Pure toss-up, but the Republicans are, at the advantage at the moment. Nevada, Trump is well within the lead. With Harris, second place, 47.6%. None of these candidates is in third, 1.1%. So none of these candidates is in third. So that's quite interesting. We already know Pennsylvania. Arizona, 50%. Trump at the moment. Harris, 49.2%. Trump's in the lead there. Wisconsin, 51.2% for Trump, 47.4% for Harris, 0.5% for RFK Jr. We also have Michigan, Trump 50.3%, Harris 47.9%. There, North Carolina, we already know who's won there. But yeah, so that is basically what's happening with that. So it looks like all these swing states will go for Trump, making him the 47th president of the United States. Now, you know, for the Democrats after this day, they got to think: was it the right decision to remove the incumbent president, Joe Biden, and replace him with Kamala Harris? That is the question. That is a question that won't be answered anytime soon, but they're going to need to answer that. You know, they're going to need to think: was it a good decision or not? That's what they've got to think after this. And was it a good enough decision to remove Joe Biden at the last minute, all because of a bad debate performance? You know, and you know, to then in the end have Harris not win, and potentially end democracy as we know it.
I'm just going to interrupt for a second, Matthew. We can now make a projection. This will be our final projection of this evening, that Donald Trump has won the state of Pennsylvania. So that can now officially secure Donald Trump as winning the presidency, and has now passed 270 electoral votes and will be the next president of the United States of America.
Yeah, so that is so where was that from?
There is no official projection from anyone at this time. However, judging by the votes, 93% of the vote is in, and judging by the trend of it, Kamala Harris is actually losing percentages in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump leading by 4.5% to 5%, which gives it a pretty good chance that Trump will take Pennsylvania.
Yeah. So once again, you know, there is a very, very, very slim path. That's for Harris to win. That's why nobody is conceding as of yet. But the margin, 47.8% for Harris, 51.2% for the Republicans. Harris would need like an extra 200,000 votes. There just isn't a way. You know, it is. You know, it is going to be a complete and utter miracle for Harris getting anywhere even close to, you know, to winning the presidency at this point. So, you know, they just, you know, we'll find out later this afternoon. But you know, our projections are pretty solid. It is not. There is, you know, not that much of a path for Harris at all. There was like barely a path at all, especially with, you know, especially if, you know, our projections are correct. Wisconsin, Pennsylvania goes, done. You know, it's done, especially in Pennsylvania. As I said, done. It's, you know, you know, why bother, you know, keep covering the election when it's over? It's already over. It's already done. Anyway, so I'm going to stay on the computer for a little bit longer because I have like a Teams meeting with Paul from Transport Blog in a little while, so I've got to stay around for a little bit.
All right.
But that's our projection. Donald Trump wins.
Yeah, so Matthew and I can officially project that the winner of the 2024 US election will be Donald Trump and JD Vance. So definitely...
Election. This is the best election result. No one can ever beat it.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Trump to say that.
My prediction, my result, no one can ever beat it. Yeah. Nobody.
I know Trump.
Not even line 10. Line 10. You know? Nobody called. Alan Lichtman. You know, little Alan Lichtman, you know, couldn't even get the prediction correct, but I was able to.
Yeah.
Anyways, this is why I should never be in a Trump impersonation contest. I would rig the election for Trump impersonation contest.
Yep.
I would rig the contest.
Anyways. All right. Well, I'm gonna wrap up this stream now, but yeah.
Golden River's Transport Blog is going to be very happy about this.
Oh, is he a Trump supporter?
And it. Well, if you saw the comments, then yeah, and NSWGR Studios is going to probably be very happy about this result as well. So that should be fun. Anyways.
All right.
Better, you know.
Thank you so much, Matthew.
Better link this result on the wires.
Yes.
On the wires, you know. breaking news.
Yes, we must add that in. Donald Trump won the 2024 election. You have to keep that paper for 2028. We'll be back in everyone save the date. We'll be back on whatever date they announce for the election in 2028. Okay?
It is the first November. It's the 1st November of it's the first Tuesday in November.
Okay.
So I just hold this ridiculously. This is supposed to be a light typewriter, but it doesn't feel like that. It will be on Tuesday, the 7th of November, 2028. So just save that in your dates, fellas. We'll be back then.
So tomorrow in 4 years. So 4 years and 4 years and 1 day, we'll be back to cover the 2028 election, and I'm sure we'll all be.
No. Well, that's Tuesday in the US. So actually, Wednesday the 8th here.
Oh, okay. So 4 years and 2 days.
So on Wednesday, the 8th of November, we will be back here again.
And just so you know, that's in.
The midterms.
And just to. Oh yeah, actually we should. We might do that. So yeah, we're back in 2026. Everybody.
Nobody talks about midterms here, but they're pretty cool. They're, pretty interesting midterms. So that is on Tuesday, the 10th of November. Also during that time, we also have on March, I think it will be 20th or 21st of March, or the 27th, 28th of March, sometime around then. We will have we'll be finding out if Christmas stays as per here.
Oh yes.
And we will find out sometime in March 2025. That's next year. We will find out if Albo keeps his job or not.
Oh, so do you mean that like in the same? So is it in the same month that it's the New South Wales election and then the state?
So no, it's in May. So May 2025. We'll find out.
So
well, it depends on whatever the Prime Minister calls it, but it'll probably be around May next year.
When's the New South Wales state election and when's the federal election?
March 2027. Federal probably sometime around May 2025.
Okay. Well, I think we might be back a little bit earlier than we thought, guys. I mean, Matthew might do a separate stream or not, I don't know, but I'll definitely probably be doing
I'll save this for next March,
Yes.
I need to post it for next May. All of this, this week.
Yep.
There we go. Anyways, need to end this day on a happy note, on a high note.
Yes.
Yeah.
Had a little laugh at the end of what is going to be a miserable day for many today in America.
Yeah. Okay, Kevin.
All right. Thank you so much, Matthew, for joining. I really appreciated your presence here.
Anytime.
Thank you so much for joining. And
just as a confirmation for emergency film in Sydney, yes, he did actually win.
Yep. Trump surprisingly somehow managed to win the election.
Probably he's it's like very extremely ridiculously now House. But we're confident enough.
In the words of Donald Trump, this election is not rigged. It is not rigged. It is real.
Not stolen.
This is real
the best
news.
election ever happened. The best election. No one can ever beat it.
This is real news. This is not fake news. I won the election.
No. All the fake news said that I would win, but I did. I won. Well, Matthew Hayes is winning. That Matthew Hayes. Or Kamala, Kamala.
He says Kamala lost the election. I don't know how I'm not going to American accent, but he says.
Kamala didn't win the election. I did. I won. She can't claim that she won the election because I did. Only I did, and nobody else won this election. It'd be interesting to see if Harris says this election is stolen. Probably won't be.
Yeah, she won't. She's not as insane as Trump.
Trump 2016, Biden 2020, Trump 2024. Yeah, that's how it works.
And now
just like it was the 89s. It's happened before.
Yes. Alrighty, well, I'm going to let you go now, Matthew, and I'm going to end the stream now, but thank you so much, Matthew, for joining us today, and hopefully, whether it will be on your channel or this channel, whatever, we hopefully see you next year for the federal election. I'm definitely looking forward to covering that, whether you're joining us or I'm joining you, whatever.
Bradfield, keep an eye out for Bradfield in next year's election. It's going to be a very interesting one. I won't be running in it. it's my local electorate. But there's an independent called Nicolette Buller,
Oh, so
who's
is that,
currently
are
running.
they going to have Bradfield as an electorate? Are they going to have Bradfield as an electorate as an electorate in the next election?
There's been a Bradfield electorate since 1947.
Oh.
And
Oh,
yeah, and I'm in the Bradfield electorate. It's been a safe Liberal seat since 1947. They literally brought in like a 90-year-old man who was like Prime Minister in World War One. In 1947, went, oh, look at this fresh new guy let's get a fresh new guy for this brand new electorate of Bradfield. Let's get Billy Hughes, the Prime Minister from World War One, and he was literally in this Parliament when it was established back in 1901, and he was in the state Parliament, but back when it was a colony, not even a state. It was the colonial Parliament. So that is, that's how insanely safe Bradfield has been. But Bradfield became a marginal seat in the last election with some changes in the boundary lately. We have an independent candidate called Nicolette Buller, who will probably, who is having a very good fight against the existing MP Paul Fletcher, who's been MP since 2009, since the by-election after Brendan Nelson resigned. He was leader of the opposition. He was like a good friend of my grandfather's and stuff like that. So.
Oh wait, actually, sorry, we're just receiving word that Trump is set to speak to supporters shortly.
Okay, but let's actually say.
Yes.
Let's see how correct this speech will be. It's the best election. No one can ever beat it. This is the best election ever.
Yeah, we can already predict that Trump will definitely claim victory for the election. We all know that. But we're just getting ready to bring it.
We thought 4 years ago that we were going to win this election. Frankly, we did win that election, and we won this election. That's. Sorry, guys, came to the party 4 years late. Sorry, folks, came to the party 4 years late. That's what I'll do if I do it, if I win an unconsecutive term. I'll just say, sorry, folks, I'm 4 years late to the party. That's what I'll say.
Alright, so I'm just gonna pass over to the coverage at the moment to see what they're saying.
Just before I do so, I'm just gonna comment to Neil, who's commented, should we be scared as a country of a Trump presidency? I'm not a great Trump supporter. I shouldn't have said that. Anyways, I'm not particularly supportive of any of the candidates. But should we be scared as a country, as a part of the Trump presidency? It's gonna make it for certain people that do foreign relations between the US and Australia. It's going to make it a lot more difficult because Trump's foreign policy is to be a lot more more nationalist, more isolationist. So he is not as willing to give out aid to other countries. So like stuff like the AUKUS agreement could be in jeopardy. Kevin Rudd could lose his job, and stuff like the the Ukraine war, pretty much the moment that he gets into office in January, could mean that he would, that he could very easily stop aid to Ukraine, which would make it a lot more easier for Russia to invade the country, and to win. But I wouldn't. So sort of people that have good relations with the current administration, but have quite bad relations with the previous administration, the previous Trump administration. I think they will be quite scared. But I think that with us here in Australia, we're not the US. We have. I think that in the end, it's going to be a tricky time. a lot of people, especially in the US, they're going to be scared. They're going to be scared. But but I think that here, it's I don't think that we should be too worried in our daily lives. I think that with the Trump presidency, it gives us an opportunity to be more self-reliant, more self-sufficient. We can, go and have our own military fleet, defend ourselves. We can, do our own manufacturing, our own trading. Do stuff more on our own and interact with our neighbors, people closer to us, like Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, Japan, Korea, New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, and better trade with that, being the protector of people on our continent, Oceania. If the US, no longer wants to be that protector, we can be that. In theory, we could. Might not be very practical, but in theory, we could. And so, it's going to be a scary time for a lot of people. But I think here in Australia, it may affect a few things that we do, but I don't think it's going to affect too many things. You just hope that Trump isn't going to hang up on the Prime Minister like he did with Malcolm Turnbull. Trump was not a fan of Malcolm Turnbull at all. Anyways, we better get to this live coverage.
We're still awaiting for Trump to...
Oh, he's on there.
So, I think you might be glitching out there, Matthew. Unless you might have put your mic on mute, but we have no sign of Trump just yet.
It's not going to be as easy Thanksgiving Day, but this is a chance to move forward, Brett. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that one thing that can happen here, and it happened to Biden, in my view, Biden was a...
So, yeah, we don't have... We'll unmute it all and stream it live when Trump comes on. We don't know when Trump will come on. I don't think there's a scheduled time for it. I think it'll just be over the next few minutes. This stream started 14 minutes ago, so I'll just see... Yeah, so we do expect Donald Trump to claim victory on the election. So we do expect Trump to claim he has won the election, and this time, for once, he's actually seems to be correct.
Okay. I can just project to you now that that 270 to win has now projected that Donald Trump will be, just as we said, will be the next president of the United States. They have projected Pennsylvania for Trump. Trump, according to 270 to win, has... Now, I want that off. I don't want to be repeating all that constantly. It's going to be a big echo. But Pennsylvania has, according to 270 to win, has gone for Donald Trump. He wins. End of story. As I was just saying. And with that, I'll give you the specific polling results here. Trump, 51% of the vote, with 92% of the vote reporting. Harris, 48.1% of the votes. With that, Jill Stein from the Greens, 45%. Damn it, Jill Stein. And Chase Oliver from the Libertarians. Damn it, Chase Oliver. Anyways, Senate, 51 Republicans, 42 Democrats. So they have the presidency, they have the Senate. Now, the question is, will they win the House? That is going to change a lot of what the Republicans do. They have 190. They've gotten 195 seats. The Democrats have gotten 172. We will need, and no seats have flipped. Except for the 5 seats that we've already set. That is Alabama's 2nd congressional district. North Carolina's 6th, 13th, 14th, and 22nd district. Over there, they are the ones that have already gone. There are quite a few others that are either pure toss-ups, leaning to either political party. So we will just have to wait and see how that all that all goes. So we may have another razor thin majority in the House, whether that be a Republican majority or a Democratic majority, we'll see. But if the Democrats win the majority in the House, that changes things quite significantly compared to being in the Republican. With the Republican, if the Republicans win the House, a trifecta in the government, they can get anything through. But if the Democrats win a majority in the House, it makes it a lot more difficult for the president and for the Senate to pass legislation. That will definitely be interesting to see.
Okay, so just providing you all with an update on the current states at the moment. So we are getting prepared to actually make an extra projection with Michigan. Donald Trump seems to be leading by 6% in Michigan, with 70% of the vote counted there. And then Pennsylvania, we still believe will go to Trump.
Pennsylvania is being projected to go to Trump. It's done.
Yeah.
It's done. It's being projected everywhere now. Trump, 50.6% of the vote, 74% reporting, 40 to 47.6 for Harris. This was supposed to be like the most likely state that Harris was going to win in. That hasn't happened. Instead, Trump has gotten quite a solid margin on there. So that will probably be like one of the last states to be reported, and it's probably going to go Republican. So we can, very easily say, without a doubt, Donald John Trump is going to be the next president of the United States. I know I've said that like about 5 times now, but I just want to make that extra burn.
Yeah, I mean, it really
Even when the cat is calling out, somewhere in the back when the cat is calling out, Trump's won!
Oh, can you hear my cat?
Trump's won!
Yeah, bloody cat.
Anyways, it's fine.
He's been at my door all day screaming. I'm hoping no one hears
me. I like cats. I am not like the president-elect where I talk about in Springfield.
They're eating the
dogs.
dogs.
They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets that live there. So yeah, so I'm not like that. So I've just got in a question on here. Donald Trump is probably going to pardon himself on every criminal charge. So we could it is with that he being the president, he cannot prosecute himself. So nobody can prosecute him if he is the active president of the United States. So unless if he's impeached, which is really important. If the Democrats have a majority in the House, they can impeach him quite easily if they have enough evidence to do so. But if the Republicans have a majority, even if there's enough evidence, they will not impeach him at all. They won't. They won't impeach him. So I would keep a very close eye on because that question, whether he would be able to properly pardon himself or not, get rid of any of his criminal proceedings, will depend on a lot on what happens with the majority of the House. But with that, he is. But as president, he's not liable to any criminal prosecutions. So any criminal prosecutions that he has, automatically when he gets sworn in, boom, gone. They're gone. Like now, any of these criminal proceedings, anything like that, legally, no, they don't have any legal. So with that, he can probably, he is probably going to So he is. So so he can pardon himself. He can do that, and all this criminal proceedings just go away. So he can do that. Another question: do you think we will see a Tim Walz versus JD Vance in 2028? Well, now that Tim Walz has lost this race, it's going to, as the running mate, it's going to make it a lot more difficult for him to be able to get a nomination. In the U.S., Bernie Sanders isn't gonna run again. So now we've got a new generation of Democrats. So we can probably you may see a few new faces and a few old faces, just not Harris, Trump, or Walz in the 2028 primaries. JD Vance will probably he sort of is the as running mate and as the vice president elect. He is sort of a Trump. Specifically was looking for someone not because you'll notice that Mike Pence was the vice president in the first term, but not this term. He refused to have, to nominate Mike Pence because look up January the 6th, 2021, and you'll find out why. But JD Vance, Trump is sort of like the destined successor of the Make America Great Again movement, the MAGA movement. So I would keep a close eye. So he will probably be there might be a few people that might try, Vivek Ramaswamy and a few other people as well, may try to get the nomination, but don't know. Will probably be JD Vance, but I probably won't have a Tim Walz running in the next election. His and Harris's career are over. They're over. They're done. Have you heard it? Is the speech playing now? Or?
No, we're still waiting. Judging by the fact that they haven't come on yet, I think that in our time Trump will be coming on at 6 p.m. in 13 minutes. That's what I'm going to guess. But yeah, I've been just keeping an eye on on a separate device. There's a feed of the crowd, and they seem pretty hyped up, which most likely means that they're getting ready to bring out Donald Trump. I mean, obviously that they won the election, but that they're also ready to bring out Donald Trump. So, yeah, we'll just wait a few more minutes for Trump to come out. But in the time we've been talking, they were testing some lights. They're obviously just getting final preparations to bring them on.
But yeah. So we'll just keep a close eye. Something is telling me that Biden won't let Trump visit during the transition. I don't know. I think Trump will. So I think Biden, it was obvious Trump didn't allow Biden in during the transition. He might allow, but he also might not. It used to be, it was precedents to, that the outgoing president would welcome the incoming president and, give them a tour and get them all the information and stuff like that. And then they would, and they would then decide the results from there. So they would decide, they would, do all like the internal stuff during that time. But that's now no longer presidents. So we don't know, and we won't know, until Biden decides whether or not to allow, the current president allows the president-elect to do the transition. But I would imagine that he would. It's sort of not. It's not his personality to do that. But we'll just see. Oh yeah, they don't get along well. No, they don't get along well. At all, yeah, they don't. But I think Biden will accept it. Yes. Well, Donald Trump, he is currently, because Biden's about 81 now. He's about 81. So Donald Trump, when he is out of, so when he finishes in 2028, because he was born in 1946. So if you do the math, he will be 82. So Biden is 81 and Trump will be 82 when he is done in 2028. So 12 years with Donald Trump in, 14 years with Trump in, in the political, 14 years of Donald Trump dominating in the political landscape. So, it will be very interesting. So I don't know what's quite happening yet, if there's any speech being played yet or not. So just hold on a minute. Is the speech playing yet? Don't hear anything what's happening.
Is everyone able to hear me?
Now I can. Yeah, I wasn't able to
I
earlier.
think I just had some technical difficulties with my microphone, but I managed to get it back now. What I'll just do is just quickly I'll see what I can hear there.
That more boisterous speech in preparing to unite the country.
It's an amazing message.
I hope Kaylee's right. I
Sounds
hope you're right.
They're obviously just trying to keep the audience entertained while they wait, but yeah. So we'll wait until we see Trump come on stage, and let's hope he doesn't rant on for too long.
On the ballot again. This is his last term. I think, Harold, he will surprise his detractors. I think he will be not anything like what his detractors have described him as being now that he is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that.
Yeah, it's a good day to be a cat or a dog in Springfield.
His detractor.
He has said that the assassination attempts had an impact on him. We saw him in many ways return to the very rough and tumble style that we've seen in Donald Trump towards the end of this. But now he will take the stage tonight as the next president of the United States.
I don't know whether the speech is playing or not.
He will not be able to run again. And I think that is another.
I'm like trying to stay quiet just in case it's playing.
President Trump.
We'll never underestimate the power of unfinished business. This is a president who was caught lightning in a bottle twice, and the second time around, he now has a mandate.
I don't think it's the cats from Springfield, rejoicing,
work with him on legislation, who could potentially
or
replace
being
a
completely
number of justices on the Supreme Court. He could build a wall. He could build a wall. He has a working group in Washington, D.C. We'll see what happens with the House, but he also has been working very hard on his transition, getting the right people around him. We talked
So we'll just see.
First time in the White House, so this is a mandate tonight for him, and I think he should get a lot of credit for doing the work on the ground, going to these states to pull these Senate candidates across the line with them.
Ray, what do you think the analysis is going to be? There's going to be a lot of time to digest all of this. We'll focus now on what the incoming president is going to say. What do you think the analysis is going to be on the Democratic Party and what went wrong?
I think it's going to be agonizing. I think it's going to take a little while for consensus to form about what the party needs to do next, or what it did wrong this time. It'll be grudging at first. One can certainly imagine that if the party were smart and shrewd political voices were heeded, that there'd be some major changes in their agenda and their approach in this. And you think of the issue sets that they tried to run on against this man that failed. they need to reconsider all of that. And I think it'll take a while. Now, our colleague and friend Mark Halperin, who's been very astute this particular cycle, he thinks there's going to be blood in the streets and people are going to be hysterical. I hope not, but it could happen.
Dana?
I am really looking forward to reading some of the stories, probably with a lot of anonymous sources amongst Democrats, with the recriminations, and it's going to be fast and furious, and you will have people saying that Joe Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election on the day after that midterm in 2022, and either endorsed her or said, let there be a primary, and Dr. Jill Biden, there will be thoughts about her, and I wonder how chilly that White House is going to be for the next 90 days as they try to figure it out.
And let me just say that as Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris will certify the election results on January 6th.
A lot of irony in that moment. Harold, your thoughts?
This is how our country is organized, and it's a great education, I think, for people who had very high passions in this race. There are Democrats who were fervently for Joe Biden. He performed poorly during a debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was an aversion and almost a dislike and a disdain for Donald Trump. But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from, because if we don't, not in a selfish, partisan way, Democrats won't progress. And I don't think you can fly and soar as a great country unless you have both wings working together. And President Trump, tonight, I'm going to be interested in that tone. Kayla, I was reminded of your words, and reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remembered that story, and I hope and pray for the country tonight that President Trump, who has every right to be joyful, every right to celebrate, will give a speech with that tone tonight that in many ways could help him do all the things that he campaigned on in this campaign.
What does this mean for the never-Trumpers who are Republican and the Lincoln Project people and Bill Kristol and people like that who seem to abandon everything they ever previously believed in order to oppose Donald Trump?
Just making it clear, we have not gone yet. At the moment, we are still here. We are just we're just currently hearing the other commentary in the background. I think this is from NBC News. Yeah, so we're still here, but oh no, yeah. So just making that clear. So just hold on a minute. We should be getting a speech from the president-elect in a few minutes. Just stand by. Thank you.
Republican primaries. I want Donald Trump's policies without his personality. Good luck with that. You don't get this strength and this resolve and this toughness. You don't get those policies without that. But I want to say this. It's on this phone that Huma Abedin placed the call 2:30 a.m. on November 9th, 2016. And on the other line was Secretary Clinton to concede the race to Donald Trump on my phone. I handed it to him, and I said to Vice President-elect Mike Pence, make sure Hillary actually concedes. She did. And President Trump was gracious to them, too. They came to the luncheon at the Capitol after the inauguration. The Obamas and the Clintons were there. I was there to see it myself. And then something just changed. The Washington Post said, let's impeach him at noon, 2 minutes after he's inaugurated. Melania wrote about this in her book. So, Harold, I hear you. I hope everybody can unify. But I got to tell you, my friend, I think it starts with your party and not mine.
Fair enough.
They had this guy in a courtroom. He's not an indoor cat. I get it. They had him in the courtroom. They have him impeached. They have him. And whether people think that was justified or not, now is a good time to respect the will of the people. Forget about us, the will of the people.
I agree with you. I'm just saying be a gracious winner and let's move the country forward. I agree. And I know you will. That was my only point.
I got a gracious winner today when I talked to him. I really did. He's known for a while. I wrote a piece on FoxNews.com October 11th saying he's going to have a narrow landslide. I think he's felt that for a while, but he wanted to go and earn it.
And I even think the people around him have to be gracious too. I think he will. I know him as well as you. People can be gracious as well.
That's a different question.
We can always hope.
Yeah, well, that comes from the top.
Once more, I just want to say how much money was spent on this election. $15.9 billion with a bill.
Wow.
B, if you spent $1,000 a day for 2,740 years, that would be $1 billion. It was 16 times that, what has been spent on every race, presidency, the whole deal. $16 billion. And here we are.
What is that, a check you can write to for every American? What did you
About
say?
$50. If not 40.
$50.
But I just want to say, every presidential race has a medium. You know, you go back to television, cable.
Yeah.
This was, in some ways, a podcast experience of a campaign. And those are free to go on podcasts. And you wonder how much of that money really needed to be spent when there's a lot of ways to reach people. But I think it's really interesting and something we'll be talking about a lot in terms of the reach of these endorsements.
You know what I'm struck by? The final,
and Musk and the rest of
the
them.
final ads where
They were excellent.
They talked about
Yep.
making America great again, but then ending with.
So just for
the
anybody
assassination
joining
attempt and that
at the
50-year
moment, I think,
iconic image.
you know, hopefully not everyone is left right now. It is currently 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. That is about, I think, about 2 a.m. or so in the morning, which was around the same time that Trump was predicted to win, the U.S. election. Well, it was about an hour later. This is about an hour earlier that we've been able to project it this time in 2016. So Trump has, Donald John Trump has won the U.S. presidential election. As you can see here, so far we project for him to have 286 electoral votes, with Kamala Harris having 226 electoral votes. We should be hearing a victory speech from Donald Trump in a few minutes' time. So he has won the state of Pennsylvania. That's enough for him to win. We also project that he's won the other swing states of North Carolina, Georgia, and he's also getting very close to winning in Nevada, Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Harris is looking like she's going to win Minnesota, and also Maine, the state at large, and also Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. And then also, the two candidates win the usual safe states in the U.S. Democrats get like California, New York, and Trump get like Florida, Texas, Ohio, and all those. So we will. So we should be getting a speech from him shortly. So just stand by.
That's been covering the former president for a while. When I came to Congress 3 years ago, talked privately with many powerful Republicans who did not want to see the former president back in Washington, and then to see the legal battles that he went through and Republicans having to stand up for him. And then he went through the primary process. As Kellyanne Conway just said, he earned it state by state by state, and then came back to Washington in the spring and went to the RNC and claimed the nomination. This is the greatest comeback that I've ever witnessed personally myself. And so I look forward to seeing what he says to the country here tonight and to his supporters.
So just making it clear for everybody that we have projected that, with these states, we have, just stand by for just a moment. Just bring everything up. We project that Trump has won Pennsylvania. That's enough to get him over 270. And also Nevada and Wisconsin. At this time, let me just double check. We believe that he has won in quite a 75% in at the moment, 51.2% for Trump, 47.2% for Kamala in Nevada, and then Pennsylvania, 51% for Trump, and then we have 48.1% for Harris. We then also have in Wisconsin, Trump has 51.2% compared to Harris's 47.4%, with 92% of of votes recording at this time. So that is why it is a little bit different here. We have projected that Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Nevada have gone for Trump. Arizona and Michigan are too close to call at the moment, but probably soon we will be projecting those for Donald Trump, but we don't know fully for sure yet. So please just stand by. we should be getting a speech from the president-elect shortly.
So just to let you all know, we are expecting Donald Trump to appear shortly. I also have some news that we have...
That cameraman is shivering in terror. Shivering in terror.
Just give me a second. Are you able to hear me, Matthew?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So just delivering some news that we have just had it confirmed by news sources that Donald Trump has officially won the state of Pennsylvania. So other news sources have now predicted that Donald Trump has won the state of Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm. And we've also, on our system, also have projected the states of Wisconsin and Nevada to go for Donald Trump.
Yes, that's correct.
With Michigan and Arizona currently too close to call at this time. Although that is enough to get us, that is enough for us to get over 270 electoral votes. That means, that Donald Trump wins the only the second president to win in American history to win 2 non-consecutive terms. So just stand by. We should be getting a speech shortly.
Describing is it J.D. Vance that picks it up. There's going to be a conversation about ground game. I mean, Kamala Harris over the weekend, they were saying they were knocking 1,000 doors a minute, and I have no reason to doubt that. It was an extraordinary ground game, but do ground games matter as much as podcasts? As much as real, authentic, viral moments like President Trump on the garbage truck or, President Trump at McDonald's, these viral moments that really captured the attention of the nation. And what does the Republican Party look like going forward? It's a broad coalition. It's an exciting coalition. And I think if President Trump manifests that working man agenda, no tax on tips, no, limit on credit card interest rate, that's a working man's economic agenda. And if he makes that happen in 4 years, this party may look like this for quite some time.
I'm struck when you're talking about the authenticity part of this, because when I think about him with the French fries at McDonald's and standing up with blood on his face, fight, fight, fight. You can't fabricate. No, consultant can create those moments, Trey. Those are organic and they are authentic. And I think that is something that Kamala Harris fell really far short on in terms of the authenticity measure.
Yeah, if you had told me that a billionaire from New York would be able to connect with middle America, I would have questioned that. To my friend, the gentleman from Tennessee, autopsies are painful, especially when the patient's still alive. I wonder what the Democrat Party is going to go through in the next weeks and months, because this was a loss that I don't think anyone saw coming, not to this magnitude. So what does the autopsy look like if you're a Democrat? It's painful, but you have to have one. How did you lose, and how did you lose this soundly?
The easiest way to do it for them would be to simply say, if Joe Biden hadn't clung to the job, clung to the nomination, and hidden his condition with a lot of help, they could have had an open nominating process and gotten a more attractive nominee who would have been freer to walk away from Biden policies and would have had a better shot. I mean, I think that's the easiest, simplest solution. But I'm not sure that's where they'll go. But that makes sense.
I don't think you can pass over an African-American female, which is a very loyal constituency for the Democrat Party. I don't see how they could have passed over.
But if he left the office and she'd run, she would have been put through a different process and would have had competition, and the whole thing would have been different.
But I mean, Harold, you have a Democratic Party that's pretty old. I mean, you have Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden.
You know, we got Andy Beshear, you got Josh Shapiro,
So,
you
but
got
that's a different kind of Democrat, and that is not the progressive Democrat that wins in a primary. So is it going to be a change in your party?
Well, we nominated Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, who were not from
the old days.
party. So I think we'll do that. Look, tonight, what happened this evening and what's happened over the last year has been described. There were those on this panel who didn't believe that this resurrection could have occurred. So if this can happen, things are possible in politics if you're willing to change and willing to have courage and determination. And whatever Democrats or anybody want to say about this guy who's been elected our president, he personifies that courage and determination and persistence. So I think, Trey, you were asking a serious question, and Britt gave a very serious answer. I think that's going to be part of the answer. And we've got to look long and hard about whether or not the way we campaign sometimes with identity politics at the end, is that the right way to do it? But before you get there, you got to get a purpose and a message. And we'll get there. And we've got a long history of figuring these things out as a nation, as a party, and we'll figure it out this time.
So the carnage speech got a lot of attention at the inauguration. Do we think that this speech,
I was going way back.
we're actually told that the teleprompters have been removed from the stage, so we could be in for a long haul here. We don't know. But what do you think? You know, he's coming, but there may not be.
I'm saying he goes off the teleprompter anyway. But he, the other night at the Al Smith dinner, he was upset that there were teleprompters, because he doesn't want to use them.
Right. So, Dana, what does this speech look like?
This one right now?
Yeah.
I think look, I don't know. He's one of the most unpredictable people, too. So I think that's why we're all here, and I'm wide awake, and I've been awake for almost 24 hours now. And I am curious to see. I think I wasn't just thinking about this speech. I'm thinking about the inauguration speech, which would be 8 years since Carnage speech. He has a wide range of the types of speeches that he can give. If you think even within a speech, there's range. If you think about the RNC convention, it started off with like, oh, wow, yeah. And then after a while, it was like, wow, he's still talking. It was like so long, and it kind of got off script, and people thought, oh, he kind of lost opportunity. But he didn't. I think if you look at these people who would take off work, drive somewhere in the middle of the night to go and get in line, to wait for hours, to then stay at a rally for hours, and part of the things he has done as well is created this camaraderie amongst people so that you could go to a place where you're not afraid to wear your red MAGA hat, and you could say, I'm not the crazy one. I'm not the only one who thinks the way that I do. I can actually have friends, and that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be outreach to the other side. I believe in love thy neighbor. I love all of that. But he has created something special here, so I kind of want him to take a victory lap tonight. I don't think this is necessarily the moment for unity, especially when she won't even concede and give him the night to celebrate.
Kellyanne, you were looking at the popular vote. He's still up, and could finish up.
And part of it is because he did run up the totals in places I was looking at, even the rural counties in Pennsylvania. He was going to win them by significant double digits, but he won them that much more. I think running up the totals in Florida, which was a swing state not that long ago, over 1.1 million votes or so. Haley, right, your home state. And this is, look, I think that when the Democrats take a look at this candidacy, it's not going to be that she had too much time, not enough time. She's just a flawed candidate. She doesn't speak well. She doesn't work hard. I'm not being mean or partisan. I don't know why the country would have rewarded this candidate with the big job when she couldn't make the case what she does as vice president that affects our lives in a positive way. She was given that opportunity. I personally like to thank the women of The View tonight for asking this question, for having her on. Oprah, we see you, and so on and so forth. People who thought they were doing her a favor because they made her something she's not. It's the opposite for Trump. They make him something he's not. Take that one word, take that one line, take that cherry pick this, that, the other. You never get the essence. I go back, does everybody remember 5 years ago, so Laurel and Yanny, or what color dress? You hear Laurel, I hear Yanny. You see a blue dress, I see yellow dress. We were all looking at the same thing. That's the way Donald Trump is in this.
Oh, we've got someone speaking now. We have someone preparing to speak.
And they see this is, I think it's time.
Yeah, there's going to be some parents this week.
Look, I don't know who said it earlier. I'm a little worried about
Here we go.
the reaction
Let's see this.
of the Democrats and the Kamala people here. I'm very worried. I think that there are a lot of unhinged people across the political spectrum, and we gave very little quarter to how many anti-Kamala voters are out there. I don't want to hear the words racism and sexism. It's eyesight and hearing. We were listening. And
yeah, hold on. No, it's just checking checking like, where the teleprompters are and voting and stuff like that. But it's talking like we'll be getting a speech any moment now.
I'm afraid of that.
Right. I mean, I can just imagine thinking about The View, and a week or so ago, they were saying, what is wrong with someone who would vote for him?
Michelle Obama.
And Joe Scarborough saying, we weren't raised like this. Who raised these people? So I can only imagine what tomorrow is going to look like.
I will say when we talk about The View, what comes to mind is we mentioned the carnage speech that President Trump gave at his inauguration, and my mind automatically went to the unity speech that Biden gave, and he mentioned unity a half dozen times. But when you think about what we got over 4 years, there was the garbage comment that didn't come in isolation. There were all kinds of comments. Neanderthal was one of the first words he used to describe those who opposed his COVID edicts. The Mark Cuban comment, he was an official surrogate of the Kamala campaign. And for, as mean as some of President Donald Trump's tweets have been and people have problems with it, one thing I've challenged Democrats to find is one example of him disparaging.
I can imagine the Curb Your Enthusiasm, music going on right now. Oh my God, Donald Trump has won. He's won. Oh my God. And, well, a few weeks ago, they were like, oh, he can't win. And then now, oh my God, he's won.
Ultimately leads a very successful country in second term.
Martha,
You hit your head and you blacked out. Sorry, mate. I think sorry, mate. There's been some pretty big changes. When you hit your head and you blacked out. Welcome to a new world and a new society. A nation reborn.
I mean, literally, his polls
will be the Attorney General.
Absolutely.
We need a really solid Attorney General.
John Ratcliffe.
Can do it.
Sorry, John. No, John. I apologize. Sorry.
There will be a lot of talk about cabinet members, Treasury Secretary, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense. You've got Tom Cotton, Mike Pompeo. You have.
Well, you also have a Republican bench. And sometimes, like you were saying, that the Democratic Party is quite old right now. There's not a great bench, although there are some, and especially, but when you take governors out of states, then you leave a hole, and then you have to build up that bench back up. But the Republican bench is pretty strong right now.
There you see Doug Burgum and Vivek Ramaswamy, Steve Wynn, his lovely wife Andrea. So people are there waiting for the former president. Britt would like to know where he is.
He's watching us.
Can we say tonight, though, Harold, that the melting pot still works? That Hispanics, Black Americans, working class Americans, standing up, asking what their government is going to do, asking their government to see them and their concerns, that it works, that this is American democracy in our republic working.
The process works. I think as we get a final account of the numbers and the coalition that President Trump won with this time, I think it'll be one that will be for the history books. President Bush, I think, got 40+% of the Hispanic vote. George Bush, W. Bush, and it looks like President, at least the preliminary numbers suggest that. But as much as we talk about the unconventional aspect of this was conventional also. People believed him. He resonated with voters. He resonated with communities, rural communities, urban communities, suburban communities across the country. And I congratulate him tonight. I didn't want him to win, but I congratulate him on his victory and wish him the best for my country. And I can only hope that the concerns that are articulated by my dear friend Kellyanne that they're not realized. I hope that my party and my friends, and for that matter, Republicans alike, that we're all able, once we get past the moment here, the 24 hours of excitement and joy and celebration, to understand that what we're really celebrating is the greatest experiment to have ever come to existence. It will celebrate 250 years of its own existence in 2026. So those are my thoughts, Brett.
I'm struck by the issue that of abortion, because it was talked about so much, and it was presented as if, you know, you're a woman and you are not going to support her, then you hate all women. They said that
an
husbands,
update on the US, hold on just a second, an update on the US House election at the moment. Let me just bring that up on my screen. We will still be broadcasting this at the moment. 270 to win is projecting, as we said earlier. Wisconsin is going to go for Donald Trump. We are and with the House elections at the moment, 197 Republicans have been elected and 176 Democrats have been elected into the House of Representatives. Eliza Slotkin, who is retiring to run for the U.S. Senate. She was originally in Michigan's 7th district. That has now flipped to the Republicans. Tom Barrett has won, flipping that seat from a Democrat to a Republican seat. At the moment, we still have quite a few races in California, Colorado, Connecticut, Washington, and Arizona that haven't been called yet. We will need to wait a little bit longer until we find out what happens with them. In the gubernatorial races, we can project that there are Republican governors that have been either elected or re-elected in Utah, Montana, North Dakota, Missouri, Indiana, West Virginia, Vermont, and New Hampshire. Democratic governors have been elected in Delaware and North Carolina, and Washington's is currently too close to call, either too early or too close to call at the moment. Just double checking how the results are going there. Bob Ferguson is currently well ahead in the gubernatorial elections. That's probably going to go for the Democrats. That means that there's going to be 27 Republican governors and 23 Democratic governors. And then in the Senate, 51 Republicans, 42 Democrats. The ones that we're still waiting to find out about their Senate results are Arizona, Nevada, Montana, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Maine. We will now also check on the results in Michigan. In Michigan at the moment, 51% to Donald Trump at the moment, with 79% reporting. So we may be able to call that state soon, but we don't know quite yet. 57% at the moment in Arizona. It's very close at the moment, but Trump is at the lead at the moment there. And in Nevada, 75% reporting. We have already projected for it to go to Donald Trump. First time it's gone Republican since 2004 with George W. Bush. So we will, we'll just stand by here, and we should be having a speech from the president-elect shortly.
Good candidate, former chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. But Sam Brown was left essentially. He was not going to win.
He was not on anybody's list.
Nope.
Likely switch.
Not getting much money or attention.
No, but I think he's a competent candidate. Once again, we have.
By the way, there's Sam Brown right there, 48.1 to 47.2, 80% in over Jackie Rosen.
How much? The news are stating that candidate quality matters.
Yeah.
In this cycle, Republicans in the Senate races in particular fielded some pretty darn good candidates that gave them a shot in states where Republicans often face an uphill battle. And the fact that, it looks like it won't be just a squeaker, there might be a little margin there for Republicans, and the Senate is testament to that.
Let's see what Wisconsin is, guys. Can we put up Hovde in Wisconsin?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President-elect Donald J. Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, and the Trump family, accompanied by Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, along with friends and campaign staff.
Speech is starting now. Stand by. Speech is starting now. We will be having a speech shortly with the President-elect of the United States, Donald Trump. We also have the First Lady there, the Vice President-elect as well, and a few other people. Stand by.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have...
just correcting Trump there. Trump is currently too close to calling Arizona, so he has not won the state of Arizona yet. And he is too close to calling Nevada, so he has not won the state of Nevada yet.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
Keep in mind that it's only looking like, not actually
best-selling book in
yet.
the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her. She's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. No, he is. No, he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon could do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC, and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars, 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 900, 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That is Donald Trump finishing his speech, his victory speech, declaring that he is the 47th president of the United States to be inaugurated on the 20th of January 2021. We'll just see how this plays out.
All right, everyone, and thank you, Matthew. So this will now mark the end of the live stream. We've been streaming for 9 hours now. This is the longest stream I've ever done. Yeah, so, sorry, not Kamala Harris. Donald Trump has won the election for 2024 and will be elected the 47th president of the United States. For the Democrats who are or Harris supporters, they don't even need to be Democrats, just Harris supporters who are upset about this. Just remember that you can come down here to Australia. We're open. We're happy to have you down here. There's already been, I already know, I think it's Pink, a famous pop star, she said that if Trump wins, she's generally going to be moving to Australia. So it looks like we're going to have pink in Australia now. I don't really listen to music, but you know. What do you think about Trump? Look, I'm not gonna really try and express my opinion much, but I'm personally not supportive of Trump winning. But I'm not really gonna go on a rant about my opinion because I'd like to keep that to myself, as I'm sure everyone else would agree with. But if you want to say anything, Matthew, for your closing statement for the stream, and then we'll end it here. You there, Matthew? Doesn't seem to be there. Never mind. Okay, in that case, then we'll end the stream now. But thank you all for tuning in. We've been streaming for 9 hours now. I'm gonna try and get some sleep tonight, but yeah, it's gonna be.
Sorry, I can't hear you very well. Can you can you just repeat yourself?
Can you hear me now?
I can't hear you at all, which is a tad bit of an issue. I can't hear you at all. You've completely cut out.
How about now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Perfect. Okay. So, yeah. Anything you'd like to say quickly, Matthew, before we end the stream, like your closing statement or something?
Why didn't approve the YMCA song? Just making that clear. The Y is an apolitical organisation. You know, nobody has approved for that song to be used. Well, it's not a song. It's the Village People, but I don't think they've even approved for it either. So you know, it's a very historic election. This is the first election since the 1890s that a president of the United States has been elected to non-consecutive terms. So it is a very historic day for the US, and it's going to be very consequential for the next 4 years and onwards with a second Trump presidency. So at the moment, we have 199 Republicans in the House, 178 Democrats in the House of Representatives. There's quite a few uncalled races, which could make it quite tough, but the Republicans are on the lead there, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get a Republican majority in the House. It's already been projected that there's going to be a majority in the Senate and also in the governor's convention as well, gubernatorial conventions as well. Arizona, Nevada, Montana, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Maine have not had their haven't had their Senate races called, but the Republicans do have the majority in the Senate, and then also we'll check the swing states that we haven't called yet. Michigan, 83% of the vote is in. Harris only has 47.3% of the vote. Trump has 50.8% of the vote. Do you want to call it?
I think we'll leave it for the moment. We probably won't call any more states because there's a chance Harris can still grab it there, and I've been watching now, and it's been slowly but surely updating. And look, there's a slight chance, but I'd say it's better safe than sorry to just not call it at the moment.
Yeah, but it's going to be, it's likely going to be a Trump victory, but we won't call it at this time. Arizona, 57% of the vote. Trump is ahead there, 50.4% of the vote. Harris, 48.8% of the vote. So Trump has won, nearly every swing state except for Michigan and Arizona. But those are, Trump is ahead in those states. If that happens to be the case, in a few days we will have the final results be 312 electoral votes for Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, 226 electoral votes. Harris is expected to make a concession speech either late tonight or into the morning. They haven't prepared a concession speech or anything like that. So we'll keep an eye out. You guys can keep an eye out on that. We've been on here since about 10 a.m. in the morning. I'm electioned out. I've been spending the past 2 years dedicated to this entire thing. I think it's time for me to have a little bit of a rest. But well done to all the candidates, and all the people that were elected, today in the US, whether you ran in local, city, county, state, or federal elections. Well done to all of you, and to anyone that any US citizen that did vote in this election. Well done to you. You made your voice heard. So with that out of the way, we'll say thank you very much, and have and just to clarify, what do you mean at 6:56 p.m.? Well, been here since 10 a.m. in the morning, and it's late in the night. It's late in the night over in the US, so they're not making any speeches at the moment. So that is that. Just to clarify for Transport Fan Aussie, but it's a very consequential election. I won't go into my personal opinions about what will happen next, or if Trump's a danger to democracy or stuff like that. That's not appropriate for me to say, at the moment with this and all that, but it's going to be a very interesting 4 years, just how it would have been a very interesting 4 years if House was elected as well. So thank you very much, everyone, for watching today. We've consistently have had about 10 to 20 people watching, this entire live stream. So thank you very much to everyone that has been watching. But now it is time for me to, have a break for an hour and tell Paul from Transport Vlogs how much we're screwed. Thanks for watching, everybody. Bye.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you very much for joining, and hopefully we can see you maybe for the federal election next year, or the state election.
May 2025?
Yep.
May 2025. Look out.
All right. Well, thank you all so much for watching the stream today, and congratulations to the Republican Party for winning the presidency. And I do.
And probably a House.
Sorry.
And the Senate.
Yes, that's correct. And the Senate.
And probably, we don't know yet, but maybe the House. We don't know.
Maybe.
Otherwise, the Democrats can have something. They can have the House at least.
Yeah. And I thought I'd just have a bit of time as well to thank Kamala Harris for at least trying to put some hope into this country. And although some people didn't agree with her, and this evening we saw that people want Trump as president, I'd like to wish
Didn't want the coconut tree. I know, people didn't like the coconut tree in the end.
Yeah. People don't want to fall out of the coconut tree. Yeah, so, I mean, congratulations to the Harris campaign, because they've still done a great job in this election. They didn't win, but look, a lot of people still support them, and people over the Trump Vance administration from 2024 to 2028, there's probably going to be people who will be hopeful, and hopefully we can see Kamala Harris maybe try and campaign for something else. You never know, she could maybe go, because she used to be a senator, then she used to be an attorney, so she could even get back into that. But I'd like to congratulate the House.
Her degree is finished.
Huh?
Her degree is finished.
Well, yeah, probably. But you never know. But yeah, I'd like to congratulate Kamala Harris.
She'll just do public speaking fees, and might spend $20,000-$30,000 speaking fee just to make motivational speeches for people. That's how she'll be able to survive. She'll be fine.
Yeah.
But her political career is over, but she won't be broke anytime soon. She'll be able to live pretty well.
Well, yeah, congratulations to Donald Trump, but also congratulations to the Democrats for doing an amazing job in this election, and I hope Kamala Harris knows that she has a lot of supporters, and that it's not the end of the world. I mean, for some it might feel like it is, but it's not going to be the end of the world, and we're gonna get through this and everything. And yeah, I mean, after all, for those who don't like Donald Trump, just remember that he's already confirmed that under law this will be his last term as president, and they'll have to have someone else run. But
JD Vance.
Sorry? Yeah, probably
JD Vance.
Yeah. You never know, but maybe. But,
even with his stuff,
Yes.
Still eligible.
We won't go into what said about JD Vance, but that was the first thing I thought of when JD Vance was known as when they called him Vice President-elect. I'm like, oh god, the couch stuff. If you know, you know. If you don't know, good on you. But anyways, all right, I'm gonna end the stream now because I gotta head off now. But we've been streaming for 9 hours and 16 minutes, a new record for the longest stream I've ever done. I'm sure it's probably up there with one of Matthew's longest streams too.
Yeah, it's it's been in mine by quite a big margin.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching, and we'll probably try and see if we can do something similar for the federal election next year in Australia, which should hopefully have a few more people interested, because I know a lot of the audience is from Australia, and hopefully it shouldn't be too nerve-wracking, and we don't have someone who's trying to cause World War III, another one trying to have peace and everything, but you never know.
But yeah, well, Dutton is an interesting fellow.
Yes.
Same with Anthony Albanese. They are both very interesting people.
Personally, I'm not actually a fan of both of them. Like, I don't like Dutton and I don't like Albo, so it'll be interesting. Unless one of them drops out, which I doubt it, then we're going to have an interesting election next year, so you have to wait for that now.
Yeah.
You already had to wait 2 weeks for this stream. Yeah. Now you got to wait what, like 6, 7 months?
Jenny and I are very blessed that we are not running in this federal election.
Well, not yet. You might in a few years. You could be the Prime Minister. I could be talking to a future Prime Minister right now. You never know. All right, we're gonna head off now. But thank you all so much for tuning into the stream today, Matthew, and thank you for everyone who watched the stream throughout the day. Over nearly 2,000 people have tuned into the stream today, which is absolutely amazing. So thank you to all of those who have tuned in, said hello, seeing how everything's going. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching. Congratulations to Donald Trump, and also congratulations to Kamala Harris. And hope Kamala Harris knows that a lot of people still support her, and I think she did a good job running for president. She didn't get it, but I think she did a good job, and she should be proud of that. But thank you all for watching, and yeah, congratulations to the Republican Party, and thank you for tuning in, Matthew, and thank you for tuning in, everyone else.
Thank you very much, everyone. See you later. Bye. God bless America.